Chapter 51. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Qin Ziyi and Zhong Yue watched a movie. The plot was nothing more than the old routine of bitterness before sweetness. Qin Ziyi was sleepy, but Zhong Yue was enjoying it. She hugged Qin Ziyi's arm, watched for a while, and ate a mouthful of popcorn. Occasionally, she would feed him a mouthful, as if they were really a couple. At 4:30, they walked out of the theater with the crowd. Zhong Yue was still reminiscing about the movie with relish. It was so good. I like to watch such touching love stories. Qin Ziyi could only laugh. After that, they went to eat snacks. This time, it was Zhong Yue's treat. There were many petty bourgeois coming and going, and there were always men in suits who stole a few glances at her. If Qin Baobao was here, the number of people who turned their heads would be even higher. Qin Ziyi was used to it. The only difference was that passers-by didn't look at them with sullen and indignant eyes like flowers stuck in cow dung. This time, there was more or less a feeling of a perfect match. Firstly, Qin Ziyi's appearance had improved. Secondly, Zhong Yue was slightly inferior to Qin Baobao. Qin Ziyi had a set of beauty grading standards. From a professional point of view, it was based on appearance, figure, skin, and many other indicators. Qin Baobao, 9 points. He had always felt that beauties with 10 points didn't exist. Of course, this was under the situation where temper was not taken into consideration. Otherwise, his sister would fail. Wang Zijin, 8, 5 points. The young lady from the capital, in terms of figure and appearance, was inferior to Qin Baobao. As for Zhong Yue, Qin Ziyi gave her 8 points. 8 points was the watershed of a goddess, and only after 8 points could she be considered a goddess. After eating dessert, they strolled around aimlessly, taking it as a walk. Zhong Yue was much kinder than Qin Bao. She didn't use this opportunity to cheat Qin Ziyi. If it were Qin Bao, she would definitely buy all kinds of things and squeeze him dry of his living expenses. Elder sister's philosophy was, younger brother's things are elder sisters, and elder sister's things are still elder sisters. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the Bund, by the Huangpu River. On a hot summer day, the cool breeze blew gently. Zhong Yue smoothed her hair that was messed up by the wind and smiled. When I first came to Shanghai, I would go to the Bund every few days to enjoy the breeze and the scenery. After a while, I felt that there was nothing new about it. You're from Chongming, right? Qin Ziyi asked. Yes. Zhong Yue nodded. During my grandfather's generation, Chongming was not part of Shanghai yet. I know. It's from Sioux City. At that time, Chongming was very poor. Even now, my family is not rich. When I was young, I only had 4 sets of clothes a year. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter clothes had to be kept well for the spring festival. Zhong Yue stood by the river and looked back with a smile. I also have a younger brother. He's 2 years younger than you, but he's not as successful and not as handsome as you. If Qin Bao heard this, she would definitely laugh her head off. Qin Ziyi laughed. Zhong Yue couldn't help but laugh. When I was in junior high school, I had a dream. Zhong Yue stood there and tilted her head. I wanted to study hard and leave Chongming. I wanted to earn money so that my parents wouldn't have to work so hard. Then, I wanted to find a reliable man who was outstanding and loved me. It didn't matter if I didn't have money. I could work hard with him. We would buy a house in Shanghai and pay the mortgage. We would have children and give them the best education and growing environment. That's not just a dream. Don't argue with me. I'm talking about life and my heart with you. All right. So, has your dream come true? Almost. I have found a man I like. He loves me a lot and is outstanding. Yes, he is almost as outstanding as you. Qin Ziyi almost burst out laughing. You're just blatantly flattering me. Zhong Yue giggled. Our savings are almost there. The year after next year, we will have enough for the down payment. But my family wants to buy a house in Shanghai for my brother as his wedding home. My parents wanted to borrow money from me, but I don't want to. Qin Ziyi listened quietly and did not interrupt. I am not young anymore. I am 25 years old. A woman's best years are over. I need to buy a house and get married soon. Cheng Yi and I had already bought some money from the bank. It's not convenient for us to take it out. I have been working for 2 years and had remitted tens of thousands of RMB to my family. I am the one who pays for my brother's living expenses. He has just started university and it's still early for him to buy a house. It's not too late to buy a house in a few years. Qin Zi shook his head and laughed. The property prices in Shanghai were not easy to buy. If you can afford it, it's better to buy it as soon as possible. But he did not approve of Zhong Yue lending her hard-earned savings to her brother to buy a house. It's understandable for a man to rely on his parents. But why should he rely on his sister? You want to get married, but I don't want to get married. You want to buy a house, so I have to give you all my savings? It doesn't make sense. You locals are the best. You don't have to worry about the mortgage. Hey, you still have a chance. What? I have a car and a house. I am your best friend. Zhong Yue, hurry up and get rid of your boyfriend. Qin Zi tempted her. If you are with me, you can save 10 years of hard work. That's true. Zhong Yue squinted her eyes and said with a smile, but I'm not a fickle person. Who asked me to have a boyfriend before we met? My first love is my home. TSK, how beautiful. We are not fated to be together. Qin Zi nodded. He took out a cigarette and handed it to her. The two of them stood by the river and puffed out smoke. I also have a dream, Qin Zi suddenly said after a while. Zhong Yue asked instinctively, what dream? Qin Zi said slowly, I have a dream. I dream that one day, the valleys will be closed, the mountains will be leveled, the roads will be leveled, and the winding roads will be cleared. The glory of God will appear again, and all the living beings in the world will worship. Before he could finish, Zhong Yue interrupted him with a smile. Come on, this is Martin Luther King's representative work, I have a dream. Qin Zi said helplessly, don't expose me. You are so cultured. Ha ha ha, Qin Zi, you are so interesting. I like you so much. No, I don't want to be a woman's friend. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Zi sent Zhong Yue to the subway station and wandered around alone. Unknowingly, he walked back to the Bund and stood by the river looking at the Oriental Pearl Tower. After being alone for half an hour, he wanted to go home. He counted the time with his fingers. Qin Bao Bao should be on her way home from work. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. It was his sister. Qin Zi, where did you go? Zijin said you were not at home the whole afternoon. I was playing outside with Zhong Yue. I just sent her to the subway station. I am coming back now. His sister's voice suddenly became unfriendly. What's so fun about you and her? Where is her boyfriend? I think he went on a business trip. I am telling you, don't try anything funny. I know. Qin Zi rolled his eyes. After saying that, Qin Zi stared blankly. A woman walked over from the river. She was wearing a fashion brand that Qin Zi could not recognize. There were not many women who could catch his eye these days. This woman's age made it impossible for him to guess. He felt that she could be 25 years old in her prime or 30 years old in her charm. Of course, she was very beautiful. She was elegant, sat upright, and demure. Qin Zi sharply sensed that she had a sharp aura. The woman carried her handbag and passed by Qin Zi with an expressionless face. What are you waiting for? Are you back yet? His sister's impatient voice came from the phone. I will be back soon. Sister, you can go to the supermarket to buy some groceries. I am afraid that I will be late. You only know how to be lazy. His sister complained and hung up. Qin Zi put the phone back in his pocket and looked at the woman's back reluctantly. For strong men dressed in black suits had blocked the woman's path. The woman who shocked Qin Zi seemed to be quite angry. She pointed at the strong men and cursed. The brawny men were unmoved and firmly blocked her way. A typical bully harassing a good woman on the street. Qin Zi's heart began to overflow. Without thinking, he rushed over at a speed of 100 meters. When the 4 brawny men saw him rushing over, they were obviously stunned. Before they could react, one of them was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away by Qin Zi's kick. Suddenly angry, the remaining 3 rushed up. Last time at the entrance of the internet cafe, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Qin Ziyi had learned his lesson by randomly punching the old master to death. At the same time, he called out to the system in his mind, "Help me exchange for an intermediate fighting skill. Intermediate fighting technique, 150 points to exchange. Confirm exchange? Confirm." To exchange skills, you don't have to open the store. You can also exchange skills by reading out the name of the skill. Qin Ziyi recently discovered this small function. Qin Ziyi's mind rumbled. A huge amount of knowledge surged into his brain. His brain had a moment of dizziness. Enlightenment had a certain impact on the brain. Beginner skills were negligible. Intermediate skills would cause a short moment of dizziness. Advanced skills had the most obvious effect, at least 5 seconds of dizziness. He was very experienced, so he opened up a certain distance in advance to give himself some buffer time. After a moment of dizziness, he saw a man in black rush to the front and punch his face. Qin Ziyi lowered his waist and lowered his head to avoid the punch. At the same time, his right fist suddenly hit the man in black's abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound. The man in black staggered back, holding his abdomen and retching. Qin Ziyi wanted to finish the job, but the other 2 men in black had already rushed over. One of them waved a big hand and greeted Qin Ziyi's face with great force. It was enough to slap Qin Ziyi to the wall. The other man flew up and kicked Qin Ziyi's abdomen with great force. Qin Ziyi was attacked from both the top and the bottom. If it was before he exchanged for fighting skills, he would have no choice but to retreat. Relying on the fighting skills that he had obtained from the Enlightenment, he lowered his waist again and dodged the incoming slap. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched the bare feet of the guy who had kicked his lower abdomen. Another muffled sound. The man held his foot and fell to the ground. His face was pale. His rich combat experience told him that his bone was broken. Qin Ziyi straightened his spine, tightened his leg muscles, and jumped up. With a fierce knee strike, he finished off the last man in black. In just a few seconds, he successfully knocked down 4 strong men. In addition to the blessing of the intermediate fighting skills, the most important thing was that his strength, speed, reaction, and toughness had increased. In wuxia terms, Qin Ziyi was a master of both internal and external martial arts. The men in black were boorish men who walked the path of external martial arts. Qin Ziyi saw a beautiful woman with a good temperament walking towards him. He smiled and dusted off the non-existent dust. He would not leave after finishing his work. "Who are you?" The woman stared at him with a sense of scrutiny. Who would question the name of their savior? This question was not easy to answer. He couldn't say, "I am Qin Ziyi. I saw injustice on the road and pulled out my sword to help." Qin Ziyi glanced at the men who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He smiled and said, "Are you okay? Do you want to call the police?" The woman shook her head. "No need." Chapter 52. These fellows groaned and groaned as they crawled up. They glared at Qin Ziyi with malice in their eyes. As they fled, they didn't say anything like "just you wait," otherwise Qin Ziyi would have chased after them and given them a good beating. The woman invited Qin Ziyi to a coffee shop on both sides of the river. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Nan Man Pei." The woman picked up her coffee elegantly. "Those guys are my ex-husband's henchmen. Thank you for helping me solve the problem." "Qin Ziyi, are you a martial artist?" The woman smiled. "I've practiced for a few years." Qin Ziyi nodded. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as a few years. You've also practiced internal martial arts." Nan Man Pei hit the nail on the head. Qin Ziyi was horrified. He always felt that this woman had an aggressive spirit, although her elegant and quiet temperament covered it well. Well, the specific feeling was like when Qin Ziyi was a student, facing his father, he was a little reserved and afraid. He wasn't afraid, but he was definitely cautious. She was a queen-type young woman. Qin Ziyi labeled her in his heart. "Qin Ziyi, where do you live?" "I'm a local." "How old are you?" 23. The woman pondered for a moment. "You haven't graduated from university, but you're doing an internship, right?" "Yes. I haven't found a job yet, so I'm idle at home." Which school are you studying at? The University of Finance and Economics. The woman took another sip of coffee, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and straightened her graceful body. She was wearing loose clothes, so Chinzi couldn't estimate her chest size, but it shouldn't be small. How could a young woman not have breasts? Are you interested in working in my company? Chinzi knew what the woman was going to say as soon as she opened her mouth. She subconsciously straightened her back and crossed her arms in front of her chest. It was a standard interviewer's action, or a leader's action of looking down at his subordinates. You want me to be a security guard? Chinzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll keep the manager position for you. Train for a year and a half before you get promoted. The woman wasn't discouraged. Chinzi said in his heart, I'm a top undergraduate student. I don't have any objections if you want me to be a security guard. Anyway, I'm just muddling along. I'm just afraid that if the old man gets angry, he'll pretend that he doesn't have a son like me. How about this? Forget about the internship. Once you join the company, I'll give you the salary and benefits of a manager. 30,000 yuan a month, plus insurance and housing. The bonus will be calculated separately. Let me think about it. Chinzi declined politely. Nan Man Pei chuckled and asked the waiter for a pen and paper. The two exchanged numbers and left. Chinzi sat in a cafe, reminiscing Pei Nan Man's every frown and smile. His phone rang, and his sister sent him a voice message. Chinzi, are you coming back or not? The time was 1920. The evening breeze blew gently. Nan Man Pei gazed at the cafe with a faint smile on his face. He's so young, but his already cultivated inner force. Wednesday. Star Art Entertainment, 9 in the morning. Qin Bao Bao drove to the company and drank a cup of warm water. Then, she began her daily dance training and pronunciation training. Dancing was a necessary skill for a singer. Although it wasn't as good as before, where singing required dancing. But when shooting a music video or in other situations, it would be useful. Especially for a beautiful and hot female singer like Qin Bao Bao, it would be a waste if she didn't dance. Also, dancing could train her lung capacity. Pronunciation training was also necessary for new singers. You couldn't just go on stage and sing just because you could sing. Who didn't know how to sing? But professional singers were different from ordinary people. There were many ways to open, close, enunciate, breathe. After the dance training, the girls in the dance room gathered together and chatted. Everyone was wearing tight dance costumes, tall and beautiful. It was a scene that the male staff yearned for. Qin Bao Bao twisted open her thermos flask and gulped down a mouthful of warm water. In the past, she drank the herbal tea made by her brother. But these days, she was angry with Chinzi and said a lot of outrageous things. For example, I don't want you to write songs anymore, you loser. The reason was that Chinzi was especially attentive to Wang Zijin these days and ignored his sister's feelings. Sister Qin, you sang so well. You're so good, I'm almost becoming your fan. Who wrote your songs? Aya, Sister Qin said it was written by her brother. Sister Qin, don't forget about us when you become famous. At this time, Qin Bao Bao was surrounded by a group of girls chattering. It was unknown how many of them were sincere and how many of them were faking it. 11 o'clock in the morning. In an office. Bao Bao, the response to your show is very good. Now, it's very popular online and everyone is talking about you. The company's public relations has decided to promote you as the Queen of Love Songs. As long as you continue to sing a few love songs, this title will be confirmed. Qin Bao Bao sat on a comfortable slide chair and listened to the chatter of the woman beside her. The woman in a black office lady's suit in front of her was called Li Yanhong. She was the agent assigned to her by the company. Don't get me wrong, she wasn't a gold or silver agent. She didn't have this kind of treatment. Sister Li, when will Master Gongming arrive? I have to record the show tomorrow. Qin Bao Bao impatiently interrupted the woman's endless chatter. Li Yanhong was 32 years old. She had been in the agent circle for 7 or 8 years. She had a lot of small artists under her, but none of them were famous. A few days ago, the company asked her to take care of the newcomer Qin Bao Bao. She was unwilling. Who knew that Qin Bao Bao would become famous overnight? Although she had just started, her fame and potential had already surpassed the group of mediocre fans under her. Li Yanhong felt that she had finally turned from a daughter-in-law into a mother-in-law, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. These days, she was very concerned about Qin Bao Bao. She looked after Qin Bao Bao like a newborn sapling. After Qin Bao Bao finished her dance practice, she called for a masseuse to massage her shoulders, back, hands, and feet. She earnestly told her that she had to pay attention to the muscle massage after dancing practice. Otherwise, it would be stiff. When Qin Bao Bao coughed, she asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to take a cold medicine?" No, cold medicine has side effects. I'll make you a bowl of red cabbage soup." In short, she was closer than her own daughter. "Master Gongming will be here soon. Songwriters often stay up all night to write. You can't expect their biological clocks to be normal," Li Yanhong said. "Oh." Qin Bao Bao frowned. Xu Gongming was a songwriter trained by the company. He was very famous in the circle and had written many excellent songs. At his peak, he was the exclusive songwriter of the kings and queens. Things like talent were always less and less. It was inevitable that he would run out of talent. Otherwise, the company would not let Xu Gongming write songs for Qin Bao Bao. But now it was Wednesday. She would record the show tomorrow and broadcast the day after tomorrow. She did not even see the shadow of a new song. Qin Bao Bao was about to die from anxiety. "Don't worry, wait a little longer. I'll make you a cup of tea." As Li Yanhong said, she took the tea leaves from the cabinet and walked to the water dispenser. Her phone rang. She immediately turned back. When she saw the caller ID, she smiled and waved it in front of Qin Bao Bao. "It's Master Gongming. I said don't worry, aren't you here now?" "Hello, Master Gongming. Hey, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a few days. I just wanted to ask if you have any good works recently. I have a female artist in my hands. She sings very well. She's a good seedling. The company also told you." Yes, her name is Qin Bao Bao." "What did you say?" The smile on Li Yanhong's face suddenly froze. Her voice became anxious. "No, why can't I write? Didn't you agree a few days ago? The company also informed you." No, I don't mean to use the company to pressure you. Hey, please help me." I hung up. Li Yanhong put down the phone, her chest heaving up and down in anger. "What's wrong?" Qin Bao Bao's heart sank. "The songwriting matter has fallen through," Li Yanhong said dejectedly. "Fell through?" Qin Bao Bao stood up and shouted anxiously. "Didn't we agree that he would be responsible for my songs in the future?" "Oh, he said he won't write anymore? Even the company's words are useless. It's not Master Gongming's problem." Li Yanhong sighed. Xu Lu is going to release an album next month. She still owes a few songs. She's not satisfied with all the composers. So, when she heard that Master Gongming has a new work, she wants to go over. Qin Bao Bao didn't say a word. Her charming pink face was gloomy. Xu Lu was a popular actress promoted by the company. She also debuted as a singer. Later, she switched to the film and television industry. In recent years, she had reached a bottleneck in the film and television industry, so she fought in the music industry again to promote her stagnant fame. There was nothing to say. Xu Lu was an A-list celebrity and one of the company's signature artists. If she intercepted Qin Bao Bao's new song, no one would say anything. Even if she went to make a fuss, the company's position would be on Xu Lu's side. She had to take this loss even if she didn't want to. "Bao Bao, forget it. She's an A-list celebrity. Let's not fight with her. It's not necessary." Qin Bao Bao's face darkened and she didn't say anything. The new song they agreed on was ruined just like that. What could she do? Replace it with other songs? Compete with those popular singers? She didn't need to think to know that she couldn't win. What she relied on was the novelty and surprise of her original songs. Singing skills were secondary. Did this mean that the first show of her life was over? "Xu Lu wants to kick me off the stage." After a long time, Qin Baobao calmed down and said faintly. Li Hongyang warned her. It's okay to say this in private, but don't spread it. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and got up to leave. Hey, where are you going? I want to be alone. Qin Baobao left without looking back. Chapter 53. Following the gentle curve of the ups and downs of the country. The central plains of love, the northern kingdoms and Jiangnan. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that God has bestowed upon me. Being a man with courage, being a man without fear. Heroism never changes, year after year. Being a man with bitterness and sweetness, separated by good and evil. Are all for the tomorrow in the dream. Watching the iron hooves trample over thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. Standing at the cusp of the storm, holding the sun and the moon spinning. In the well-equipped recording studio, Qin Baobao sang at the top of her lungs until her voice was hoarse. But her voice was soft and magnetic, unable to express the passion and heroism in the song. It was indeed difficult for her to sing such a generous and heroic song with a charming voice that made men slightly hard. Qin Baobao sang several times, but she was still not satisfied. She drank a mouthful of water to moisten her throat and panted slightly. The young man in charge of tuning stood up excitedly, clapped his hands, and gave Qin Baobao a thumbs up through the soundproof glass. Delete it for me. Qin Baobao walked out of the recording studio dispiritedly. Back in her exclusive office, Qin Baobao became angrier and more aggrieved as she thought about it. She grabbed her phone and sent a message to her younger brother. Sister's new song has been intercepted. She added a pounding the ground and crying emoji. After waiting for a long time, without waiting for her younger brother's reply, Qin Baobao sent another message with a tearful emoji. A's? After waiting for a long time, Qin Zedi's message came belatedly. Oh, I'm making desserts for Sister Ziwei. Okay, let's talk tonight. Qin Baobao was already aggrieved and angry, and she really wanted to hear her younger brother's comfort. But now, she only felt an inexplicable anger rush to her heart, and she wanted to sweep all the things on the table to the ground. Damn it, who's the real sister here? Qin Baobao's chest heaved up and down violently. She directly dialed Qin Zedi's number and said loudly, Qin Zi, come over. I'll wait for you at the company. Office B Block 2501. On the other end of the phone, Qin Zi said in a confused voice, why would I go to your company? Besides, I have to make desserts. Qin Baobao interrupted him with a sobbing voice. Cut the crap. Come here. After a short silence, Qin Zi faintly said, oh. He was a little angry that his sister was too willful. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zi arrived at Xingyi Building and went to the 25th floor according to the address. The receptionist called Qin Bao to confirm and let him in. Walking in the long corridor, when he passed by the pantry, he heard two girls whispering, I heard that the company originally arranged a songwriting teacher for Qin Baobao, but Shu Lu intercepted him. I also heard about it. Now, let's see how she will be in the limelight on the stage of I Am a Singer. We are all artists of the same year. Why is she treated better than us? Humph, she probably slept with some leader. Look at her foxy appearance. I don't believe that no leader slept with her. So what if she slept with a leader? Shu Lu is an A-lister. If you want her song, does she dare to say no? She doesn't even dare to fart. She hasn't been out of the office for the whole afternoon. You don't know how much hatred she has in her heart. Ha ha ha. Sure, lower your voice. Someone is coming. Qin Zedi's eyes and ears were now very sharp, and he heard every word without missing a single detail. He immediately knew what Qin Baobao had encountered. Qin Zi found the office according to the room number and pushed the door in. Qin Baobao was sitting on a big chair at this time. Her slender legs were crossed. Her left hand was on her lower abdomen and her right hand was holding a cup of strong tea. Seeing him come in, Qin Baobao put down the teacup. Her bright eyes flashed with a touch of joy. She said happily, You're here. Qin Zi sneered. You're quite a big shot. What's the matter that a big star wants to summon me, an ordinary person? Qin Baobao has always been a bright person. She coughed and said lightly, It's nothing. I just want you to write a song. If you have it, quickly take it out. No. Qin Ziyi turned and left. He was really angry. He was halfway through the dessert and was called over by her. Now she wants his song? Why didn't she think of this when she scolded him the day before yesterday? Qin Bao Bao saw that he was going to leave. She suddenly became anxious. She ran over in high heels and hugged his right arm that was holding the door handle. She said angrily, "How can you be like this? Sister is in big trouble. Why don't you help me? Why are you leaving? Someone vowed the day before yesterday that she would no longer use the lousy song I wrote. She just turned her head and forgot it." Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. "Stingy person, I apologize. I still have a grudge with sister." "Well, I forgive you." Qin Ziyi nodded. "But I really don't have a song. Sorry, I can't help you. Don't be like this. Let sister kiss you." Qin Bao Bao saw that apologizing was useless. She immediately said that she wanted to kiss Qin Ziyi. Sister's trick. Qin Ziyi frowned and avoided his sister's kiss. He said impatiently, "I have to go back and make desserts for Sister Ziwei. You called me all the way here for no reason. Are you crazy?" He scolded Qin Bao Bao and shook off his sister's hand. He opened the door and was about to go out. Before leaving, Qin Ziyi turned around to take a look, and what he saw left him stunned. Qin Bao Bao stood at the door with tears streaming down her face. Qin Ziyi was suddenly at a loss. Although his sister often threw tantrums, her verbal skills were not as good as Qin Ziyi's, and she was often suppressed in martial arts, but her tenacity was very strong. After suffering a defeat, she would whine for a while, but in the next moment, she would return to normal. She basically never cried in front of him. She even cried like an abandoned kitten. Qin Ziyi walked back to the office and closed the door. "Why are you crying?" After the door closed, Qin Bao Bao seemed to have no scruples. She cried and choked. "Go away, go away. I don't want the song you wrote. I don't want it. Let's break off all ties today and never talk to each other again." "What are you talking about?" Qin Ziyi did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Qin Bao Bao, if you do this, I will really be angry." "Oh, you can be angry, but I can't be angry. You mocked me too much that day. You mocked me in front of Sister Ziwei. I don't want to lose face. Now you called me here just because of a lousy song. Your new song was intercepted by someone else. Are you blaming me?" A few days ago, his sister had a small conflict with him. In front of Wang Zijin, she mercilessly mocked Qin Ziyi. If it was in the past, it would be fine. Anyway, they were used to quarreling. But there was Wang Zijin, whom he had a good impression of, beside him. Qin Ziyi felt that he could not accept it. Qin Bao Bao also felt strange. Whenever Wang Zijin was beside him, she would try her best to mock her brother. She wished that he was a salted fish. Qin Bao Bao squatted on the ground and cried with a face full of tears. "If you have a temper, you can leave. Don't worry about me. You heartless bad thing. Sister is so good to you. You just feel a little angry and put on airs in front of me. Sob, sob, sob. You have only known Wang Zijin for a few days, but you can't wait to stick to her. Sob, 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 sob. You don't know how wronged I am. My song was stolen, and I can't throw a tantrum. I have to endure it. I tell you, but you don't comfort me. You only know how to make desserts for Zijin." The more she cried, the sadder she became. She was out of breath, and snot and tears flowed down her face. Qin Ziyi softened his tone. "Okay, I was wrong, okay? Don't cry. I'll help you write a song. No, I can give you as many as you want." With Qin Bao Bao's temperament, she would dare to open a dye shop if you gave her some face. The more you coaxed her, the harder she cried. Besides, she really suffered today. Her brother didn't love her anymore. She was very sad. Qin Ziyi reached out to pull her up. He tried several times, but he couldn't pull her up. Her beautiful face was a mess from crying, and her makeup was ruined. Helplessly, he carried his sister up and put her on the desk. He took out a few tissues and handed them to her. Qin Bao Bao grabbed the tissues, wiped her snot and tears, and continued to cry. Qin Ziyi suddenly remembered a joke on the internet about how to solve a woman's tears. The netizens said that the simplest way to solve a woman's crying problem was to throw her on the bed and *ck her until she cried. Fight poison with poison, stop crying with crying. Of course, Qin Ziyi couldn't do such a thing. He could only think about *king his sister until she cried. He couldn't even think about it. Therefore, he had to silently hand over the tissues and say nothing. One handed over the tissues attentively, and the other wouldn't stop crying until the end of time. After half an hour of torment, Qin Baobao finally dried up her tears, but she still refused to give up. She sobbed and sniffled, refusing to stop. "Sister, I'm wrong, really. Don't cry." Qin Ziyi sighed. "You're making me embarrassed." "What did you do wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong." Qin Baobao sobbed. "Sister is unhappy. It's my fault. As a brother, I didn't fulfill my responsibility to protect you. I didn't care about you. I neglected my duty. I deserve to die." Qin Ziyi had always been good at coaxing his sister. Seeing that his sister was almost done venting, he launched a sugar-coated attack. Anyway, she would say whatever she wanted. No matter how fake it was, the woman would automatically take it seriously. Qin Baobao's eyes were red. She said pitifully, "What about my song?" Yes, I'll write it for you now." "Really?" Qin Baobao's nose twitched, and she looked happy. She didn't expect Qin Ziyi to actually have a song. Originally, she just wanted to complain to Qin Ziyi and vent the grievances in her heart. However, Qin Ziyi ignored her and even said that he would make desserts for Wang Zijin. Her chest felt suffocated for no reason, and she exploded. Qin Baobao's beautiful face had just raised a smile, but it suddenly stopped. She stared with red eyes and said angrily, "Didn't you say you didn't have it? Didn't you say you didn't have it?" She pinched Qin Ziyi's waist. Qin Ziyi's mouth twitched. He had to endure the pain and smiled apologetically. "I just said it out of anger. You're a great person who doesn't hold a grudge against me, okay?" Qin Baobao sniffed. "Seeing that your attitude is good, I'll forgive you for now. What song do you want?" Qin Ziyi asked. Qin Baobao was stunned. Qin Ziyi looked at her. "How many songs do you have?" Qin Baobao had always been smart. She immediately noticed Qin Ziyi's slip of the tongue. "Not many. I'm just afraid that it won't meet your requirements." Qin Ziyi tried to salvage the situation. "Love songs." Qin Baobao thought for a while and felt that the title of Queen of Love Songs was not bad. "Okay, where are the pen and paper? I'll write it for you." Qin Ziyi suddenly froze. In his mind. Ding. Task hint, help Qin Baobao become the overall champion of I Am a Singer. 500 points will be rewarded if successful. Points will be deducted if failed. What's wrong? Qin Baobao saw her brother in a daze and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Qin Ziyi's face didn't look too good. His current balance, 378. Task reward, 500 points. Points will be deducted if failed. In other words, this time he could only succeed and not fail. There was no room for negotiation. If he failed, his points would go negative and the system would automatically disconnect him. He would become a vegetable. Game over. Chapter 54. On Friday, the second episode of I Am a Singer aired. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Qin Baobao, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, bent over and fiddled with the LCD TV. "Qin Ziyi, why isn't the TV fixed yet?" Qin Baobao asked sweetly. Her sister had been doing useless work for a long time. She was so tired that she was covered in sweat. The TV was not working at all. Qin Ziyi lay on the sofa and browsed through the forum. He said casually, "The mechanic said that it seems to be damaged somewhere." "Then why didn't he fix it?" Qin Baobao questioned. "He asked for 500 yuan. I didn't let him fix it. He paid him 50 yuan and sent him away." 500 yuan. Qin Baobao's heart ached. 500 yuan was enough for the three of them to eat for a week. Okay. When I become a big star in the future, I'll put dozens of TVs at home and let it break." Her sister threw herself on the sofa and put one leg on Wang Zijin's slender thigh. She said weakly, "So, we have to watch the online version again tonight?" Wang Zijin said weakly, "Bao Bao, can I sleep? I'm so tired today." Qin Bao Bao sat up and hugged Wang Zijin casually. "Tired? Today is Friday. Tomorrow is the weekend. You can sleep whenever you want." Wang Zijin cast a helpless look at Qin Ziyi. Qin Ziyi understood tacitly. "Oh, when did you start to look at each other? And in front of me?" Qin Bao Bao said sarcastically, "Zijin, my brother is very outstanding. Don't let others take advantage of him. I'll give him to you." Qin Ziyi coughed and changed the topic. "Sister, you're already on the show. Don't you have an appearance fee?" He felt that Qin Bao Bao was a very scheming girl. With Wang Zijin's personality, although she didn't dislike such jokes, it didn't mean that she didn't care. In fact, this girl was very concerned about her reputation and image. Well, this was a common problem for young ladies of noble families. She felt that having an affair with a man was a disgrace to her family's reputation. Therefore, they would subconsciously resist and even keep a distance from Qin Ziyi. If Qin Ziyi could see this, how could Qin Bao Bao not understand her best friend? His sister was praising him to death. He had sinister intentions. What the hell? What appearance fee? There's not a single cent, okay? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes, looking especially charming and beautiful. It's already a blessing for a newcomer like me to be able to participate in a variety show that's popular all over the country. How can I expect an appearance fee? However, as long as I take the opportunity to become famous, I will be a genuine star. By then, money will come in like a clatter. Qin Bao Bao beamed with joy, her eyes shining brightly. "I'll help you win the championship of this season." Qin Ziyi's casual tone fell into Qin Bao Bao's ears like a thunderclap. "A's." Qin Bao Bao screamed and pounced on Qin Ziyi like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Her face kept rubbing against his chest, and she babbled, "You really deserve to be my biological brother. What should I do? What should I do? You're so good to me. It's only a wonder that I can't repay you with my body." After this rescue and another firm victory over the opponent with Qin Ziyi's song, Qin Bao Bao admired her brother who she used to laugh at for being a good-for-nothing. She almost became Qin Ziyi's fangirl. Qin Ziyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he saw Wang Zijin's faint smile, he was embarrassed and pushed away his silly sister. "Okay, I'm also doing it for myself." Qin Bao Bao obviously misunderstood and was even happier. She touched his head and said, "Yes, my glory is your glory." Qin Ziyi laughed at himself and said, "My sister's fault is my fault. I always have an ominous feeling that I have to take the blame for Qin Bao Bao. The show is so popular, the song is so excellent, and Qin Bao Bao is so beautiful. Sooner or later, the old man will find out. It's impossible to hide it." Wang Zijin chuckled. "Crawstalk. What are you looking at?" Qin Bao Bao leaned over and peeped at Qin Ziyi's mobile phone. "I am a singer's official website, discussion, and post bar." Qin Ziyi laughed. Qin Bao Bao's face inexplicably turned red. She spat and sat on the sofa like a duck. She and Wang Zijin watched a small romantic film to kill time. Qin Bao Bao had also seen the forums and post bars related to the show. She was very concerned about the audience's evaluation of her and even deliberately searched for information related to Qin Bao. However, she obviously thought too much. She had just emerged and didn't have a hardcore fan club or a post bar for her. However, in the forums and comments of the show's official website, she saw a lot of inappropriate or hidden teasing comments. Qin Bao Bao was angry. She felt that Qin Ziyi was deliberately making fun of her. "Give me your phone. Don't look at it. Don't mess around. I'm studying the data." The two bickered for a while. Qin Bao Bao was subdued by her brother's force. She angrily watched the movie and ignored him. Qin Ziyi wasn't lying. Although he boasted of being an internet veteran and was keen on visiting post bars and forums, he was really studying the data. He was studying Qin Bao Bao's data. Through the number of mentions of Qin Bao Bao in the comments, her online search volume, compared with the comments of other singers, and so on, he could infer his sister's popularity. He had read a book called The Age of Big Data. It said that in the 21st century, everything could be digitized. The importance of data was irreplaceable in all walks of life. Through data, you could discover and study a lot of things. In layman's terms, two game characters, comparing their HP, MP, attack power, magic power, etc., could determine the gap between them. How confident were you in defeating your opponent, and what aspects of your shortcomings needed to be improved? The real elites of society knew how to use data. It was just that the gap between them was a bit big. Qin Bao Bao was stubbornly bronze, while her opponent started from platinum. He hadn't met a king yet. Qin Zi felt that he had no way out. He had to help his sister win the championship of I Am a Singer. Otherwise, he would be obliterated by the system. Being in a vegetative state was no different from being obliterated. 12 o'clock. The show started. The familiar music sounded. It was the beginning of the 5-cent special effects. Then the show entered the main theme. The host, Yin Jiao, appeared on camera. The background was the show's backstage hall. All the singers were gathered here. They were drinking and chatting in low voices. Of course, the drinks were a requirement for the advertisement. They just took a few symbolic sips. I Am a Singer, sponsored by Muscle Revitalization Cosmetics. I'm your host, Yin Jiao. Yin Jiao smiled sweetly. Teachers, we meet again. A few of them greeted her with smiles. The camera was focused on Li Rongxing. The popular young actor said modestly, when I first accepted this show, my team, including me, felt that there was no problem. It was a sure thing. But after the last episode, I don't have that confidence anymore. The program team is too awesome. Brother Huang, Sister Chen, Teacher Hong, all of them are big shots. But from another point of view, it's a good thing. It's a challenge. Yes, I'll seek victory through stability. I guarantee that I won't be eliminated. I hope I can persevere until the end to fight for the championship. Next was Hong Jingyao, Huang Yuting, Chen Xiaotong. Qin Ziyi turned his head and said to Wang Zijin, Sister Tissue, how's your job? Are you used to it? Wang Zijin looked at the TV seriously. She was too lazy to correct Qin Ziyi's pronunciation mistakes. She casually replied, It's okay. I'm doing more and talking less. I'm following the rules. I still don't know what kind of job it is. I'm an editor in an online media company. You see. Shock department or silence department? Wang Zijin looked away from the screen and looked at him blankly. What? Obviously, she didn't get Qin Ziyi's joke. Amazing. You can even enter a media company. Qin Ziyi was full of admiration. This is nothing. Zijin graduated from Peking University's Chinese department. She's a professional and is as beautiful as your sister. Which company wouldn't fight to get her? Qin Bao Bao interrupted. I wonder who was almost eliminated by Star Art. Qin Ziyi exposed his sister's scar. Qin Bao Bao suddenly turned her head, puffed up her cheeks, and snorted. I won't lower myself to your level. Zijin, let's watch the show. Ignore him. In the show, it was Qin Bao Bao's scene. Teacher Li Rongxing already has a lot of confidence. I don't even have the confidence to win through stability. Yin Jiao's voice was heard. I'm curious. Bao Bao, did you come with an original song this time? Yes. Qin Bao Bao's smile was impeccable. Several singers were slightly moved. Wow, I'm looking forward to it. I believe the audience in front of the TV is also looking forward to it. Yin Jiao's voice paused for a moment before she smiled. I have another question. A personal question. Qin Bao Bao smiled elegantly and nodded. From what I know, you're a newcomer to Star Art Entertainment. Based on my many years of experience in the industry, a newcomer can't possibly get a lot of resources from the company. You have to know that your last 2 songs were both top quality. A popular singer like you wouldn't have many top quality songs. Yin Jiao curiously asked. I told you. My brother wrote it for me. Qin Bao Bao said seriously. Yin Jiao smiled bitterly and shook her head. To be honest, I went back and did some research. There's no master songwriter named Qin Ziyi in the industry. Your brother wrote the song? Who are you kidding? How old is your brother? She had witnessed the growth of many celebrities, including songwriters. The road to fame was long and tortuous. Talented people would gradually stand out. Usually, they would become famous with a single song, and then their masterpieces would be released intermittently over the years. How could two top-quality songs pop out at once? It didn't make sense. Unless it was a long-planned star-making plan. But this required a lot of resources. These two top-quality songs were worth a lot. She didn't believe that Star Art Entertainment would invest a lot of resources to promote Qin Bao Bao, unless Qin Bao Bao was the lover of one of the company's executives. Yin Jiao wouldn't say these words. She asked this not only out of curiosity, but also to arouse the audience's curiosity. Qin Bao Bao appeared on camera and the bullet screen popped up. We meet again, my goddess. Qin Bao Bao, I missed you so much. In my dreams, I saw you in my dreams. Everyone, sing with me. Get the tissues ready. Qin Bao Bao is a true goddess. I love you so much. After Yin Jiao asked this question, the bullet screen suddenly heated up. What brother? Why don't I believe it? Brother, I'm not taking the blame for this. Yin Jiao said there's no such person in the industry. Damn, this is a bit too much information. Could this Qin Bao Bao be working for some big shot in the entertainment industry? F***ck, I just believed in love and now I'm disappointed. In front of the computer, Qin Bao Bao was focused on reading the bullet screen. Her face darkened and tears welled up in her eyes. What's wrong with them? They think so negatively of people. Because you're too beautiful, Qin Ziyi said. His sister puffed up her chest. Is it my fault that I'm beautiful? I don't want to be so beautiful. Wang Zijin and Qin Ziyi rolled their eyes. Qin Ziyi said, Qin Bao Bao, you'll get beaten up for saying this. Chapter 55. Next, let me invite the last singer. Why don't you guys guess who she is? Backstage, Yin Jiao turned around and said as she walked. Who is it? Who is the replacement singer? I'm looking forward to it. Which teacher is it? If the program can invite a heavenly king or queen, I'll be impressed. Don't even think about a heavenly king. The appearance fee is so high. Not necessarily. The appearance fee is based on the number of appearances. It won't cost much to invite a heavenly king and then eliminate him. Are you kidding me? Once a heavenly king goes on stage, he'll be swept clean. Who can compete with him? Besides, if that's the case, why would a heavenly king come? Where did your IQ go? The bullet screen was very lively. Although the program was already broadcast on TV, not everyone was watching it. People nowadays preferred to watch it on their phones or computers. They wouldn't even touch the TV. Yin Jiao knocked on the door. A young woman with long wavy hair opened the door and greeted her with a smile. Hi. Hello, teacher Xuemai. Hello, Yin Jiao. The two women shook hands warmly. Xuemai was only a C-list actress. She wasn't very famous, but Yin Jiao was very friendly to her. The reason was that Xuemai's husband, Li Xuegang, was a big shot in the music industry and one of the pioneers of the rock industry. In terms of fame, he was even better than Huang Yuteng. Xuemai was in her late 20s, while Li Xuegang was almost 40. They were almost 10 years apart. In the entertainment industry, it was common for an old man to have a young wife. There were even some who had a 20-year age gap. Xuemai was a model. After marrying Li Xuegang, she relied on her husband's connections in the entertainment industry to debut as a singer. Later, she transferred to the entertainment industry and barely made it to the C-list. Teacher Xuemai, you have a good attitude. You're not nervous at all, Yin Jiao said with a smile. It's okay. But the newcomer on your program isn't nervous. Why should I be? Xuemai shrugged casually. I don't know how to respond to that. Yin Jiao could only smile. The bullet screen, yo, you're quite arrogant. The newcomer isn't nervous, so you're not nervous? Okay, no problem. At least Qin Bao Bao's singing is good, and her songs are even better. Xuemai, where do you get your confidence from? I'm disappointed. Although Xuemai is pretty, she can't be compared to Qin Bao Bao. Her face is 2 grades lower, and her figure is 1 grade lower. A woman who doesn't even have a 36D is still a woman. Puff, mother *kur, I'm a woman. I just don't have a 36D. What's wrong with that? China woman, are you crazy? 36D is not a human, it's a cow. Of course, there were also many people who supported Shui Mai. Those who mocked and ridiculed her were only a minority. As a C-list celebrity, her popularity was definitely not something that Qin Bao Bao could compare with. Yin Jiao pretended to be curious and said, I heard that teacher Shui Mai came prepared this time and prepared a secret weapon for everyone. Can you tell me? Sure. Shui Mai nodded and said confidently, my husband wrote a few songs for me. Since I'm quite free, I decided to challenge myself on your show. Wow, teacher Shui Gang's new song? Rock and roll? Yin Jiao was pleasantly surprised. No, I can't sing rock and roll. It's a love song. Shui Mai said with a happy face, my husband wrote a love song for me. I plan to release an album before the end of the year. All the songs were written by him. As everyone knows, my husband sings rock and roll. Love songs are not his forte. So I want to test it out on I Am a Singer. Yin Jiao smiled and said, let's wait and see. The comments exploded. Li Shuigang's new work, I'm looking forward to it. Idol's work must be the best. It's full of highlights. Compared to Qin Bao Bao's original song, I'm more looking forward to teacher Li's love song. Rock and roll love song? Don't joke. Rock and love songs are two different fields. You're rocking passionately while singing a love song with deep feelings? That's right. It's scary to be uneducated. Rock and love songs are completely different. Li Shuigang dotes on his wife too much. I'm jealous. 666 Fast forward, I want to hear Li Shuigang's new song. Rock and roll stars enter the field of love songs. Prince of love songs, Tremble. Li Shuigang is famous in the music industry. His rock and roll songs are popular in the south of the country. But love songs and rock and roll songs are different. I don't have much hope. In front of the computer, Qin Ziyi looked at the comments and the corner of his mouth raised. Who said that rock songs and love songs were different fields? Yes, he also thought so before he listened to the music library in the store. The system had refreshed his worldview. The stored music library was simply massive. There were songs from the parallel universe, and there were many rock and love songs in it. Qin Bao Bao sneered. This woman is stirring up trouble. I don't like her, so I'll KO her in the first round. Qin Ziyi rolled his eyes and said, hey, you're spoiling the show. How can we watch the show like this? Sister Ziwei, let's go back to the house and sleep. Okay. Wang Zijin was quite cooperative. She got up and was about to go back to the house. Actually, neither of them wanted to watch the show. They were sleepy and didn't want to stay up late. Qin Bao Bao panicked and knocked Wang Zijin down on the sofa. Then she pounced on Qin Ziyi and rode him. Don't go, don't go. Watch it with me. It's not time for me to show off yet. Wang Zijin, if you don't watch it, I'll break up with you. Qin Ziyi raised his hand and said, I'm not afraid of you breaking up with me. Please let me go back to sleep. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and said something in his ear. Qin Ziyi immediately admitted defeat and said, I'll accompany you until the end of time. I'll just smile. Qin Bao Bao whispered, I'll tell Zijin that you secretly did strange things with my underwear. Qin Ziyi, who was caught red-handed, angrily glanced at his sister's deep white cleavage. He wanted to take revenge. Qin Bao Bao, who was sensitive, immediately noticed. She hit her brother's head with her hand and stood up with a red face. In the show, the singers began to draw lots. Hong Jingyaro was a senior, so everyone recommended him to be the first to draw lots. He shrugged helplessly and drew number 3. Huang Yuteng was the second to draw number 2. Chen Xiaotong said, number 3. When it was Li Rongxing's turn, he was very nervous. But he was abandoned by the goddess of luck today and drew number 2. No, why am I number 2? I don't want to fight with brother Huang. Li Rongxing held his head and kept shouting no. The other singers laughed. Yin Jiao blinked. There are only 2 numbers 1 left in the box. There's no need for the 2 of you to draw. Shui Mai glanced at Qin Bao Bao. There's no need to draw. Qin Bao Bao kept smiling. Yin Jiao said, "This draw is very interesting. Both of you came with original songs. Last week, we saw the quality of Qin Bao Bao's songs. Teacher Shui Mai also has a great god behind her. Who is better? I can't wait to start the competition now." Shui Mai said in a confident and indifferent tone, "I believe in my husband's talent and my own strength." The cameraman deliberately turned the camera to Qin Bao Bao. Appropriate verbal confrontation was a big selling point of the variety show. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. "I also believe in my brother's talent and my own strength." Shui Mai sneered. The bullet screen. Damn, these two women are going against each other. This is going to be interesting. I Am a Singer is a very real show. It's not like some variety shows, which are completely scripted and full of routines. I Am a Singer also has routines, but many of its details are authentic. It doesn't deliberately create contradictions, deliberately make a couple, or forcibly move people. In terms of appearance, I'm more inclined to Qin Bao Bao. But in terms of singing, I'm more inclined to Shui Mai. What a joke, her husband is Li Xuegang. I love watching women fight. To be honest, Qin Bao Bao has no hope. Although she sang 2 excellent songs, are excellent songs so common? If she can't perform as well as the first 2 songs, Shui Mai won't even need to KO her. Her popularity will plummet. The audience won't be able to accept such a contrast. That makes sense. Qin Bao Bao is a newcomer. She doesn't have a fan base. Unlike other singers, who perform poorly, everyone can understand and recognize their standards. There's nothing to compare. Qin Bao Bao is going to be eliminated. What a pity. It's a pity that such a beauty with big breasts and a big butt is eliminated. I haven't had enough. Even if she's beautiful and has a good figure, she's still going to be eliminated if she can't sing. To be honest, Qin Bao Bao's singing is good. Especially that voice. It makes me hard. But everyone here is a professional singer. Their singing is not bad. She's a newcomer. She's at a disadvantage. That's enough. She's a newcomer. It's rare that she can gain so much popularity. After this elimination, the company will definitely do a follow-up package. She should be able to become famous. On the stage, Yin Jiao said, "Let's welcome the first singer, Shui Mai." Applause sounded. The audience was in high spirits. They could clearly see the recording situation backstage through the big screen. They knew that Shui Mai came with Li Xuegang's new work. They were looking forward to it. Shui Mai stepped onto the stage in a very formal and flirtatious fashion. She was a professional model. At the age of 27, she was a mature young woman. Many of the audience screamed. Some men whistled. The music started. On the big screen behind her, the name of the song scrolled, Fairy Tale. Shui Mai sang with the rhythm. Gently tell you the secret of fairy tales. It's a poignant love. It's a beautiful love. The prince fell in love with the princess. The frog fell in love with the princess. The puppet fell in love with the princess. The frog fell in love with the princess. You are my princess. My princess, my love. The love in fairy tales. My princess, your prince is me. Shui Mai's voice was sweet and clear. The rhythm of fairy tale was also bright and light. It was very suitable for her to sing. The audience gently shook their arms and swayed with the rhythm. No one shouted. They just listened to the melodious and light song. The camera cut to the backstage. Huang Yuteng praised, "The rhythm is very bright and catchy." Hong Jingyao's comment was pertinent. "It's not as good as a high-quality song. But the song is very good. It's a happy and sweet love. It's worth listening to." Chen Xiaotong suddenly said, "Hey, don't be led into the ditch by little Qin. Our show is about singing and voice. It's not about who has more high-quality songs." Hong Jingyao and Huang Yuteng shook their heads and laughed. They were indeed led into the ditch. When they heard that it was an original, they subconsciously compared it with Qin Bao Bao's 2 original songs. But in fact, on this stage, the song was only a part. The singing was the most important. In music variety shows, the more high quality the song was, the less likely it was to appear. On the contrary, Unpopular songs were more popular. There was a reason for this. Classics were difficult to surpass. It was meaningless to cover them. If you didn't sing well, you would be shooting yourself in the foot. On the bullet screen, netizens kept commenting, "A refreshing love song. Not bad, not bad. But why is this song from a man's perspective? Nonsense." This was written by teacher Li Shuigang for teacher Shuemai. Of course, it's from a man's perspective. The entertainment industry's model couple. I'm so touched. I also want a husband like this. This song is not bad. Why do I feel that it's not as good as the two songs sung by Qin Bao Bao? Nonsense. Do you think high-quality songs are everywhere? The so-called high-quality songs are definitely in the top 10 of the top Chinese music chart and will not be eliminated in the next few years or even 10 years. The so-called classics, no matter how many years have passed, will never fade. They will become new and fragrant over time. That's right. I give full marks to this song. It's a love song written by teacher Li Shuigang for his wife. It's full of love. Is teacher Li Shuigang showing off his love? What a mouthful of dog food. But I like it. My brother is amazing. You're good at rock and roll singing, but you're also so good at love songs. Shuemai, my husband is so amazing. I love you. Well, the next Qin Bao Bao. Why do I feel that she's finished? Ha ha ha, she's definitely finished. Unless she comes up with another high-quality song. But is it possible? Is it possible? Compared to her legend, I prefer teacher Shuemai's fairy tale. It's catchy. I got into the rhythm immediately. In the show, several singers were still talking about how fairy tale was well received. They were all optimistic about Shuemai. Li Rongxing looked at them. After a while, he couldn't help but say, "Well, you didn't go to Qin Bao Bao's rehearsal?" "Heh. I was at the rehearsal. I didn't go. I had something to do that day. I went back after the rehearsal." Several singers looked at Li Rongxing. Chapter 56. It was impossible for the program team to arrange rehearsals for the singers at the same time. Everyone was a celebrity, and time was money. Qin Bao Bao was the last to rehearse because she had to practice her songs. Qin Ziyi had written a song for her on Wednesday, and she had to rehearse on Thursday. Time was tight and she only had one day. She sang until her voice was hoarse that day. Li Rongxing was probably the only one among the singers who witnessed Qin Bao Bao's entire rehearsal, because Qin Bao Bao was right behind him. Li Rongxing happened to have an event to attend that day, but he still stayed. Half of it was because he was curious. Would this girl, who had performed two excellent songs at the start of the show, continue to be so cool, or would her talent run out? Half of it was because he was curious about Qin Bao Bao. Li Rongxing had taken a liking to Qin Bao. She was a girl with a perfect face and figure. As a normal man, how could he not be attracted to her? Li Rongxing had been involved in scandals with several female celebrities in the industry, but none of them could compare to Qin Bao Bao. They were too far apart. Li Rongxing smiled mischievously without saying anything. He did not intend to explain to the singers. Shuemai sang a clear and melodious high note at the end of the song, which gradually turned low. The music ended. Everyone applauded enthusiastically, and the cheers were like a tidal wave. The flashing stage lights illuminated everyone's faces as they applauded and cheered. Next, let's welcome our queen of love songs, Qin Bao Bao. Applause rang out from all directions. Qin Bao Bao's popularity was obviously better than last time. There were also many people in the audience who supported her, but most of them were men. Some of them even whistled and laughed. Under the gorgeous stage lights, Qin Bao Bao went on stage. Her tall figure, slender legs, perky breasts, and exquisite face once again stimulated the audience below the stage and in front of the computer. The bullet screen was full of comments. "Qin Bao Bao, we love you. Long-legged, we'll always support you. Qin Bao Bao is a true goddess. She's my goddess. I'm taking her with me. Qin Bao Bao is probably done for this time, but it doesn't matter. I remember that there is a dance talent show recently. If she goes, she will definitely be the champion. With such a figure, it would be a pity if she didn't dance." Qin Bao Bao's voice is also very nice. She lost because she is not popular and her fanbase is not enough. The love song that Li Shuigang wrote for his wife is so romantic. Moreover, Shuemai's singing is not bad. These two women are so funny. One relies on her brother, and the other relies on her husband. It's true that she relies on her husband, but not her younger brother. I don't believe that her younger brother wrote the song. It must be her company that's supporting her. It's a pity that we're going to have to return empty-handed. I Am a Singer is not suitable for newcomers to begin with. Even in the last season, the contestants still have a fan base. Qin Bao Bao competed naked. At this moment, many of the audience members were pointing at the big screen and discussing among themselves. It was unknown what they were discussing or feeling surprised about. The screen quickly switched to the direction of the stage. The words fairy tale were still scrolling on the big screen, but the music started. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and prepared to sing. The bullet screen, fairy tale? Why is it still a fairy tale? The staff must have made a mistake. This is teacher Shuemai's song. That's awkward. Qin Bao Bao, don't turn your head. Otherwise, you'll cry. Haha. This is too unprofessional. They even made a mistake with something as important as the scrolling credits. How are we supposed to know what song Qin Bao Bao is singing? Suddenly, a bullet screen popped up. Attention, there's a high energy ahead. High energy your sister. High energy ahead. Qin Bao Bao took off her clothes. I hate idiots the most. High energy all day long. It's ridiculous. Although the audience was discussing, the scrolling credits did not change. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao's unique, gentle and magnetic voice spread through the microphone. I've forgotten how long it's been since I last heard you. You told me your favorite story. I thought about it for a long time. I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. I can't be your prince. Maybe you won't understand after you said you love me. The stars in my sky are all shining. Backstage, Huang Yuteng was dumbfounded. Chen Xiaotong's mouth was slightly open. Hong Jingyaro shook his head and muttered under his breath, another premium product. They were all professional singers. The first half of a song was enough for them to know whether it was good or bad. Shuemai stared at the screen with her eyes wide open. The words fairy tale on the screen were particularly dazzling. Li Rongxing smiled playfully. When I heard this song the other day, I was also dumbfounded. Qin Bao Bao had been singing for so long that anyone who knew what was good could tell. The two songs were really incomparable. Shuemai's fairy tale was at most a little refreshing. If it weren't for Li Shuigang and the romantic story of To My Wife, her song would never have attracted the audience. However, Qin Bao Bao's song was better than Shuemai's in terms of melody, lyrics, and voice. The gentle and melancholic sound of the piano drifted in the air. Baby Qin, who was singing in a low and affectionate voice, suddenly raised her voice by a decibel. I want to become the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and happiness are the endings. Below the stage, the camera flashed past the faces of the audience, and they were all dumbfounded. I want to become the angel you love in the fairy tale. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. This song, the bullet screen exploded with 666 comments. Damn, this song is amazing, amazing. Fairy tale? If it wasn't for the backstage staff's mistake, this song would be called a fairy tale. My heart hurts. I feel so sad. Qin Bao Bao really surprises me again and again. I love her to death. Two fairy tales, two completely different styles. I think of my first love, Sob Sob Sob. Qin Bao Bao is really good at singing love songs. I, a man, almost cried. Soul singer Qin Bao Bao, turned fan. This song makes me want to cry. It's so F** King catchy. I even hummed along. But it's my F** King first time listening to it. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes. She remembered what Qin Ziyi said before singing the song yesterday. Sister, I wrote this song for you. I hope I can be your angel and protect you forever. Then, Qin Baobao heard this song and she cried at that time. You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. It's impossible for me to be your prince. Maybe you won't understand, ever since you said you love me. The stars in my sky are all bright. I want to become the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe. Believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. Qin Baobao sang herself into high spirits. She pointed the microphone at the hundreds of audience members and shouted, "Everyone, sing together." Some people were born to be stars. They were born with the talent to control the audience. This time, it was the audience's noisy and loud voice. I want to be like the fairy tale. The angel you love. Open my hands and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe. Believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. Some people were in high spirits. Some people were touched by the scene and cried. This was a sad love song. It was destined from the beginning of the lyrics. It was about two lovers who gradually drifted apart. They fell in love until they broke up. However, the male protagonist couldn't let go. He recalled the sweetness of the two and dreamed or begged that he could be the female protagonist's angel and protect her forever. You have to believe. Believe that we will be like the fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the endings. These two lines were the most heart-wrenching. Fairy tales were fairy tales because they could never become reality. Xuemei's fairy tale was about sweet love. Qin Baobao's fairy tale was a sad and extravagant wish. The two were worlds apart in terms of artistic conception, lyrics, and melody. The latter was the best of the best. It was destined to amaze the world. Qin Baobao's chest rose and fell slightly. She adjusted her breathing and bowed slightly to the audience who were immersed in the song. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Someone stood up and clapped desperately. The second person stood up, and the third person stood up. Clatter. There was a wave of people on the audience stand. Everyone stood up and clapped thunderously. The bullet screen. What an eye-opener, what an eye-opener. What should I do? What should I do? I'm in love with her. How can there be such a woman in the world? I want to sleep with her. No one stop me. I'm going to force myself on the CEO. Does anyone have Qin Baobao's address? I'm going to ask for her hand in marriage. The fake pig said in fear, I'll give you the number one in the world. This woman is going to be famous. She's going to be very famous. Bao Bao is the best. Yin Jiao went on stage in a moon-white off-shoulder dress. Her exquisitely made-up face bloomed with an amazed smile. The fairy tale is so beautiful that it makes people's hearts beat. Thank you two singers for bringing us different styles of fairy tale love. Friends in the audience, pick up your voting devices. The first round of elimination begins now. In the dynamic music, the votes rose one by one. The audience looked at the big screen while voting. The bullet screen was even more lively. Some supported Qin Baobao, and some supported Xuemei. One was a beauty goddess who debuted as a newcomer. She was known as the Queen of Love songs on the internet. The other was a C-list actress with a certain fan base. Her husband, Li Shuigang, was a powerful singer and one of the flag-bearers of rock. Who would win? Chapter 57. The audience turned their eyes to the big screen, anticipating the result. A C-list celebrity, her husband was a big shot in the rock industry. A pure newcomer, repeatedly stunning the audience with new songs. The final result: Xuemei, 201 votes. Qin Baobao, 299 votes. No one gave up. The difference was nearly 100 votes. It was a crushing victory. Applause and cheers rang out. The netizens expressed their thoughts and opinions on the bullet screen. As expected. It's really incomparable. Qin Baobao's fairy tale made me want to cry. There's a faint sadness in my heart. Although I'm a fan of Li Shuigang, his fairy tale can't compare to Qin Baobao's. I admit defeat. Qin Baobao surprised us again. She's the biggest highlight of I Am a Singer. I'm finally sure that the younger brother is fake. How can one person write so many excellent songs? Invisible Wings, legend, fairy tale. Damn, you're telling me that one person wrote them? Whoever believes that is a fool. The bullet screen floated by. Most of them were praising Qin Bao Bao. They said that she was good at singing and was beautiful. She deserved to win. Qin Bao Bao watched with great interest. She smiled and squinted her eyes. Pa. Qin Ziyi suddenly closed his laptop and announced, "The show is over. Sister Ziwei, let's go to bed." Go to bed? Ba, you're taking advantage of me. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at him. She stood up, stretched her waist, and yawned. Bao Bao, you won. I can go to bed now. Go, go. Qin Bao Bao pouted. A forced melon is not sweet. Qin Bao Bao was satisfied to let her brother and her best friend see her in the limelight. What happened next? Wang Zijin asked curiously. 3 revival contestants, Chen Xiaotong, Li Rongxing, and Xue Mai. In the end, Xue Mai was eliminated, Qin Ziyi said. Qin Bao Bao was shocked. How did you know? Qin Ziyi waved his phone. There are spoilers on the internet, and the comments are very hot. Sister, you're on fire this time. Qin Bao Bao beamed with joy and snatched the phone. Let me see. Don't look. Qin Ziyi saw Wang Zijin close the door. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled the smoke comfortably. Qin Bao Bao waved his hand to disperse the smoke and lowered his head to look at his phone. Qin Ziyi took a deep puff of smoke and blew it all on Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face. Qin Bao choked and kept coughing. She was so angry that she kicked Qin Ziyi. What are you doing? I told you not to look. Qin Ziyi snatched the phone back and said with a serious expression, what you won this time is still not popularity, but a song. This won't do. Why not? I'm beautiful and good at singing. I'm invincible. Qin Bao Bao's confidence swelled after her consecutive victories. She was lucky that she didn't have a tail. Otherwise, she would be very proud. Although songs are important, this show is not only about songs, but also singing skills and popularity. Your voice is very sexy. Qin Ziyi analyzed, but your singing skills are actually at the bottom, about the same as that Xue Mai. Compared to professional singers like Huang Yuting and Li Rongxing, you're not good enough. Secondly, popularity. You're lucky this time to meet a third-rate celebrity who's not much better than you. If you meet Huang Yuting or Li Rongxing again, you'll still be defeated. But that's how I am. My singing skills can't improve just because I want to. There's no hero to enlighten me. Qin Bao Bao said sadly. You can't enlighten me, but I can. Qin Ziyi smiled and said, you don't have to go to work these few days. I'll give you special training. I'll try to improve your singing skills in a week. You. Qin Bao Bao looked at him for a long time. Suddenly, she held her stomach and fell on the sofa, laughing. Qin Ziyi's mouth twitched. System, F*King exchange for advanced singing skills. I'm going to slap this B*TCH. Exchange successful. Qin Ziyi slapped his sister's big butt. It was crisp and loud. Qin Bao Bao cried out and covered her butt. She glared at him in embarrassment. Come, sing the fairy tale again. Chimph your sister. Hurry up and sing. I don't have a sister. I only have a brother. Don't talk nonsense. Just sing when I tell you to. Qin Ziyi, you're getting more and more arrogant. Do you still see me as your sister? You're disobedient, aren't you? Think of a way to get a song. I'm not writing anymore. Don't be like this. I was wrong. Call me Emperor. Your Majesty, this concubine was wrong. Sing. Oh. After being enlightened, Qin Ziyi's knowledge and singing skills were on a whole new level. He constantly pointed out the mistakes in her pronunciation and her luck. Many songs were actually similar. Bass, high notes, vibrato, and so on, but the singing style was different. The company's training might not be wrong, but it was definitely not comprehensive and detailed. It was just like the things a teacher taught in a classroom. Just by listening carefully for 45 minutes in class, one would not be able to tell that a master's student was a master's student. Qin Bao Bao was shocked. After being taught by her younger brother, many parts of singing that she didn't know before were now clear to her. It was as if the clouds had cleared and she could see the clear sky. She benefited a lot. If it wasn't for Chin Zed's serious expression, she would have pounced on her brother and pinched his face. Hey, where did this monster come from? My A's, get out of here. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the exhausted Qin Bao Bao was sent back to her room to sleep by Qin Zi. However, Qin Zi couldn't sleep. He was worried. Qin Bao Bao didn't have a high chance of winning the championship. The difficulty of this mission was hell level. The next morning, Qin Zi and Wang Zijin came back from their morning exercise. Qin Bao Bao was talking on the phone in the living room. She was wearing loose white pajamas and her hair was fluffy. There was a glass of warm water on the glass coffee table in front of her. Sister Lee, I won't be coming to the company for a few days. I have to focus on singing. I don't care who Xu Gongming is. Get out of here. Who the hell wants his songs? You don't have to come. You're not my personal assistant. Just help me apply for leave. What's the company's response? Oh, as long as the leader is satisfied. Help me contact them. I won't be coming to the company this week. The title of Queen of Love Songs is not bad. That's it. Let the company buy more news. I just lack popularity and fans. I know it's already very high. Compared to famous singers like Li Rongxing and Hong Jingyao, my foundation is still very shallow. Oh, I don't care about these things. You're my agent. You can handle it. I'm hanging up. Bye. Wang Zijin lowered her head and changed her cotton slippers. She said with a smile, Wow, you're like a superstar. My Bao is awesome. Qin Zi was amused. He joined in the fun. My sister is awesome. Qin Bao Bao sipped the warm water and rolled her eyes coquettishly. Idiot. After breakfast, Wang Zijin went to work. Qin Bao Bao practiced singing in the room to digest what happened last night. Qin Zi sat in the living room, looking at the stock market on his laptop while collecting data online. He searched for information about Qin Bao Bao. After yesterday's show, Qin Bao Bao's popularity went up another level. In addition to the news bought by Star Art Entertainment, some small entertainment media also published news about her. Lazy Cat app, newcomer Qin Bao Bao once again amazes the world. Fairy Tale hits the top 10 of the music chart. Tian Yi, 3 excellent songs. Qin Bao Bao or a female star groomed by Star Art Entertainment. Yoon Duan, Fairy Tale is well received. The birth of the Queen of Love Songs. Iron-Blooded Web, digging into Qin Bao Bao's history of love. You see, after Qin Bao Bao sang this song, hundreds of live audience fell silent. Qin Zi read and laughed. Suddenly, he saw the hot search on Weibo. #wife protector Li Shuigang # this was what happened. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Shuemai posted on Weibo. Dying before achieving victory. Tears streaming down my face. Hubby, the audience doesn't buy your fairy tale. Li Shuigang. The attached picture was her and Qin Bao Bao's voting results. Shuemai, 201 votes. Qin Bao Bao, 299 votes. The fans comforted and encouraged her. If it was just that, of course, it wouldn't be on Weibo's hot search, but Liu Shuigang responded. A few minutes later, Li Shuigang also posted on Weibo. I Am a Singer is a great show. It's a platform for singers to communicate and compete. Can a newcomer with no foundation and no debut really get on this platform? Is it appropriate? Of course, I don't mean to target anyone. It's just my personal opinion. Hubby will avenge you. Shuemai. The attached picture was an invitation letter from the I Am a Singer program team. This time, it was lively. After all, Liu Shuigang was a famous musician and one of the flag-bearers of the rock industry. He had millions of followers on Weibo. Wife protector Li Shuigang, full marks for this show of affection. I feel like he's raising his wife like she's his daughter. So loving. Wow, is my idol finally going to appear on Singer? I'm looking forward to it. 666 The King of Rock and Roll will arrive in 7 days. Wash your neck. They're really a model couple. Well done. Show me your love. Let's finish this bowl of dog food. Shuemai is so lucky to have such a good husband. Li Shuegang's status in the music industry is not worse than Huang Yuteng. This is interesting. I look forward to the competition between him and Huang Yuteng. I support Huang Yuteng. His voice is the sound of nature. Bullshit. Li Shuegang's rock is too high. I like his songs the most. How can Huang Yuteng beat him? Qin Bao Bao, who was hiding in the corner and shivering, is relieved. Thank you to the poster above for diverting the trouble. Phut. I'm laughing so hard. Qin Bao Bao is in trouble. Wait for her to be finished by Li Shuegang. Uncle will touch her head. Don't be afraid. Qin Ziyi frowned and continued reading. Most people were not optimistic about Qin Bao Bao. Fortunately, there were also people who supported Qin Bao Bao. Revenge. You bully a newcomer. Do you still have the face? Rubbish. Your wife is not as good as others, but you still have the face to talk nonsense. Just write your rock and roll songs and write JB's love songs. You want to compete with me, the queen of love songs? Who's to blame? That's right. What's wrong with a newcomer? Are you looking down on newcomers? The newcomer even finished your wife. What kind of person is he? He doesn't have the style of a big shot. Looking down, it was all one-sided comments, such as loving his wife, rock and roll singer. Qin Bao Bao was so scared that she peed. Li Shuegang's fans were all kinds of heckling and were happy to see. These days, when a star posted a photo of his life, countless people would praise and worship him, let alone the interaction between husband and wife. It felt that Qin Bao Bao was the evil dragon in the fairy tale who stole the princess and was waiting for Li Shuegang to chop off his head. Chapter 58. Qin Zi's heart skipped a beat. He posted a message on Weibo and tagged Liu Shuegang. Of course, no one paid any attention to a nobody like him, who was only noticed by a few hundred people. But that wasn't important. He pushed open his sister's door. Qin Bao Bao was practicing her high notes when she heard the commotion. She turned around. Sister, someone's mocking you. Qin Zi passed his phone to her. Qin Bao Bao looked at it and was furious. What's wrong with Li Shuegang? Can't he afford to lose? What's the meaning of taking revenge for Shuemai? She grabbed her phone and sat on her bed. The more she looked, the angrier she got. Her eyebrows were raised. She was furious. Repost my Weibo later, Qin Zi said and turned to leave. Qin Bao Bao's verified Weibo information: Star Art Entertainment signed artist, singer, representative works, Invisible Wings, Legend, Fairy Tale. When Qin Bao Bao registered her Weibo, the only people who followed her were her brother, Qin Zi, and some classmates and friends. There were only a few dozen people. But now, there were already 50,000 people following her. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. The last Weibo post was on June 15th. Today, I can eat the chicken stewed with mushrooms made by my brother. Love you. The accompanying picture was of Qin Zi's back view busy in the kitchen. At that time, Qin Bao Bao hadn't resigned from the global top 500. When she was in a good mood, she would post a few Weibo posts. When she was in a bad mood, she would post a few Weibo posts. She was carefree and carefree. Ever since she decided to take the path of an artist, she rarely had time to post on Weibo. She didn't even have time to surf the internet, unlike Qin Zi who browsed various Tiebar and forums every day. There were more than 10,000 comments under this Weibo post. They were all replies from netizens after she became famous. They were all very interesting. 50% of them were praises. Invisible Wings, Legend, and Fairy Tale were all very good. The remaining 50% were also praises. They praised Qin Bao Bao's looks. Why was it interesting? It was because the comments were too dirty. There were many beautiful female stars, and their fans were not stingy with their compliments. There had never been a female star like Qin Bao Bao, who only teased and ridiculed. This was all because Qin Bao Bao looked too seductive. She had a foxy face that was born to seduce men. She had a pair of seductive phoenix eyes and a hot body. The first impression she gave people was that she was a vixen, an enchanting femme fatale. It had nothing to do with being dignified and elegant. Qin Baobao read Li Shuagang's Weibo angrily and returned to the main page. She found that her Weibo had been attacked and the number of comments had increased from 10,000 to more than 30,000. They were all Li Shuagang's fans and netizens who fanned the flames. You can even tolerate this? Li Shuagang threatened to destroy you. It's decided then. Qin Baobao, throw out the pet ball. I can tolerate this, but I can't. Let's go, prepare to PK with the king of rock and roll. I came here from Li Shuagang's Weibo. I want to see how the queen of love songs is trembling. Qin Baobao, you're in big trouble. What are you waiting for? Pick up your phone and call 158 XXXXX 1812. Call your husband and I'll protect you. Qin Baobao, who do you think you are? Wait for my idol to deal with you and kick you out of the show. Who told you to KO someone's wife? Now you're getting your retribution. You're finished. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Hurry up and admit defeat in the next episode. Onlookers. Onlookers +1, you're a newcomer. You don't know how to appreciate favors and PK with a professional singer. Hehe. Your singing is just SOSO. You're just relying on a new song. When the audience gets tired of the aesthetic in the next episode, you'll be eliminated. My boyfriend actually set Qin Baobao's full-body photo as his phone wallpaper. MMP. She's obviously not a decent woman. I swear that Qin Baobao will definitely be eliminated in the next episode. The reasons were as follows. First, the next episode's contestants were Huang Yuting, Chen Xiaotong, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao, Qin Baobao and Li Shuagang. No matter who Qin Baobao went up against, it would be difficult for her to win. She would be KO'd in the first round and be eliminated in the revival round. In the previous episodes, apart from winning with a song, Li Zongde and Xue Mai were not popular singers. One of them was only famous in Hong Kong and did not have many fans in China. The other was a model and was not a professional singer. She was also not very famous. So, it was reasonable for Qin Baobao to win with a good song. In this episode, she would be facing a few strong singers. What's more, she had a good song. No matter how big Star Art was, it was not owned by her family. They could not support her at all costs. Even if they did, Star Art was not a pure record company. Where would they get so many good songs? Every good song is expensive. How could Star Art be willing to spend so much money on a newcomer? That makes sense. I don't know what to say. After your analysis, I feel like Qin Baobao will stop at the third episode. No, I haven't seen enough of Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao remembered Qin Zedi's words, retweet my Weibo later. Retweet his Weibo? Qin Baobao clicked on her brother's Weibo. She saw that he had just posted, if you're not convinced, let's compete. Li Shuagang. Qin Baobao thought for a few seconds. Then, her eyes lit up and she smiled. Retweet, my brother is so handsome. My brother is so great. Looking at childhood from afar. If you're not convinced, let's compete. Li Shuagang. At noon, Qin Baobao was trending. It was the first time in her life that she was trending on Weibo. Qin Baobao scolds Li Shuagang. Many netizens didn't know about Qin Baobao, but everyone knew about Li Shuagang. Even if they weren't Li Shuagang's fans, they were definitely familiar with him in this information-filled society. Celebrity gossip was always a hot topic that attracted people's attention. Especially topics like so-and-so and so-and-so are fighting. Li Shuagang's fans scolded Qin Baobao. The netizens watched the show while fanning the flames. Who gave her the courage to think that she's a diva just because she sang a few new songs? Goddess, you're doomed. Haha, let's wait for the next singer. Let's wait for Qin Baobao to slap her in the face. She's not even famous yet and her confidence is already inflated. A pot of water doesn't make a sound. Is this woman an idiot? Her EQ is so low. She's so confident. Qin Baobao, what you did was too low. You have to be humble. You're just a newcomer. Why are you so arrogant? Li Shuagang is a rock star. Who do you think you are? Li Shuagang is a famous musician who has contributed a lot to the rock industry. Qin Baobao is just a newcomer. Where did she get her confidence from? She's just trying to gain popularity. Shameless. Suddenly, I'm looking forward to the next singer. Let's wait for her idol to eliminate her and let her see the power of rock. What an idiot. She's so beautiful. Am I the only one who supports Qin Baobao? Li Shuigang is a senior in the music industry. His wife lost and he jumped out and said revenge. Does he look like a senior? Qin Baobao's Weibo post is fine. Only the officials are allowed to set fires but not the common people. The person above is funny. The husband and wife are showing off their love. Qin Baobao jumped out and blindly said something. She's just trying to gain popularity. I've hated this woman for a long time. She looks like a B***tch. Phut. The boyfriend above must have fallen in love with someone else. She's ugly. Blame her for being beautiful. There were all kinds of comments on the internet. Qin Baobao's Weibo was taken over. Most people were insulting her while a small number of people supported her. In just half a day, the number of comments under this Weibo post soared to more than 100,000. What Qin Ziyi didn't expect was that his Weibo post also went viral. The Weibo post he posted this morning had more than 50,000 comments. The legendary younger brother? Caught a wild younger brother alive. Is he really Qin Baobao's younger brother? What a photo. I don't King believe it. Is this someone's alternate account? Post your photo if you have the guts. Post your real name if you have the guts. I don't believe that a person in his early 20s can write 3 excellent songs. His popularity is terrible. This must be an alternate account. This must be someone's alternate account. Who is that someone? The person above. It's time to recharge your IQ. Haha, Qin Baobao's alternate account. What a green TB***tch. In the production team of I Am a Singer, the director and several assistant directors were having a meeting. The director said, "You all know about what happened on the internet, right? Qin Baobao was a guest on the show, and Li Shuigang was a guest on the next episode. The production team was the first to know about such a big incident on the internet." The assistant directors said, "Got it. Qin Baobao didn't do well in this matter. She's a senior after all. She didn't mention any names, so why did she use a pseudonym? This girl's personality is interesting." The few of them expressed their opinions. The director took a sip of tea. This is a good thing. It's earned a lot of popularity for our show. There are 2 main reasons for this meeting. First, let's have a showdown between Qin Baobao and Li Shuigang in the next episode. Respond to the audience's request. Of course, it can't be too obvious. In the name of fairness, I Am a Singer gave the right to vote to the audience. However, there was no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. It was easy to manipulate the results of the draw. Moreover, it wasn't bad, nor did it break the show's principles. It was a covert operation that was allowed. The assistant directors and planners nodded. The selling point of the next episode was the showdown between Qin Baobao and Li Shuigang. Second, check the ID at standing afar watching my childhood. Although there's no such person in the industry, there's no doubt that he's a gold medal composer. If it's an account from Xingyi Entertainment, then forget it. However, if it's really like what Qin Baobao said, and he's her younger brother, we have to poach this person. The director paused and looked around at the crowd. Do you think the probability of him being Qin Baobao's younger brother is high? The few of them shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? A gold medal composer who was unknown before suddenly popped out of nowhere? It didn't make sense at all. The most logical explanation was that Xingyi Entertainment was manipulating things behind the scenes to focus on nurturing Qin Baobao. One of the assistant directors raised his hand. When he saw everyone looking over, he muttered, "I received a request from Xingyi Entertainment. They want us to arrange for Qin Baobao to compete with Huang Yuteng. In other words, they want to eliminate Qin Baobao because everyone knows that she's just a replacement singer. The real person that Xingyi Entertainment wants to recommend is Xu Lu." The director frowned. "When did this happen?" The assistant directors said, "It's their own company's matter. Can't they handle it themselves?" "Yesterday after work. I wanted to say it this morning, but I forgot because of the incident online." The assistant director laughed bitterly. It should be an internal analysis by Xing Yi. Some people want Qin Bao Bao to continue singing, while others want to promote Xu Lu. There was a short period of silence. Everyone was digesting and analyzing this information. From this, they realized a few things. Firstly, regarding Qin Bao Bao's follow-up work, Xing Yi Entertainment had a disagreement. Secondly, watching childhood from afar, perhaps he really wasn't from Xing Yi Entertainment. The reason was simple. If there was a disagreement within Xing Yi Entertainment, then they definitely wouldn't have spent so much resources on Qin Bao Bao. One had to know that even an A-list actress like Xu Lu wouldn't have received such a huge amount of resources. Premium songs were hard to come by. There was more than one A-list entertainment company. The director thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. Check it out. Find Weibo and ask for the ID and address. If necessary, find Qin Bao Bao and talk to her. We must poach this person and get him to join our TV station. Chapter 59. In the living room, Qin Bao Bao leaned her head on Qin Zedi's shoulder, holding the iPad in one hand and reading the comments. She pinched Qin Zedi's waist with the other hand. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. His sister almost cried because of the comments, but it was not good to argue with the netizens, so she could only vent her anger on the initiator. Qin Zi suffered physical pain, and his left hand wrapped around his sister's small waist. Since his sister practiced dancing, her small waist felt very good, and it was very comfortable to hold. How can you survive in the entertainment industry with such a fragile heart? Qin Zi was very worried about his sister's future. Internet violence was a terrible thing. It could let people vent their negative and dark emotions to their heart's content, and they did not need to take responsibility. Many stars suffered from depression because of internet violence. Qin Bao Bao was such a heartless woman, yet she was suddenly happy and suddenly worrying about gains and losses. Qin Zi was confident that in the near future, he would be able to protect his sister from the wind and rain. But he had no way of eliminating cyberviolence. I will learn to adapt. Qin Bao Bao snorted. My soul is growing stronger day by day. I don't care if your soul is growing stronger or not. Anyway, my waist is about to die. Qin Zi smiled bitterly. Qin Bao Bao patted the hand around her waist and narrowed her eyes. You take advantage of me, and I vent on your waist. It's a fair deal. Qin Zi stared at his sister's full and perky chest. I have a bold idea. Move your eyes away. Qin Bao Bao chopped her brother's head with her hand. Did Qin Zi have nothing better to do than to attract hatred? He had a purpose. The netizens were right. One of the tricks of the entertainment industry, gain popularity and hype. Hype was always the way to quickly increase popularity, and the most common method of hype was to spread rumors. Of course, the tricks were getting deeper and deeper, and the methods of hype were constantly developing, becoming more and more diverse. Didn't you notice? As long as a star promoted his movie, TV series, or album, there would be a wave of hype. Qin Zi was helping his sister to hype up, taking advantage of Li Shuagang's popularity, and making the conflict between the two sides public and intense. Of course, he had to be careful. No matter what he did, he had to stop when it was appropriate. Otherwise, it would backfire. Therefore, he did not continue to post on Weibo. The effect was very good now, and there was no need to ridicule. Everyone knew that Qin Bao Bao publicly dissed Liu Shuagang, and the two of them were going to fight on the stage of I Am a Singer. She had achieved her goal of attracting attention. If Qin Bao Bao continued to blabber on, she would really be criticized by everyone and would be disliked. Conservatively speaking, Qin Bao Bao's popularity had more than doubled. If there was a topic, there would be popularity. This was the true meaning of hype. What's next? Can I really KO Li Shuagang on stage? Qin Bao Bao couldn't help but worry about her future. The most adorable thing about Qin Bao Bao was that she was not like other women who would only complain when faced with difficulties and setbacks. She would complain that her husband was incompetent, that her husband was not romantic, and that her husband did not love her. And the scariest part was, complaining that her husband had no money. Complaining was the scariest killer of relationships. It was more ruthless and sharp than time. She pinched Qin Zi's waist like a wronged woman acting coquettishly to her man. With your current singing skills and popularity, it's difficult to beat Li Shuigang. The honest boy chuckled at his sister. Qin Bao pouted. I'll just quit. I've earned enough popularity anyway. Then what happened today will become a stain on your career, Qin Zi added. Qin Bao glared fiercely at Qin Zi, and Qin Zi did not back down. The bored and childish siblings began to compete to see who would be the first to give up and lose. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. The sudden ringtone startled them, and they both looked down to look for their phones. Their phones were a couple's model, one black and one pink, and the ringtone was the same. It was a very cheerful and childish children's song, which suited Qin Bao's bad taste. The ringtone came from Qin Bao's phone. She took a long time to take out her phone from the pocket of her tight hot pants. Qinghong. What's up? Qin Zi leaned over to eavesdrop. The siblings were the same. When he was on the phone, Qin Bao did the same. Bao, I saw the news app on my phone this morning. Qin Bao angrily insults Li Shuigang. Oh my god, I thought it was the same name as you. Then I searched online and saw I am a singer. So it's really you. You've become a star in just a few days. Did I transmigrate, or did you? Chen Qinghong, who was always cold, chattered for a long time. Qin Bao snorted proudly. You just found out. I've already sung for 2 episodes. I've been busy with work recently. I don't have time to pay attention to variety shows. Actually, I quit a long time ago. On the second day of my birthday, I went to Star Art for an interview. The company felt that I had excellent qualifications and sang well, so I got in successfully. Qin Zi's mouth twitched. Where was the success? That day, who was the one who said with a sad face, hurry up and run, it's so embarrassing. Regarding his sister's bragging behavior, Qin Zi was considerate and didn't expose her. Bao, were those songs really written by Qin Zi? His sister turned to look at Qin Zi, who shook his head. Qin Bao said, hey, it's a secret. Mph, I'm guessing that your company found someone to write the songs. Big star, when you become famous, don't forget about me and Zhong Ya. The two chatted for a long time. Chen Qinghong said, oh right, Bao, are you free tonight? I'm free. Qin Bao hesitated. Then it's settled. Let's go to the bar tonight to celebrate. You're a star now, of course you have to be happy. Chen Qinghong paused. It seemed like someone was talking to her. Soon, she said, call your high school classmate too. I remember that Qin Zi doesn't like to go to bars. Apologize to him for me. I'll take care of you. I won't let you get drunk. I didn't agree. I still have work tomorrow. Why would I go to the bar? Qin Bao frowned slightly. Let's go. I've even invited Zhong Ya. I'm not going. Then the weekend? Qin Bao was slightly tempted. She turned to look at Qin Zi. Qin Zi shook his head. I'm going home with Qin Zi this weekend. My mom forced me to go on a blind date. She even gave me an ultimatum. Let's talk about it later. Then, okay. After that, she said unwillingly, Bao, think about it again. Last time I asked you out, you didn't agree. Oh, because I was about to participate in Singer, the training was very intense and I didn't have the energy. This time, I have no choice. Another day, Qinghong. I'll invite you another day. Okay, then you must come out next time. Bye. Bye. Chen Qinghong hung up the phone. Her boyfriend beside her looked unhappy. She's not coming. Didn't you hear it? Chen Qinghong said lightly. Why didn't she come twice? Aren't you best friends? Chu Feng frowned. She rejected in a euphemistic way. Bao is so smart. She already knows what you're planning. She doesn't like. Chen Qinghong lowered her voice. Li Zemin. This is the last time. I'm not a pimp, and I don't want to have a rift with Bao because of this. She doesn't like you. Chu Feng remembered what a girl said many years ago. That year, he had just been admitted to Fudan University. One day, he was playing football on the field when he bumped into Qin Bao, who had just finished her meal and was taking a stroll. He was immediately stunned by her beauty and chased after her like a madman. He wrote love letters, stalked her, and deliberately sat close to her in public classes to muster up the courage to strike up a conversation with her. This woman had once made him drunk and crazy. At that time, Chen Qinghong was not Qin Bao Bao's best friend. He pursued Chen Qinghong in order to get close to Qin Bao. He took the route of saving the country in a roundabout way. He gave up on Qin Bao Bao at a dinner party. Qin Bao Bao, Zhong Ya, Chen Qinghong, and his and Zhong Ya's boyfriend. When the party was over, he left his drunk girlfriend in the private room and chased after Qin Bao Bao. He grabbed her arm and said, "Qin Bao Bao, I've liked you for a long time, a long time. From the first time I saw you, I swore to marry you. In the past 3 years, I've written countless love letters to you, but you're a proud phoenix, a pure angel. You've never responded to my feelings, nor to other men." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao said, "Angel my ass. They all call me a vixen." Chu Feng said, "No, no, no. You're the most beautiful in my heart. You're my angel." Qin Bao Bao said impatiently, "Thank you very much. Forget about the angel, I'm not a birdman. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I have to go home and play games with my brother." "Oh right, what's your name again? Aren't you Qinghong's boyfriend? Don't change your mind. I've had a crush on her for 3 years and wrote countless love letters to her, but she doesn't even know my name." After that day, Chu Feng completely gave up on Qin Bao Bao. After that, he tested his girlfriend many times and found that she knew nothing about what happened that day. Qin Bao Bao did not tell his girlfriend. He was really relieved and did not dare to have any ideas about Qin Bao. Qin Bao Bao did not say anything, not because she pitied him and wanted to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. She had encountered too many things like this. Since junior high school, the boyfriends of her close female classmates who had boyfriends would always try to seduce her. Because of this, she broke up with several of her friends. At this point, Qin Bao Bao was especially vigilant against the creatures like best friend's boyfriend. She did not tell Chen Qinghong because she was afraid that if she confessed, the two of them could not be friends. "What are you talking about? If you're a pimp, then what am I?" Chu Feng glared at his girlfriend and said in a deep voice, "Don't you know how infatuated Mr. Li is with her? This month, he gave us a lot of business. Converted into commission, it's 50,000 yuan. We're one step closer to our goal of buying a house. Besides, it's not like I'm asking you to do anything. I'm just asking Qin Bao Bao out for a meal and make friends. We're just creating an opportunity. Whether it works or not, let nature take its course. Besides, Qin Bao Bao doesn't have a boyfriend yet. What's wrong with Mr. Li? He's young, promising, and rich. There's no man who isn't infatuated with her." Chen Qinghong bit her lips and said hesitantly, "Then I'll try again next time. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to ask her out." Besides, her younger brother, Chu Feng frowned. "What's wrong with her younger brother?" Chen Qinghong said in a bad mood, "Her younger brother has a sister complex. Ever since he started living with Qin Bao Bao, every time Qin Bao goes out for a meal, he's always following her. He's even more attentive to his sister than his girlfriend. The point is, he doesn't like me. Does it matter whether he likes you or not? Of course it matters. Maybe he's talking bad about me now. Who's closer, a best friend or a younger brother?" Chen Qinghong's beautiful face showed a trace of anger. Her judgment was reasonable. Chen Qinghong often had meals with Qin Bao Bao and Zhong Ya. Every time, Qin Ziyi would be there. Qin Ziyi rarely talked to her, but he got along very well with Zhong Ya. Under such a huge contrast, even a fool could tell that Qin Ziyi didn't like her. On the other side, Qin Ziyi sneered. "Yo, the pimp is here again." "What pimp? You're so ugly," Qin Bao Bao said unhappily. "I advise you to say goodbye to her as soon as possible. That kind of pimp will be sold by her sooner or later." Qin Bao Bao was really angry this time. She glanced at him coldly. "Do you know how to talk?" Qin Ziyi wasn't afraid of his sister's majesty. "You're still being unreasonable with me? Haven't you heard of the wise saying, Corruption begins with brothers and degeneration begins with sisters. If she really wants to find a boyfriend for you, I have nothing to say. But look, who's that Lee Zemin? He's her boss. Her boss covets your beauty. As her best friend, she acts as a bridge between them. She's still in the bar. I'll go to the bar where she's paralyzed. Is she trying to get you drunk and send you to someone else's bed? Qin Ziyi got angrier as he spoke. If she's here, I'll slap her. Old Master Qin had a taboo. His daughter was in the entertainment industry. Qin Ziyi had a taboo. His sister was in bars. Everyone knew that the entertainment industry was dirty. Bars were also known to be indecent places. 50% of the men and women who went to bars were there to have sex, and 40% were there to pick up girls and handsome guys. Only 10% were there to drink and have fun. In other words, 90% of them were there to have sex. Alcohol was a reason for making mistakes and also an excuse for messing around. Qin Bao Bao rarely went to bars, but she didn't dislike bars. This was a little dangerous. With her best friend's encouragement, she would definitely go. Crazy. Qin Bao Bao was really angry. She kicked him hard and sat on the sofa, ignoring him. Let me tell you, don't go to bars. Don't even think about it. If I find out that you secretly went to bars, we'll go our separate ways. I'll go back and tell Dad that you've become a star. Don't even think about writing songs, Qin Ziyi said sternly. Qin Bao Bao turned around suddenly. Her eyes were red. Fine, I won't go. Why are you so fierce? She grabbed a pillow and threw it at his head. Then, she went back to her room angrily. Chapter 60. Qin Ziyi sat alone in the living room, playing with his phone with his head down. He was looking at the growth of Qin Bao Bao's popularity. As expected, it was growing steadily, although there were many negative comments. At this time, he saw a netizen complaining, "Why can't I find Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale on the internet? I'm so anxious. I like her invisible wings, but it's not on the major apps. You can find her song on the top Chinese music chart, but there's no copyright, so you can't listen to it. There are edited resources on the internet, but that's the live version. There's too much noise. No copyright. Such a good song, why didn't they upload it to the internet immediately? What's her company doing? That's right, that's right. Online authorization can make money and increase your popularity. What does the company behind her think?" Qin Ziyi's heart moved. It could make money and increase popularity. He couldn't wait to take out his phone and call the customer service of the top Chinese music charts official website. "Hello, welcome to the top Chinese music charts customer service hotline. Self-service please." Qin Ziyi chose manual service. After a while, the phone was connected and a pleasant female voice said, "Hello, this is the top Chinese music charts customer service hotline, staff number 301-1230, at your service. Hello, I have a song to sell to you. Well, I only sell the online copyright. What do I need to do? Hello, you can choose the option I want to sell songs on the official website. Through the process, you can upload the song sample to the official website and wait for our staff to verify. After that, we'll give you a reply within 7 working days. Well, I can't wait that long." Qin Ziyi waited for her to finish before speaking. "I'm sorry, I have a process. The online copyright of the 3 songs I'm selling are Invisible Wings, Legend, and Fairy Tale." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then the customer service said in a surprised voice, "Sir, do you have a copyright certificate?" "Yes, how do I give it to you?" Wait. The customer service's voice suddenly became excited. "I'll transfer you to our manager." After waiting for a long time, the call was successfully transferred. It was a middle-aged man with a mellow voice, but it was not the copyright manager. He introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the director of the marketing department. My surname is Wang." Wasn't he the manager? Qin Ziyi was stunned. "How do you know his surname is Qin?" He did not give his name to the customer service. "We've contacted Star Art for the 3 songs that Miss Qin sang, but they said that they don't have the copyright, but they're actively negotiating with Miss Qin. Since the copyright doesn't belong to Star Art, it means that Miss Qin was telling the truth on the show." The composer of the lyrics and music should be her brother, which is you, Mr. Chin. What do I need to do? First of all, thank you for supporting and trusting our platform. We'll talk about the licensing process later. Let's talk about the copyright fees first. I think that's the most important thing. Chin Zi smiled. Yes, what price are you going to offer? Is Mr. Chin familiar with this area? No. The person on the other end of the phone was silent. After a moment, he smiled. Mr. Chin, our copyright fees are based on the popularity of the song itself and the popularity of the singer. The popularity of the song is enough to be ranked as a masterpiece, but Miss Chin's fame. I understand. Just tell me how much it is. Chin Zi said. The copyright of a song had a lot to do with the singer. The same song, when sung by a big star, would be more popular than an ordinary person. A simple example was an A-list singer's album. Even if the song was ordinary, it could be sold for a good price because the audience bought and approved of it. If it was a nameless singer, who would buy it? For each song, we'll pay 100,000 yuan for the online version. Chin Zi had never seen 100,000 yuan in his life. He almost blurted out, "Brother, I have a n number of masterpieces here. Do you want them?" The online copyright of a masterwork song was only sold for 100,000 yuan. For an A-list singer, it was a loss. But Chin Zi didn't care. He was short of money, extremely short of money. Now that the stock market had a new lease of life, he was suffering from a lack of money to show his skills. His dream of someone else can replace him could never be realized. No problem. Chin Zi decided. You can register an account on our official website. There's an option called I want to sell songs in the background. Follow the steps above. Don't hang up the phone. If you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Oh, I almost forgot. Is it convenient for you to use the computer now? It's convenient. Chin Zi exited the market interface, switched to the browser, entered the top music chart official website, registered an account, logged in, and went to the background. Clicking on the I want to sell songs option, he first uploaded his identity card photo, selfie, and electronic copyright certificate photo of the music copyright application. He uploaded the copyright certificate of the 3 songs together. The system's products must be the best. Chin Zi had registered the copyright of every song that he exchanged. It was important to be vigilant. Copyright was like a patent. The first to get it, the second to get it. He didn't want to make a wedding dress for others and lose the wife and the soldiers. Okay, I've received it here. I'll send a contract to your email later. You can make 2 copies, sign your name, and send a copy of the copyright book together. Photos alone won't do. Send me the address. I'll send it to your mobile phone via text message later. We'll transfer the money to you within 3 working days after receiving the contract. As for the other contract that will be sent to you, it should be delayed for a few days. No problem. In the afternoon, Chin Zi went out and found a graphic shop nearby. He printed the contract and copyright copies, called the courier boy, and sent the 2 contracts together with the copyright book. Chin Zi was so happy that he had earned 300,000 yuan for nothing. His feet were light and he wished he could fly. I'm standing on the cusp of the wind and the waves, holding the sun and the moon spinning. He felt that he was standing on the cusp of the tide, with the sun and the moon in his hand. He had money, power, and women. As soon as he thought of women, the door opposite opened. His sister poked her head out and pouted slightly. She said in a coquettish tone, "I'm hungry." The familiar tone and expression, this was his sister's way of asking for peace. When Chin Zi asked for peace, he usually bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Then, he would launch a sugar-coated attack to make his sister happy. But his sister wanted to save face. Of course, she couldn't bow her head and admit her mistake. Usually, she would act coquettishly to tell Chin Zi, "Let's make up." If Chin Zi responded to her request, it meant that Chin Zi agreed to ask for peace. If Chin Zi ignored her, it meant that he refused. Chin Zi didn't even look at her. Chin Bao secretly curled her lips and endured the humiliation. "Your Majesty, this concubine has angered the dragon. I deserve to die." Chin Zi glanced at her. Come and rub my shoulders. Oh. Qin Bao Bao ran over in her pink slippers. Patter patter. Your Majesty, are you comfortable? This concubine's service is not bad, right? Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly. Qin Ziyi patted her hand. Not bad. That's enough. In fact, his sister's massage was not comfortable at all. Her nails were too long and her strength was too soft. Qin Ziyi was just symbolically showing his power as the master of the house. TSK, TSK. My beloved concubine is so humble. Is she here to ask for pleasure? Bah, is she here to ask for a song? Qin Bao Bao timely made a teary and cute expression. Li Xuegang sings rock. Considering the gap in popularity between you two, even if you perform exceptionally, you may not be able to beat him. Qin Bao Bao nodded. Yes, I think so too. The safest and most effective way is to sing rock and beat him in the field he is most familiar with. Ah! Qin Bao Bao opened her mouth. Safe your sister. I'll definitely be defeated. That's because you don't know how good I am. Qin Ziyi chuckled and patted his sister's head. Listen carefully. Yes. Qin Bao Bao pecked her head and placed her hands flat on her knees. She sat obediently on a small stool. Qin Ziyi got up and left the sofa. Standing in the living room, he cleared his throat and began to sing in a very deep voice. A few minutes later, Qin Ziyi finished singing. Panting slightly, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. How was it? Was this song good? Qin Bao Bao widened her eyes and opened her mouth. She had an expression that said, "My little friend and I are stunned." Is this a love song or a rock song? A love song in a rock song in a love song. Qin Bao Bao suddenly blushed. But shouldn't a love song be sad, soothing, bright, and gentle? What kind of love song is a rock song? It's sonorous and noisy. Then what do you think of my rock and roll love song? Qin Ziyi asked. It's great. Qin Bao Bao's fair face was dyed with a touch of red. She was charming and seductive. She was very excited. Qin Ziyi thought to himself, when I first heard it, I was also shocked. The music in the parallel space was simply a bug. Give me a pen and paper. I'll write the score for you. Qin Bao Bao was overjoyed. She jumped into Qin Ziyi's arms in an unladylike manner. She hooked her legs around his waist and hugged his face and kissed him wildly. Aze, what's wrong with your brain? Are you still my brother? Don't hide. Let your sister kiss you as much as she wants. With your talent, I might be able to write songs too. Qin Bao Bao imitated the northeastern dialect and said, Oh my God. Qin Ziyi had goosebumps. If you don't know how to say it, don't say it. It's neither fish nor fowl. Chapter 61. There was no need for Qin Ziyi to whip her. Qin Bao Bao was full of fighting spirit and expressed that she wanted to practice singing. She was full of ambition and blood boiling. Qin Ziyi was responsible for correcting and training her. Here, the voice can't tremble. You have to go through it in one breath. No, the voice is too high. It's not the time for you to explode. Before the rhythm starts, you have to be gentle, sad, and low. I told you not to tremble. Why are you trembling again? Alas, Qin Bao Bao, can you do it? Your good voice is wasted. When it should be high, it's not high. When it should be low, it's not low. What do you want? Your expression is not focused enough. Your voice is too stiff. It doesn't feel like you are singing. It's like a tortoise chanting scriptures. The most charming thing about singing is that it can move people's hearts. But I don't see any emotion on your face. Bao Bao, this is a rock love song. You can't be too high. It's too emotional and tasteless. Why don't you withdraw from I am a singer? You rotten wood, I can't help you. It was good to have fighting spirit, but the reality was always rough. It was easy to sing this song, but difficult to sing it well. Qin Ziyi was not satisfied. Poor Qin Bao Bao's voice was hoarse. Stop. Rest for half an hour and rest your voice. Qin Ziyi picked up the teacup and took a sip. He shook his head resentfully. Qin Bao Bao was angry and aggrieved. She collapsed on the sofa in frustration and drank a mouthful of water. There are still a few days left. Continue to practice. Sister, I have confidence in you. Qin Ziyi felt that he couldn't increase her negative emotions, and he couldn't attack his sister's negativity. If this girl went all out, the one who would be finished would be him. Qin Bao had a bad record. When she was in junior high school, the pressure of studying was too great, and Qin Bao's grades had steadily declined for a period of time. Her teachers and parents kept roaring in her ears, telling her to work hard and not fail in her studies, and not to be a loser like her younger brother. But no matter how hard she tried, Qin Bao's grades didn't improve. Her grades didn't improve, and instead, they regressed. She was stressed for half a semester, so she simply threw caution to the wind and fell asleep in class. On weekends, she dragged Qin Ziyi to go online. It was during that period of time that she learned how to play online games, and she played them very well. This went on for half a semester and a summer break. After school started, her parents gave up on treatment, but she surprised everyone in the midterm exam and scored third in the whole grade. His parents were overjoyed. Therefore, his sister was a person who couldn't stand pressure. Give her a safe and comfortable environment, and her IQ could be maintained at a normal level. But once there was too much pressure, she would collapse. The saying that the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. It was nonsense. Not everyone had a strong and indomitable will. It's my fault for being too demanding. It's my first time singing, so it's impossible to be perfect. It'll be fine if you practice more. With more practice, you'll be able to reach perfection, and you'll be able to beat Liu Shuigang in seconds. Qin Ziyi changed his routine and coaxed Qin Bao like he was coaxing a child. But his sister liked it very much. She hummed and nodded, and her expression was clearly saying, "Brother, you're right. I'm such a great person." On Friday, the show started. During the day, Qin Ziyi stayed at home alone, Wang Zijin went to work, and Qin Bao was summoned home by her mother yesterday. She left after recording the show. When she received the call, Qin Bao was so scared that she almost peed her pants. She grabbed her brother's hand tightly as if it was the end of the world. What should I do? What should I do? Did Mom and Dad find out about my singing? Will they beat me to death? If they beat me to death, A's must save my sister. Qin Ziyi was also unsure. But since his sister was so weak, as a man, he couldn't act too cowardly. So he picked up the phone. "Mom, what's the matter?" Mom didn't waste any time. "Let your sister answer the phone." "Okay." Qin Ziyi decisively gave in and passed the phone to her. Qin Bao rolled her eyes at her brother, then took a deep breath. Finally, she picked up the phone and stammered, "Mom, come home tomorrow." Mom's voice had a rare hint of determination. Qin Bao's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her brother for help, but Qin Ziyi pretended not to see it. "What's the matter, Mom?" Since her brother was so weak, Qin Bao could only shoulder the burden herself. Mom revealed, "I've found a match for you. He's handsome, young, and promising. He's 30 years old, has 3 houses, and 2 cars. I heard that he's the deputy general manager of a private equity company. He's half in the same industry and has a common topic with your dad. Your dad also thinks that he's good." Qin Bao and Qin Ziyi both heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Bao said softly, "I thought it was something serious." "Okay, I'll go over tomorrow and meet him." Mom was dumbfounded when she saw her agree so readily. "Hey, you agreed so quickly today?" Yes. Qin Bao said obediently, "I'm about the same age. I can't let you worry about me every day. If you like him, you can go out and find him." Mom was instantly moved. Tears welled up in her eyes on the other end of the phone. "My Bao has really grown up." Qin Ziyi stood at the side and complained in his heart. "It's all because you two spoiled her." The mother and daughter hung up the phone. Qin Bao exhaled heavily. "I was almost scared to death. Since your plot hasn't been exposed, why are you going back?" "I'm going back to sound them out. I'm going to cut the internet cable at home." Qin Bao stuck out her tongue. People were like that. The more guilty they were, the more they would compromise. Normally, she wouldn't be willing to go back. Mom basically didn't go online, and Grandpa would only go online to read financial news. He definitely wouldn't pay attention to variety shows. What time are you going back tomorrow? After recording the show tomorrow, I'll drive straight home. I won't be back on the weekend. Qin Bao Bao looked at him meaningfully. You and Zijin stay at home. Don't mess around. You always think of me as a bad person, Qin Ziyi said unhappily. On the internet, Weibo was in a frenzy 9 p.m., waiting for I Am a Singer. I haven't watched TV for many years. I'm waiting for the internet at 12 p.m. What's there to watch? There's no bullet screen or video. I've always watched shows on my computer. I'm looking forward to it. Li Shuigong's rock is so hot-blooded. I'm a die-hard fan of Li Shuigong. I can sing all of his songs. Rock is so high. Sob sob sob. I don't live in Shanghai. Otherwise, I'd definitely go to the scene to support my idol. I'm looking forward to the PK between Huang Yuting and Li Shuigong. It'll be a fierce battle. I'm looking forward to Qin Bao Bao drawing Li Shuigong. Ha ha ha. Qin Bao Bao is destined to be out. Which of those guests isn't more popular than her? Yeah. Chen Xiaotong's popularity has recovered in these few episodes. She's even more popular than Li Rongxing now. How is that possible? Chen Xiaotong is more popular than Li Rongxing? If you don't believe me, look at the show's official Weibo. There's a popularity poll. Chen Xiaotong is third, Huang Yuting is first, Li Shuigong is second, Li Rongxing is fourth, Hong Jingyao is fifth, and Qin Bao Bao is last. Bye-bye, Qin Bao Bao. Let's take another look at Qin Bao Bao's big breasts and long legs. It's the last episode. Chapter 62. At around 7 p.m., Wang Zijin came home from work. She was wearing Qin Bao Bao's office uniform. She had no choice as it was the company's request. She had only brought a few pieces of clothes with her when she left home. She was too embarrassed to spend Qin Bao Bao's money. The office suits and business suits were the same. They were considered luxury goods and were too cheap. Everyone had sharp eyes and would be able to tell at a glance if you wore an office suit that cost a few hundred yuan. Qin Bao Bao's suit was from the brand only. It was not cheap and cost more than 30,000 yuan. However, it did not fit her well. Qin Bao Bao was taller than her and had bigger breasts. At the entrance, she could already smell the aroma of Qin Zedi's cooking. Wang Zijin, who looked gentle on the outside but was cold on the inside, felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It felt good to come home from work and have someone cooking for you. This house was very small. It was more than 80 square meters. There were only 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 balcony. Compared to her luxurious house, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very warm here. She had an open-minded and unassuming best friend and a mature and steady boy who liked to peep at her. Here, there was no burden, no scheming, no mask, and she could laugh and curse. She could feel at ease. She liked this place, liked the people here, liked her best friend, and also liked the boy who waved the spatula in the kitchen. He was talented, gentle, mature, and steady. He also had the innocence and naivety of a boy. Wang Zijin was used to men dancing around her. Some pretended to be cold, some pretended to be steady, and some pretended to be gentle. However, all of them had the same goal. Wang Zijin couldn't tell if he liked her for her beauty or her personality. He always liked to strike up a conversation with her and try to please her. He never hid his feelings, but he could always maintain a clear look in his eyes. Wang Zijin did not like him yet. However, she did not mind him dancing around her and did not mind giving him a chance. The only bad thing was probably the way he interacted with his sister. It always felt out of place. It was clearly not the way siblings interacted, but it gave you an impeccable sense of harmony. When she finished changing into her slippers, Qin Ziyi happened to come out of the kitchen with the dishes. Qin Bao Bao said that you had diarrhea last night and your hands and feet were cold. You must have been exposed to too much air conditioning. I've made black chicken yam soup for you. Take it for a week and you'll be fine. Qin Ziyi placed the dishes on the table and walked into the kitchen. I'll help you with the rice. Wang Zijin's eyes moved as she looked at his back. For a moment, She had the illusion that she was a married person with a warm little nest. When she came home from work, the lights were on, and the fragrance of food wafted in the kitchen. Her husband had prepared a meal and was waiting for her to come home. The face of the husband was blurry, but when it gradually became clear, it actually looked a little like Qin Ziyi. Wang Zijin shook her head and threw the messy thoughts out of her mind. She glanced at the dining table and smiled. That's all. There were 2 dishes and 1 soup, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. The soup was black chicken yam soup. This was the amount for 2 people. Qin Bao Bao was called home by my mother to go on a blind date. I'm not sure if she will be back this weekend. Qin Ziyi came out of the kitchen and said indifferently, "Let her be. It's good that she's not here. It's quiet." Wang Zijin looked at him amusedly. She ran her fingers through her hair and said with a smile, "Pour me a cup of warm water." "Okay." Qin Ziyi got up and poured the water happily. After dinner, Wang Zijin took a shower and locked herself in the room. She did not come out again. Qin Ziyi continued to study his stocks. If he could understand something, he would use his brain. It was too complicated and cumbersome. He directly exchanged for relevant knowledge in the system. On the 3rd day after the licensing contract was sent out, the top Chinese music chart gave him a full copyright fee of 300,000 yuan. Qin Ziyi invested the money in the stock market yesterday. He did not dare to fill up his portfolio. He spent 20,000 yuan to buy an infrastructure stock. He got off to a good start and earned him a 5% profit. However, when the stock opened the next day, it opened at a price far lower than the closing price of the first day. It continued to fall. When it closed, it fell by 3%. According to the law, if it fell one day, it needed to rise 2 days to make up for it. It was equivalent to drawing water with a bamboo basket. Even in the bull market, the rise and fall of each stock was uncertain. It rose and fell, and one could not say that it was a sure win. In the bull market, it was common for people to draw water with a bamboo basket. Qin Ziyi did not think that he had made a mistake. Instead, he was relieved. According to the weekly trend, this stock was very strong, controlled by the banker. The rise and fall trend should be the banker suppressing the stock. However, he did not dare to do it too much. He was afraid that the individual investors would be frightened. From this, it could be concluded that this stock would soar in a short time. Therefore, Qin Ziyi bought another 50,000 yuan. He did not dare to tell Qin Bao about the 300,000 yuan copyright fee. Qin Bao was so poor that she was crazy. Moreover, she had the character of a prodigal woman. If she knew that he had this money, she would try her best to get it from him. Qin Ziyi's malicious speculation about his sister was not without reason. This was the conclusion of his experience. Soon, it was 12 o'clock in the evening. Qin Ziyi closed the stock market interface, clicked on the browser, and watched this episode of I Am a Singer. The door opened. Wang Zijin walked out sleepily. Her hair was fluffy, and her eyes were half closed. She was dignified and bright, but there was a little bit of naivety. Qin Ziyi just thought that she was going to pee in the middle of the night and ignored her. Wang Zijin sat down next to him. Her voice was soft and hoarse. "Has it started?" "Yes." Qin Ziyi turned his head. "Do you want to watch?" "I specially took a nap so that I could watch the show. The internet said that Bao Bao would definitely lose." Wang Zijin glanced at him. "Bao Bao lost?" "I'm not sure. I prepared 2 songs for her. Even if she lost the first round, she can still win the revival round. She didn't tell me the details. After the show, she went home and didn't even call me." "If she doesn't call, can't you fight?" Wang Zijin complained. Qin Ziyi said in his heart. "I don't need to fight." Once Qin Bao was okay, the system would send a notification that the mission failed, and I would also die. Now that I'm safe and sound, it means that she stayed on the stage. The show started. The stage was lit up with bright neon lights. The audience was looking forward to it. The camera passed by and switched to the backstage. In the hall, the host, Yin Jiao, said to the 5 singers with a smile, "For this episode, our show has invited a mystery guest. Are you looking forward to it?" Li Rongxing laughed and scolded, "What are you looking forward to?" "It's teacher Li Xuegang. His Weibo is all over it." The singers all laughed. Qin Baobao was also laughing, but her smile was a little stiff and unnatural. Li Xuegang said that he would avenge his wife, Xue Mai. It was obvious that he was targeting her. The public opinion on the internet was not small. She was under a lot of pressure. "Okay, then let's get straight to the point. Let's invite this god out of the room." Yin Jiao waved her little fist at the camera. "Everyone, follow me." Qin Ziyi suddenly said, "I'll open the bullet screen." Wang Zijin nodded. Just then, the door of the replacement singer opened. Yin Jiao shouted exaggeratedly at the camera, "It's teacher Li Xuegang. Friends and audience, are you surprised? Are you surprised?" The bullet screen was filled with laughter. "Ha ha ha, such exaggerated acting skills. She's so cute. Surprise your ass. The whole China knows that Li Xuegang is this episode's replacement singer. Ha ha ha. Front row, finally my idol is here. Idol, I love you. China's best man, he's here to avenge his wife. Please cut the camera to Qin Baobao, I want to see her trembling." Big-breasted girl said in fear, "It's over." In the show, Yin Jiao shook hands with Li Xuegang enthusiastically. "Teacher Li Xuegang, I've been looking forward to seeing you. With you on our stage will be even more dazzling." Li Xuegang said modestly, "You're flattering me. We can all learn from each other. The director of the show told me, our stage lacks a rock singer. I said, why don't we invite teacher Li Xuegang? The director said, don't joke, teacher Li Xuegang can't be invited." Yin Jiao exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, "Oh my god, I didn't expect you to agree. We didn't have much hope. It's mainly because I've been quite free recently, and..." Li Xuegang said helplessly, "This is a political mission. My boss wants me to do it." The bullet screen, "Phut, political mission? No problem, ha ha ha. Wife-spoiling maniac Li Xuegang. He's here to avenge his wife, right? He's here to ruin Qin Baobao's show. Big-breasted girl, I want to see her." At this moment, Qin Baobao's expression must be very interesting. This is the show's effect. Actually, Li Xuegang may not really want to compete with Qin Baobao. It's possible. Variety shows are all like this. The old tricks of variety shows, creating a couple, creating contradictions, creating suspense, and forcing jokes, were all scripted. Regarding the online conflict between Qin Baobao and Li Xuegang, some people also held a conspiracy theory, thinking that it was planned by the show's crew. Yin Jiao said, "Recently, there's a rumor circulating on the internet that you came to our show this time to ruin it. You want to avenge teacher Xue Mai." Li Xuegang waved his hand. "Let's learn from each other. I don't mean to target anyone, but on the stage, when singers compete, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Can you tell me what you think of Qin Baobao? I've watched the first 2 episodes of the show. Qin Baobao's songs are very good. I'm looking forward to competing with her." Only saying that the songs were good, but not the singing skills, implied that Qin Baobao won with her songs. Chapter 63. In the hall, the singers were drawing lots. As a newcomer, Li Xuegang was pushed out for the first draw. He reached into the box and quickly took out a ball. He glanced at it and pointed the number at the camera. Number 2. Li Rongxing was still exaggerating and humorous. He muttered that he had drawn number 1. Huang Yuteng drew number 3. Li Rongxing laughed exaggeratedly. Successfully avoided 2 big enemies. Ha ha ha. The bullet screen was filled with laughter. The audience was amused by him. Hong Jingyao drew number 3. He shrugged and said helplessly, "Mr. Huang, it's finally time for us to fight." Huang Yuteng smiled. "Let's not fight. You can do whatever you want. It's not our turn to fight." Hong Jingyao was stunned. He looked at Chen Xiaotong, who was walking to the box. It was up to her whether the two would fight or not. Her draw was very important. The audience, including the long-awaited PK match between Qin Baobao and Li Xuegang, only wanted to see if Chen Xiaotong drew number 3 or 2. Chen Xiaotong took out the number and was stunned. The camera froze on her stunned face. Commercial time, damn, she dropped the ball at the crucial moment. What did she draw? Damn commercial. This commercial is well inserted. Let me say, damn it. I've already taken off my pants, and you're showing me this? Qin Ziyi pressed the fast-forward button and filtered out the commercial time. Because it was an advertisement in the show, it could be manually fast-forwarded. If it was an advertisement on an online platform, it could only count down. The camera cut back. Chen Xiaotong took out the number ball from the box. She looked at it and was stunned. Everyone was on tenterhooks, as if a cat was scratching their hearts. What did this expression mean? Number 3 or number 2? They wished they could go into the screen and see for themselves. It was too suspenseful. At this moment, the screen changed. Commercial time. This time, it was an online advertisement. There was no way to fast forward. It could only count down. Qin Ziyi cursed. Wang Zijin subconsciously slapped him and said, "Don't swear." After saying that, she was stunned. What does his swearing have to do with me? Why did I subconsciously blame and criticize him? Oh, I'm used to it. Qin Ziyi smiled. Qin Bao Bao never criticizes me. Sister Ziwei, you're more like my sister. Wang Zijin panicked for no reason. Yes, Qin Ziyi was right. Her subconscious action was because in her heart, Qin Ziyi was an intimate and important person. It was just like how parents would criticize their children when they heard their children curse. An elder sister would also blame her younger brother when she heard him curse. Also, when a woman heard her boyfriend curse, she would also blame him. Which one was it? His parents definitely weren't. Elder sister? Yes, it must be elder sister. While Wang Zijin was lost in her thoughts, the commercial break ended and the show continued. She suppressed her complicated emotions and tried to focus her attention on the show. What number? What did I get? Several singers poked their heads out of curiosity. Chen Xiaotong showed the number ball and said sweetly, "Number 1. Everyone was in an uproar. Yin Jiao covered her mouth. OMG, she was acting. She knew that Qin Bao Bao was destined to compete with Li Shuigang today because the program crew would do something behind the scenes. However, she still had to act. Huang Yuteng raised the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Li Rongxing cast a pitiful look at Qin Bao Bao. This girl was unlucky. He was gloating a little. After yesterday's rehearsal, he had struck up a conversation with Qin Bao Bao. His handsome face, magnetic voice, and roguish smile had always been Li Rongxing's trump card. Girls all fell for it. However, Qin Bao Bao was very polite to him. Yes, polite. In the end, Li Rongxing couldn't get her phone number, let alone add her on WeChat. Although he could ask for it from the program crew, it was too boring. Li Rongxing didn't know that from the first time they met, he had been blacklisted by Qin Bao Bao because of his jumpy personality and signature naughty smile. What a joke. Old Master Qin was a decent person. The children he raised naturally hated the naughty temperament. Qin Ziyi looked very decent, gentle, and humble. Qin Bao Bao looked like a vixen, natural appearance, but she was actually a very decent girl. Hong Jingyaro sighed. This was the so-called what you fear will happen. Li Shuigang narrowed his eyes slightly. His pupils flashed with mockery. Qin Bao Bao was always the last to draw lots. She didn't have to do it herself every time. This wasn't because of her high status. On the contrary, if she didn't draw lots, she would have less screen time. The program crew gave the opportunity to appear on screen to the singers. She didn't get a chance. The bullet screen was lively. The screen was full of exclamations. F***CK, is this for real? Is it true? Qin Bao Bao really PK with Li Shuigang. It's over. My big-breasted girl is going to be eliminated. Ha ha ha, interesting. Let's wait for Li Shuigang to beat Qin Bao Bao. I can't wait to see the votes. There must be a difference between heaven and earth. Place your bets. The final votes are Qin Bao Bao, 0, Li Shuigang, 500. Tears of sympathy for my goddess. I like Qin Bao Bao very much, but it's almost impossible for her to win. That's for sure. Qin Bao Bao is good, But it depends on who she's competing with. How can she sing better than Lee Shuegang? He's the king of rock and roll. He's a good singer. Unless Qin Bao Bao sings rock and roll, it's impossible for her to win. She can't win even if she sings rock and roll. Qin Bao Bao can sing rock and roll? Can she sing well? Can she beat Lee Shuegang? Maybe she can sing an original rock and roll song. Okay, that's not very likely. I'll spoil it. Qin Bao Bao won. Lee Shuegang entered the revival round. Hong Jingyaro is the one eliminated this week. I'll spoil it too. Qin Bao Bao lost. Qin Bao Bao is eliminated. Qin Bao Bao, goodbye. Spoiler, damn your whole family. How is that possible? Lee Shuegang will lose. I'll livestream myself eating tea. That's impossible. People who say such things are stupid. I didn't watch TV, but I'll say it here. If Lee Shuegang loses, I'll livestream myself cutting off his dick. Are the audience blind? Deaf? How many fans does Lee Shuegang have? He's almost invincible. Yeah, unless he PK with Huang Yuteng. But that's obviously impossible. Qin Bao Bao is too unlucky. There are too many highlights this week. So exciting, so exciting. The first group of singers was Chen Xiaotong and Li Rongxing. Chen Xiaotong went on stage under the soft lighting. She had changed into a gorgeous outfit, in the style of an opera house. She was singing an opera today, but it wasn't a traditional opera. She added a lot of pop music elements to make the opera more relaxed and cheerful. Like sleeping, like breathing, like a dream, like reality. This call of life makes my heart tremble. Is it a spirit or someone beside me? This Midnight Phantom's song calls to me. Ah, you and I resonate. This soul, you can't wake up. With your fragile soul beside me. This Midnight Phantom's song calls to you. You're an imprisoned spirit, born for the night. I live for you during the day. Ah! The audience was shocked and swayed their arms. The comments were also lively. This soprano, I'm impressed, she can even control an opera. My Xiaotong is amazing. She's a former diva after all. Her voice is finally back. How can her lung capacity be so big? She can sing for half a day without stopping. Soprano. 666, this is true strength. She can adapt to all kinds of songs, unlike Qin Bao Bao who can only sing love songs. If she were to sing an opera, she'd definitely be at a loss. She's a newcomer after all. Qin Bao Bao cried and said, "You're all bullying me. I'm going to find my brother to seek justice." Ha ha ha, her brother's story is going viral. I have a brother. Who's afraid of? The world is big, but my brother is the biggest. The world is big, but my brother is the most powerful. I've been listening to her brother for almost a month. Who is her brother? You really believe she has a brother? Young man, simple and unsophisticated. Chapter 64. Chen Xiaotong bowed and left the stage. Yin Jiao said loudly, "How was Teacher Xiaotong's singing?" "Great. That was great." The audience's response was like a tsunami. The camera panned to them, each of their faces brimming with excitement. Yin Jiao talked for a few minutes and waited for the audience to calm down before she said loudly, "Let's welcome the next singer, Li Rongxing." Cheers burst out. The applause was thunderous. Li Rongxing changed into a leather jacket and pants. His hair was combed neatly and his face was covered with shiny laser powder. It's raining outside the window. His figure appears at the street corner. The people in the room look at him with tenderness. And I'm standing at the edge of your world. No matter how desolate the world is. I love you and don't feel lonely. A stubborn girl hiding in her heart. Hoo hoo hoo, da lo 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 lo, Li Rongxing sang a familiar sad love song. It was very popular some time ago, but he was not in a good state today. There were a few mistakes and tremors in his voice. The audience might not be able to tell if the singer made a mistake, but when it came to love songs, with Baby Chin's outstanding performances in the first 2 episodes, the audience's ears were already picky. When they heard Li Rongxing sing the same type of sad love song, they were instantly not convinced. What's going on? Li Rongxing is not in the right state today. It's average, and he chose the wrong song. I only admire Qin Bao Bao when it comes to sad love songs. It's not as ethereal as legend, nor is it as simple as fairy tale. The lyrics are touching. Fairy tale makes me feel touched, sad, and helpless. Few songs can surpass it in terms of emotions. At least, there shouldn't be a song like this year. Even Qin Bao Bao can't do it. I like Chen Xiaotong's opera. Her voice is excellent. The voting began. Chen Xiaotong, 236 votes. Li Rongxing, 204 votes. 60 people abstained. Chen Xiaotong beamed with joy and bowed to the audience again to thank them. Li Rongxing was also smiling, but it was a bit forced. He was overtaken. In the first episode, he had surpassed Chen Xiaotong in terms of popularity. This was only the third episode, and her popularity was gradually recovering. Her singing skills were also gradually recovering. Chen Xiaotong was gradually getting better. Now, she had already surpassed him in both popularity and singing skills. That was why it was said that variety shows, especially musical variety shows, were the easiest to create stars. The talent shows that were popular a few years ago had created batch after batch of singers. The most outstanding ones were now A-listers. It did not seem impossible for Chen Xiaotong to return to the top with the help of I Am a Singer. There was also Qin Bao Bao, an unknown newcomer who was now famous. Then, next up is the singer that everyone is looking forward to the most. Yin Jiao deliberately paused. Are you looking forward to it? I can't wait. The clamor was like a tidal wave. Let's welcome the singer, Li Xuegang. Yin Jiao shouted. Sonorous and powerful music sounded at the right time, adding to the atmosphere. On the bullet screen, netizens were discussing Teacher Li Xuegang has appeared. I'm looking forward to Teacher Xuegang's rock and roll. Everyone, start moving. Shake your heads. I don't really like rock, but I like Li Xuegang's rock. F***ck, there are too many comments. I'm blocking my idol. Turn off the comments to save IQ. There were too many comments on the computer and it affected the viewing. Qin Ziyi suggested, how about I turn off the comments? Wang Zijin shook her head. The comments are quite interesting. Leave them on. Interesting, right? Qin Ziyi laughed. The comments are always more interesting than the show. Wang Zijin asked, do you often post comments too? Qin Ziyi nodded. Wang Zijin thought for a while and tilted her head. Keyboard warrior. Qin Ziyi's expression changed. Sister Ziwei, you can't say things like that. Wang Zijin blinked. Qin Ziyi said, keyboard warrior is a derogatory term. It generally refers to those who maneuver freely and make decisions on the internet. But in real life, they are timid and cowardly people. On the same level as them, there are also the receiver and the spare tire. Wang Zijin said, oh, I know about the spare tire. It's the story of the goddess and the loser. But what's the receiver? Bao Bao said that you are the receiver. Qin Ziyi vomited blood and was furious. Qin Bao Bao said that I am the receiver. I'm going to fight it out with her. It was a great humiliation. Wang Zijin covered her mouth and laughed. The original words were my brother has been a coward since he was young. He's too ordinary. My mother and I are worried about him. We're afraid that he won't be able to find a wife in the future, so he's probably the receiver. The veins on Qin Ziyi's forehead bulged. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. What did she mean? The receiver. Me. She's only going home today. Otherwise, I would have hung her up and beaten her, Qin Ziyi said angrily. So this is my image in my sister's eyes. Saying that a man is the receiver is the same as saying to your face, you are incompetent. There's no difference. Wang Zijin glanced at him. Actually, I'm not that curious. I'll Baidu myself later. Qin Ziyi seems to be very angry. The show continued. Li Xuegang held a guitar and went on stage. He had long hair tied into a ponytail. He wore a gaudy silver leather jacket, leather pants, and boots, the standard outfit of a rock musician. Li Xuegang bowed to the audience, raised his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. After a few breaths, he turned his head and nodded to the band. The music exploded without warning. The storm-like electric guitar, the loud and sonorous saxophone, the rhythmic drums. It was as if all the music was playing at the same time. It was loud, sonorous, and chaotic. At first glance, it seemed chaotic. But if you listened carefully, you would feel that it was very rhythmic. Rock originated in the United States in the mid-1950s. It was mainly influenced by rhythm and blues, country music, and clank alley music. There were many branches of rock music and its forms were complex. The main styles were folk rock, art rock, psychedelic rock, country rock, heavy metal, punk, and so on. Many people, including some musicians, did not know what rock was. Rock was a very broad concept. It included a series of thoughts and cultural movements that accompanied the birth of rock music. In layman's terms, it was non-mainstream. However, non-mainstream was still not enough to describe rock. What was rock? There was no accurate answer. Some people said that rock was explosive music, music that tore the eardrums. Some people said that rock was a kind of destruction. Some people said that rock was a kind of spirit. There was no clear definition of rock. It was not expressed in the explosive music, but in the spirit. It was a kind of spirit of breaking away from feudal etiquette and not taking the ordinary path. Its characteristics were maverick, singing when you want to, and not sticking to a pattern. In martial arts novels, it was a realm where no moves were better than having moves. There was no sword in the hand, but there was a sword in the heart. Even if you were not a professional musician or singer, you could still sing boldly and sing when you want to. However, all the popular rock music in the world had a sense of rhythm and explosive music. As mentioned earlier, non-mainstream rock music was one of the ideas of rock music. Loud and explosive music could reflect this point very concretely. Standing under the light grey sky. Destined to walk with suffering and responsibility. Walking on the journey of life. Life is withering fast. Crossing the tide of the long journey. Even if we bleed and die, our spirit will last forever, forever, forever. Li Shuigang shook his head and his limbs followed the rhythm. His voice was majestic and high, a natural rock voice. The audience below the stage was also high. Their bodies uncontrollably followed the rhythm and danced. The scene was emotional. Li Shuigang was singing one of his representative works. Anyone could hum a few lines of a song that the audience was familiar with. Backstage, several singers watched the performance through the screen. Chen Xiaotong twisted her waist and followed the rhythm. Her mouth opened and closed. Huang Yuteng snapped his fingers and swayed his body to the rhythm. After the rock song was finished, the audience exploded. The cheers and applause were like a tide and a gale, almost blowing the roof off. Hundreds of audience members shouted and clapped desperately. They were enthusiastic and excited. The bullet screen was like snowflakes. The golden voice of the music industry. 666 This is rock. The rock that makes people's blood boil. The rock that makes people can't help but get high. This is music. I like this kind of emotional music. I don't like love songs. It feels like they're just moaning for no reason. I really want to listen to Li Shuigang's rock song again. It's a pity that he won't be able to enter the revival round. What a pity. Everyone, let's get high. What, he's finished. I haven't had my fill yet. I feel like I'm on drugs. I can't stop at all. Backstage, the singers were also discussing. Hong Jingyaro said, the quality is too high. He's a live singer. He's really good. Chen Xiaotong exclaimed, how can he sing so high? Huang Yuteng laughed and said, your opera is also a high note. You don't have to be envious of others. Chen Xiaotong waved her hand and said with a wry smile, mine is different. I feel like his real life is smooth all the way. Hong Jingyaro laughed and teased, are you saying that he's stubborn? What? I'm just admiring his voice. Chen Xiaotong also laughed. At this moment, the cameraman switched the camera to Qin Bao. Qin Bao was expressionless, like a beautiful rose that was silently blooming. Although the audience did not think highly of her, they couldn't deny that she was an outstanding beauty. Qin Bao didn't say anything, but that didn't mean that the others wouldn't. Yin Jiao pretended to be curious. Bao Bao, as the next singer to appear on stage, is there a lot of pressure? Qin Bao Bao smiled. It's all right. Tell us about the song you'll be singing for us. Qin Bao Bao thought for a moment. A love song. Then the camera switched to the singers backstage. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao and Yin Jiao should have left the hall. Li Rongxing suddenly said, "What song did she sing during the rehearsal yesterday?" He had a job to do yesterday. He had to shoot an advertisement and didn't have time to wait for Qin Bao Bao. Hong Jingyaro laughed and said, "She didn't sing." Ah! Li Rongxing was stunned. Huang Yuteng nodded. "Brother Hong and I were there yesterday. She really didn't sing. She just hummed and didn't sing the lyrics. The live comments, she didn't sing during the rehearsal. Is she desperate? She's just going for broke. If it were me, I would also be discouraged. Her future is bleak. She's going to be eliminated anyway. Yeah, no matter who she gets, she won't make it." Someone analyzed it online. The camera switched to the stage. Qin Bao Bao was wearing a simple outfit today. She wore denim shorts and a white t-shirt. Her chestnut-colored curly hair was let down and she wore light makeup. The lights alternately shone on her body, her well-proportioned figure and long legs without stockings. The sorrowful sound of an erhu sounded. Whether it was the audience offstage or the audience in front of the computer, they were all stunned. In pop music, the chances of an erhu appearing on stage were not high. Erhu? This rhythm sounds okay. There's an inexplicable sense of sadness. It's a sad love song again. She's really the queen of love songs. But we're a little tired of listening to it. Do you dare to change the style? Another love song? Moaning about nothing, forcing new worries. I want to listen to rock. It sounds like a love song. The sound of an erhu is also naturally sad. But why is there an electric guitar and drum accompaniment? It's too loud and uncoordinated. Be a little more polite. After all, this is Qin Bao Bao's last performance. At this moment, a live comment appeared. High energy ahead. A few seconds later, dozens of high energy ahead messages floated by and almost filled the entire screen. What's the situation? Damn, so many people. Are they crazy? What's going on? High energy ahead again. Are you guys interested? Speaking of which, there are a lot of people with high energy. Have you guys been lurking? Sitting in front of the computer, I'm dumbfounded. Those who didn't know what was going on spammed the live comments. But soon, they all fell silent because Qin Bao Bao started singing. Chapter 65. Qin Bao Bao's magnetic and melodious voice rang out. At first, I only believed that the greatest thing was feelings. In the end, I powerlessly saw that the strongest thing was fate. You still chose to go back. He pierced your heart, but you refused to wake up. You said that love was a dream. I can only return the happiness I borrowed from you. The soothing and sad music suddenly became louder at this moment. The audience, who were immersed in the low music, trembled and looked surprised. Qin Bao Bao took a deep breath and suddenly sang, "The loneliest thing is to stay but not stay." Not finished yet, only the gentle farewell song remains. The second before the heart breaks, we embrace each other in silence. The heartbeat sends you the bitter farewell song. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded by Qin Bao Bao's singing. This is rock. Love song rock. Li Shuigang was dumbfounded. Huang Yuteng's eyebrows twitched. Hong Jingyaro was dumbfounded. Li Rongxing's expression was the most exaggerated. His eyes and mouth were wide open, and he looked stunned. Chen Xiaotong's reaction was exaggerated. She suddenly bounced up from the sofa. After a short silence, the bullet screen went crazy. This, a rock. Damn, Qin Bao Bao is going to defy nature. Rock, it's rock, but how can it be a love song? It doesn't conform to the rhythm of a love song at all. I'm convinced. My Bao Bao is amazing. How many original works do you have? How many masterpieces do you have? This is the best of the best. How is it possible? How can she have so many original works? God, love songs can be sung like this. Rock can be sung like this. It turns out that love songs don't have to be sad or sweet. They can also be interpreted with exciting music. The music industry is going to be shaken. It's definitely going to be shaken. It's the first rock love song. 666, everyone, follow me. Then the screen was full of 666, as if only in this way could the audience express the excitement and shock in their hearts. It turns out that love is a kind of willfulness. Shouldn't think too much. Love is not smart. It's only willing. You still choose to go back. Qin Bao Bao continued singing. Throughout the song, she did not open her eyes. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she immersed herself in the song. The audience held their breaths, immersed in the explosive rock music, immersed in helplessness and sadness. Qin Bao Bao screamed at the top of her lungs, "He stabbed your heart, but you refused to wake up. You said that love is a dream. I can only return the happiness that I borrowed from you. The loneliest thing is to want to stay but not be able to. I'm not done yet. Only Li Ji is gentle." Ignoring the audience's reaction and the upcoming voting, she was completely immersed in her song. In her mind, she recalled Qin Zedi's words, "Imagine that you are a woman who has fallen out of love. The person you love the most, the person you can't let go of the most, well, he abandoned you." Qin Bao Bao said, "You like Wang Zijin?" Qin Zi was taken aback. "This song is about helplessness. The person I love doesn't love me back. Instead of pain and despair, he might as well let go and sing farewell song. The second before the heartbreak. Holding each other tightly in silence. My heart beats to send you a bitter farewell song. The loneliest thing is to want to stay but not be able to. I'm not done yet. Only Li Ji is gentle. You want to pursue her, right?" "Yes." No matter how hoarse her voice was, Qin Bao Bao bent over as Qin Zedi's words echoed in her mind. The second before the heartbreak. Holding each other tightly in silence. My heart beats to send you a bitter farewell song. You can't see but you can always hear the farewell song. The music slowly subsided until it was silent. Under the soft intertwining lights, Qin Bao Bao took a deep breath and bowed slightly. A moment later, applause broke out. It was far louder than any of the previous ones. It was louder than Liu Shuigang, Li Rongxing, and Chen Xiaotong. Everyone stood up at the same time. The scene was boiling. All kinds of sounds were intertwined, screaming, clapping, shouting. Some people danced excitedly, some cried out in tears, and some just roared to vent their excitement. A rock song. A love song. And a farewell song. Backstage, Huang Yuteng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's true. She gives me a shock every episode." He was slightly frightened. After this episode, how popular would this girl be? Thinking of this, he turned to look at Li Rongxing. He estimated that she was only a little less popular than Li Rongxing. The first 3 excellent songs made Qin Bao Bao famous. Today's farewell song really established her position in the music industry, a new generation of female singers. The appearance of the farewell song made everyone's eyes light up, especially the singers in the rock industry. Love songs could be sung like this, and rock songs could be sung like this. Hong Jingyaro murmured, "I want to know who the composer and lyricist of this song is." His words aroused the curiosity of Chen Xiaotong and the others. They whispered to each other. No one could guess. There were 2 theories. 1. Qin Bao Bao's song was written by her brother. 2. Star Art Company was promoting her. There were contradictions in both theories. The first guess was that there was no singer in the world who could write 4 excellent songs in one go. Not a single one. A person's inspiration was limited. Out of a few or a dozen songs, it was considered good to have one excellent song. Some singers had many excellent songs in one album, but they weren't written by a single composer. The second guess was that Star Art Company had no reason or resources to promote a newcomer. Everyone was in the industry and knew the rules. No entertainment company would do this. 4 excellent songs. Looking at the tempo, 1 song per episode, the price was too high. Unless your background was really big. Was Qin Bao Bao someone with a big background? Everyone's imagination ran wild. The singers were guessing, the audience was guessing too. The bullet screen didn't quiet down. Instead, it became more and more intense. What's Qin Bao Bao's background? F***ck, she came out of nowhere and wrote 4 heaven-defying songs. This is completely illogical. Star Art Company is promoting her? She's the daughter of the chairman? Don't joke. Star Art's chairman doesn't believe in Qin. She's more like a lover. Looking at it, Qin Bao Bao's legs are long and slender. She's definitely a virgin. She shouldn't be a rich man's mistress. It's not this and it's not that. Then what's going on? Was it really written by her brother? Maybe. Her brother's Weibo, watching childhood from afar. Don't thank me, I'm Lei Feng. Which god can check Qin Bao Bao's background? I'll reward you handsomely. The voting results came out quickly. Qin Bao Bao, 255 votes. Li Shuigang, 245 votes. This result shocked everyone. Of course, Qin Bao Bao's song was shocking. But who was Li Shuigang? The king of rock and roll. He was a big name in the music industry. Even Huang Yuteng didn't dare to say he could beat him. But the result was, although it was only 10 votes, Li Shuigang did lose. This was awkward. A rock star lost to a newcomer in the music industry, and it was a crushing defeat. The voting audience probably had this thought. Anyway, Li Shuigang has a lot of fans. If I don't vote, others will. So they chose Farewell Song. They were stunned by this song. Li Shuigang's face was completely black. He almost couldn't maintain his image. He lost a lot of face. How could a rock star endure this? Qin Ziyi stretched and let out a breath. It's over. Sister Ziwei, I'm going to sleep. What about you? The rest of the program was no longer important. Wang Zijin smiled. Go to sleep. I'll watch for a while. I'm not sleepy. She watched as Qin Ziyi walked into the room and closed the door. She turned her head and typed on the keyboard, "Take her." After a while, Wang Zijin held her stomach and laughed. She was afraid that Qin Ziyi would find out, so she quickly covered her mouth. She laughed until her stomach twitched. No wonder he was so angry. So this was what take her meant. Chapter 66. The next day, the news on the internet rushed to report. The shock of the rock world, Li Ji. I Am a Singer makes another excellent song. Qin Bao Bao, are you going to defy the heavens? Li Ji's debut may be the first song of the rock world. Li Shuigang's defeat at the hands of a newcomer. The genius of the music world, who's the author of Li Ji? Hot word of the year, brother Qin Bao Bao. You see, Li Shuigang cries, audience falls silent. At 8:30 in the morning, Qin Ziyi stood in front of the toilet, peeing while talking to his sister. I knew I was going to be popular, but I didn't expect it to be this popular. The news notifications on my phone are all about I Am a Singer and my name. Bao Bao is scared to death. Qin Bao Bao's voice was very low and sneaky. Where's Mom? Qin Ziyi asked. She's making breakfast. I hid in the bathroom and called you. Dad is reading the newspaper in the living room. They didn't find anything, right? Qin Ziyi subconsciously lowered his voice. No. Qin Bao Bao whispered, I cut the internet cable at home. Dad and Mom can't go online. Qin Bao Bao had a discussion with him and concluded that there were 3 channels for her parents to know the truth: the internet, TV, and relatives. The 2 elders didn't have a news app on their phones, so the mobile channel was ruled out. Her mother didn't like to go online, but her grandfather often went online to read financial news and stocks. Although he had no interest in the entertainment industry, advertising was everywhere now, and there would be advertising news on financial and economic websites. So Qin Bao Bao went to cut the internet cable to eliminate this hidden danger. The biggest problem was relatives. Her parents didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry, but her relatives and friends would. It was impossible for her parents to know nothing about her daughter becoming a big star in this age of information explosion. I've talked to my relatives, and they won't say anything. As for Dad and Mom's friends, I'm not sure, Qin Bao Bao said carefully. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. This will happen sooner or later. You have to be mentally prepared. Qin Ziyi comforted her. The only hope is that you can become successful. When that time comes, what's done can't be undone. If old master objects again, you can throw the money at his face. Bah, do you think my life is too long? Qin Bao Bao imagined the scene and giggled. Qin Ziyi suddenly thought of something and said with a calm face, Qin Bao Bao, what do you mean by taking over a business? Huh? Qin Bao Bao sounded confused. Try to recall if you ever said anything to Sister Ziwei that you shouldn't have, Qin Ziyi said gloomily. I have no idea what you're talking about. Qin Bao Bao played dumb and quickly ended the topic. Oh, my mom's calling me for breakfast. I'll stop here. Bye-bye Tilda hey, Qin Ziyi said, hello twice. She hung up when the phone rang. Qin Bao Bao hung up the phone and let out a long breath. She immediately gritted her teeth and sent a message to Wang Zijin angrily. Wang Zijin, you can do it. You also told him that Qin Ziyi is taking over a business. Where's our revolutionary friendship? Where's our sisterhood? Just you wait. If I get beaten up by him tonight, you won't have a good time either. Wang Zijin sent a confused emoji. Bao Bao, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't play dumb. Qin Bao Bao replied with a flips table emoji. You're my sister. Why are you afraid of him? Wang Zijin replied with a surprised emoji. Qin Bao Bao replied with a hee-hee emoji. He'll press me down on the sofa and spank me. I've never beaten him since high school. Wang Zijin sent her I'm so scared that I dropped my dried fish emoji. This pair of siblings, Qin Bao Bao replied with a knock on the head emoji. Wang Zijin, who told you to speak ill of him? Taking over a business is a derogatory term. Any man would be angry. She looked it up on the internet. That's why I'm only telling you. I treat you as my best friend, but you betrayed me. The point is, how can you talk about your brother like that? Wang Zijin said helplessly, okay, I was wrong. I didn't know what taking over a business was. If Qin Ziyi wants to beat me up, you have to stop him. Qin Bao Bao was most afraid of being beaten up. Okay. At the dining table, Qin Bao Bao was happily chatting with her best friend. Qin Ma was sitting next to her, and the head of the family was sitting opposite her. Grandpa Sheng knocked on the table and scolded, don't play with your phone when you're eating. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips and put her phone aside obediently. Mom smiled and said, why isn't Ace back? Qin Bao Bao drank a mouthful of hot porridge, swallowed it, and answered her mother's question. My high school classmate came to my place to play, so Qin Ziyi stayed to accompany her. Mom was interested. Is it a boy or a girl? A girl, my best friend. She's very beautiful. Qin Bao Bao smiled. Ace couldn't even walk when he saw her. Qin Ma replied with an O, but she was actually a little disappointed. Grandpa Sheng frowned. Don't always think that a toad can eat swan meat. A woman who's too beautiful is not necessarily suitable to be a wife. Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly, Mom, look at Dad. Mom said unhappily, what do you mean by that? Oh, my daughter is not beautiful. Does that mean she can't get married? Grandpa Sheng was speechless. He was afraid that his son could not handle a woman who was too beautiful, so Grandpa Sheng did not like women who were too flirtatious. However, there was a flirtatious daughter at home. Bao Bao, let me tell you, tonight's blind date is very outstanding. She's a distant relative of one of my good friends. Her family background is clean, and her character is good. Mom is very satisfied. You can't be like before, meeting her symbolically and saying that you don't like her. You're already 25 years old. If you drag this on, you'll really become a 30-year-old old lady. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, I graduated from university less than 2 years ago. How can I be an old lady? I know, Mom. Stop nagging. Your son doesn't have a girlfriend either. You child, can't you listen to the words of your elders? I'll only have time to find a wife for Qin Ziyi after you've arranged your marriage. It'll save you from seniority. Your older sister hasn't gotten married, and your younger brother has started a family first. Qin Ma tirelessly taught her daughter. Then, she suddenly said, by the way, how's that Wang Zijin? Bring her home to meet us someday. Qin Bao Bao looked confused. Didn't you say that Ace likes her? Qin Bao Bao frowned slightly and hurriedly waved her hand. Hey, I'm just saying. Zijin has high standards. She won't like your son. Don't worry about it. Just let Qin Ziyi be. Grandpa Sheng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Bao Bao, let me ask you. What has Ace been doing at home recently? He stays at home all day, Qin Bao Bao said casually. Grandpa Sheng slammed the table and said angrily, Can't you speak properly? You answer whatever I ask you. Where did you learn this attitude? Qin Bao Bao was shocked. She had always been afraid of Grandpa Sheng. She pulled a long face. Dad, I go to work every day. How would I know what he's doing? At night, I see that he often goes online to look at stocks. I don't know what he's doing. Stocks? Grandpa Sheng raised his eyebrows. Did he say anything? Qin Bao Bao bit her chopsticks and looked at the ceiling. She recalled. He said that the stock market is going to soar. He wants to make a fortune in the stock market. He said that he can't just watch you show off. He also wants to make a lot of money and beat you. That's about it. Grandpa Sheng's mouth twitched. The stock market was indeed going to soar, but ordinary people couldn't see it. Those who could see it were professionals or experienced shareholders. Qin Ziyi could see it. Grandpa Sheng was relieved and surprised. He asked again, did he learn Russian? Qin Bao Bao chuckled. His English is a mess. How can he learn Russian? Grandpa Sheng glared at her and she said obediently, I didn't see him learn it. The old man frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, have you read any books on professional knowledge? Probably. There are a few thick books in the living room, but I didn't see him flip through them. On the other side, Qin Ziyi suggested that they go to the movies today. But this time, he learned his lesson. Before getting Wang Zijin's permission, he would never buy a movie ticket. Wang Zijin didn't have many good friends in Shanghai. She was very free on the weekend. After thinking about it, she agreed to Qin Ziyi's invitation to go on a date. Qin Ziyi excitedly took out his phone to buy a movie ticket. He showed the recently released movie to Wang Zijin and asked for her opinion. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello. Qin Ziyi. The voice on the other end of the phone was cold and pleasant. Qin Ziyi was stunned. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Yes, it's me. Who is this? Nan Man Pei. The other party straightforwardly said her name. After thinking for a while, he immediately remembered the mature woman who had made a mistake by the bund. Sister Pei, hello. Nan Man Pei said lightly, have you thought about it? Qin Ziyi replied, sorry, I'm not going to join your security company. Nan Man Pei didn't seem surprised. She said, have you found a job? No. I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. I have a child at home. He's quite troublesome. His grades are not ideal. It's useless to hire a tutor. He's wild and causes trouble at school all day long. During the summer vacation, he mumbles that he wants to learn taekwondo, boxing, grappling, but I don't have any experience in tutoring. Qin Ziyi understood. And Sister Pei, you have so many talents under you. It's easy to teach him a few skills. After all, she was running a security company. He's a top graduate from the University of Finance and Economics, and he's a science student. I have an agreement with his father. It's not good for my people to intervene in this matter. It just so happens that you're good at fighting. You can teach him and cater to his interests. Nan Man Pei's voice was soft and gentle. She had the unique softness and intelligence of a young woman. I guarantee 10 hours of teaching time a week. I'll pay you 100 yuan per hour. One summer vacation. Although Qin Ziyi didn't know the charging standards of the tutoring market, he did a mental calculation. It was about 4,000 yuan a month. It wasn't that there weren't such tutoring fees, but it was certainly not a salary that a college student like him should receive. Do you want to come? Qin Ziyi had always been a child who could adapt to the situation. Okay. 300,000 yuan invested in the stock market. He wouldn't use it in a short period of time. He couldn't count on his sister's basic salary. His family's finances had been dry for a while. It wasn't a bad idea to do a part-time job. Give me the address. I'll send someone to pick you up. No need. Just give me the address. I'll find you. I have something to do at noon. I don't have time to wait for you. I'll ask the driver to pick you up. The young woman finished speaking and hung up the phone. This woman was swift and decisive. He just didn't know if she was headstrong and self-opinionated. Qin Ziyi sighed. He typed a message and sent the address. Who called? Wang Zijin asked curiously. Chapter 68. A friend. She asked me to be a tutor for the kids at home. The salary is very high. I have no reason to refuse. Qin Ziyi shrugged. Oh. Wang Zijin pursed her lips and smiled gently. Then you go. I'm fine staying at home. I don't like to go out anyway. Speaking of tutoring, it was an old story. When Qin Bao just entered university, she didn't have a 36D yet. She had been a straight-A student for many years. During the summer vacation, she suddenly said that she wanted to experience life and create wealth. So she found a job as a tutor. The salary was very high. He remembered that it was the first time his sister worked. During dinner, his sister was like a proud little hen and announced it. The old man was pleased and said that Bao Bao was smart and promising. Qin Ma's eyes were filled with tears. She said, Our Bao Bao has been smart since young. I want to be proud. Then the old couple looked at their mediocre son from the corner of their eyes. Now that he thought about it, they were two funny brothers. Qin Ziyi felt as if he was struck by lightning. His young heart was left with a huge unerasable damage. After replacing the stock market, tutoring became his second obsession. But with Qin Ziyi's mediocre ability, no one would ask him to be a tutor in this lifetime. Fortunately, his sister's pride didn't last long. One day, the male owner, who had ulterior motives, took advantage of the fact that his wife and daughter weren't at home and asked to keep Qin Bao as his sugar baby. It turned out that he wasn't interested in his sister's grades, but her C-cup and long legs. Qin Bao's first job was aborted. She didn't dare to tell her parents. She could only complain to her brother and cry in his bed. After so many years, he still had the chance to experience tutoring. This was good. He didn't know what job to look for during his internship. If the old man asked, he could confidently say, I'm teaching. He couldn't say, jobs are unorthodox. Stocks are the way to go. The old man would definitely slap him to death. Half an hour later, someone contacted Qin Ziyi and said that he was at the entrance of the neighborhood. After bidding farewell to Wang Zijin, Qin Ziyi arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. He immediately saw a brand new Audi A8 parked by the roadside. The driver was a burly middle-aged man who was serious in speech and manner. He took out his phone and dialed Qin Ziyi's number. When he heard the phone ring, he got out of the car and opened the door. Mr. Qin, I'm here to pick you up. Qin Ziyi nodded and got into the car. The Audi A8 passed through the CBD area and drove towards Shuhui. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it stopped at a villa area. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The driver drove into the neighborhood and stopped in front of a villa. Mr. Qin, we're here. Then, he made a phone call. Soon, a middle-aged woman, who seemed to be the nanny, ran out of the villa and opened the door. When Qin Ziyi walked through the iron gate, he glanced around and was extremely amazed. The area of the villa, including the front and backyard, was more than 200 square meters, maybe even 300 square meters. Moreover, it was in such a location, so it was definitely worth a lot. Qin Ziyi remembered that at the beginning of this year, some villas in Songjiang were priced at 10 million yuan. The villa in front of him, conservatively estimated, was more than 30 million yuan and less than 50 million yuan. However, it wasn't a new house. Looking at the appearance, it was quite old. Presumably, the price of the house back then wasn't as high as it was now. The two brown lacquered solid wood doors were open. Qin Ziyi followed the nanny into the villa. The dome of the gorgeous crystal chandelier, the complicated pattern of the carpet, the expensive furniture, and the 2 rows of milky white sofas in the center of the living room told Qin Ziyi that the decoration of the living room alone was estimated to be worth Qin Bao's 80 square meter house. How could a security company have so much money? There were 2 beauties sitting in the living room, one big and one small. The big one was the young woman Nan Man Pei, and the small one was a pretty girl in junior high school or high school. She had short hair and was beautiful. It could be said that they were mother and daughter. The two women's appearance was somewhat similar, but they seemed to be of different ages. Nan Man Pei looked, at most 30 years old. She sat on the sofa and flipped through a document on her lap. The student leaned lazily on the sofa. She was watching TV with a dull expression on her face. She was bored to death. "Qinzi, you're here." Nan Man Pei smiled. "Sister Pei, I've never been a tutor before." Qinzi laid his cards on the table. Nan Man Pei said softly, "It's okay. There's always a first time. It's not easy for me to be a tutor. Children in the rebellious stage are a headache." Her voice was gentle, and there was a kind of motionless like a mountain, rising slowly. "Ziki, don't watch TV. Go back to your room and do your homework." Nan Man Pei looked at the student beside her. Qinzi smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Qinzi. I'll be your tutor this summer. Nice to meet you." The female student glanced at Qinzi and rolled her eyes. "You're crazy." This was awkward. Qinzi said in his heart, "Fortunately, I didn't shake her hand. Otherwise, it would be even more awkward." Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Qinzi, your tutor is not her. Ziki, go and ask Donglai to come downstairs." The female student straightened her back and yelled into the phone, "Li Donglai, your tutor is here. Get down here quickly." About 5 minutes later, a 17 or 18-year-old boy came down the stairs. He was wearing casual shorts, a loose t-shirt, and flip-flops. He was handsome, just like Qinzi in the past. Now, there was no comparison. The system gave Qinzi a plastic surgery gift pack, and he was already the most handsome boy in school. His hair was neither long nor short, and there was an air of arrogance between his eyebrows. He looked like a thorn in the side. Nan Man Pei said, "Donglai, he will be your tutor from now on, Qinzi." Li Donglai gave him a sidelong glance. Obviously, he didn't like Qinzi. He said angrily, "Where are you from?" The student added, "He asked you which school you graduated from." "University of Finance and Economics. Internship this year." "I haven't graduated yet." Qinzi muttered in his heart. This salary was not easy to get. The tutor seemed to be a problem boy. He was not easy to get along with. Li Donglai said unhappily, "Auntie, the tutor you hired for me last time was from Fudan University. Wasn't it useless? It's better not to hire a tutor than to hire a student from University of Finance and Economics." He whispered, "It's the summer vacation, and I don't even have enough time to play. Why hire a tutor?" Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "You have a problem with that." Li Donglai immediately shut up. He thought about it and still felt unsatisfied. He gathered his courage and said, "He's just a student. What can he teach me? I'm not a junior high school student. I want to test him." Jinan Man said, "Okay." Li Donglai glared at Qinzi and said, "You wait." He turned and ran upstairs. Not long after, he took a mock exam paper and slammed it on the coffee table. He said fiercely, 45 minutes. If you can get more than 120 points, I'll agree to let you be my tutor." Qinzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Nan Man Pei. The beautiful and unruly young woman smiled faintly and ignored him. He suddenly remembered a song in the music library. He heard a sentence, "I should play with you, but I turned a blind eye." The student glanced at Qinzi and said to Li Donglai, "Why don't you say you can get full marks?" 45 minutes. Li Donglai, you're really good at acting. Auntie, he just doesn't want a tutor. Qinzi couldn't help but look at her a few more times. This girl was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Shut up. Li Donglai glared at her. The two of them, who were about the same age, looked at each other and snorted. 45 minutes. 120 points and above. Do you think I'm a little expert? Crazy. He's really a rebellious child. I really want to hit him. Sister Pei, I'm sorry, this tutor. He wanted to say that he didn't want this job anymore. But at this moment, a long-lost sound rang in his mind. Ding. Saint among men, 5/15. Please complete this exam paper within 45 minutes and get more than 120 points. 90 points will be rewarded if you succeed. The corresponding points will be deducted if you fail. Qin Ziyi was stunned. System, I swear on my integrity that I'm not trying to show off this time. You are. I'm really not. You are. You're F*King wrongly accusing me. Host, the system is using your brainwaves and heartbeat to determine if you're trying to show off. If it says you are, then you are. I'm not convinced. The system ignored him. Fine, I'm convinced. How many points do I need to exchange for advanced mathematics? The system replied instantly. Beginner 50 points, intermediate 100 points, advanced 150 points. Again, if I get more than 120 points, should I exchange for beginner or intermediate? Beginner is a little difficult, intermediate is enough. F***ck, I'm still losing 10 points. Host can choose to give up. Give up. Qin Ziyi suddenly felt that something was wrong. The mission given by the system was unreasonable. If that was the case, any normal person would give up on the mission. Then what was the point of triggering the mission? Desire was one of the trigger conditions, but it wasn't the only trigger. The system wouldn't prompt a meaningless mission. A thought flashed in his mind. Again, how many points do I need to exchange for the correct answer to this exam paper? 15 points. Luckily I'm quick-witted, or else I would have been tricked by you. Qin Ziyi said happily. Exchange. Why are you in a daze? Can you do it? The female student urged Qin Ziyi with a straight face. What a fool. He should have just rejected it directly. Why is he still standing there? Li Donglai sneered disdainfully. He felt that this guy who was only a few years older than him had admitted defeat. Nan Man Pei saw that Qin Ziyi couldn't back down. He finally stopped looking at him coldly and offered him a way out. Just take it as a joke. He's not qualified to reject the tutor I hired. Qin Ziyi didn't respond. He dragged the exam paper to himself, picked up a pen, and started working. I should have cooperated with you, but I ignored you. Then, the family of 3 saw an unforgettable scene. 8 multiple-choice questions in 1 minute. Qin Ziyi looked at the questions first, then the answers. He pondered for 2 to 3 seconds before answering. After that, it was the fill-in-the-blank questions. Like a hot knife through butter, he was unstoppable. He looked at the questions for less than 10 seconds and answered them quickly. Li Donglai was dumbfounded. Then, he sneered. What was this? Playing to the gallery? Smashing a broken jar? How can you answer questions like this? The female student said disdainfully. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Trying to be a hero. Li Donglai laughed. A hero becomes a coward. Nan Man Pei couldn't help but frown. At this time, Qin Ziyi had finished answering the questions. His speed finally slowed down. But he still didn't seem sincere. The so-called slow down was because the answers weren't multiple-choice questions like ABCD, nor were they fill-in-the-blank questions that only required one answer. They required a detailed explanation of the answering process. The reason why Qin Ziyi was said to be insincere was because he was still writing quickly. He didn't pause or ponder at all. 12 questions in 15 minutes. The entire exam paper in less than 20 minutes. Qin Ziyi put down his pen and took a deep breath. Done. Chapter 69. Auntie, look at him. How can someone like him be my tutor? Li Donglai thought that even the school's geniuses had to tread carefully on the advanced mathematics paper. However, this guy was not only walking on flat ground, but also jumping on roofs and vaulting over walls. He did not use any draft paper from beginning to end. He did the multiple-choice questions in his head and did the multiple-choice questions faster than flipping a coin. Nan Man Pei smiled. The female student turned her attention back to the television with a lack of interest. She had lost interest. Qin Ziyi pushed the paper in front of Li Donglai. Mark the paper. Generally, there are answers to the mock college entrance examination questions. Li Donglai was stunned and said, "How do you know that this is a mock college entrance examination question paper?" This question paper was created by the school's teachers. It simulated the difficulty of last year's maths exam for the students to practice. Generally, the teachers would give the students the reference answer and the question paper together. The students also looked at Chin Zi. Chin Zi pointed at the question paper. Fudan University affiliated high school. I studied here in high school. Old tricks. I've been there before. Nan Man Pei heard this and looked up. He smiled faintly. So, you're schoolmates. Li Donglai rolled his eyes and sneered. Then why didn't you get into Fudan University? Your grades were not good, so you went to the University of Finance and Economics. Chin Zi's smile suddenly froze. Talking about this old story was definitely not pleasant. Chin Zi went to primary school, middle school, high school, and even kindergarten with his sister. With the spirit that a clumsy bird flies first and hard work makes up for its clumsiness, Chin Zi went from primary school to middle school, then to high school. Under the advice of his grandfather, he could barely keep up with his sister's footsteps. However, when it came to the college entrance examination, Chin Zi realized that there was no cure for his clumsiness. Hard work could only make up for his clumsiness. Chin Zi's face darkened. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If I ask you to check the answers, then check the answers. So what if he went to the University of Finance and Economics? Not everyone can get into the University of Finance and Economics. His tone was not polite and even had a hint of threat. Li Donglai was stunned. The female student raised her eyebrows. Nan Man Pei said softly, Donglai, match the answers. Li Donglai wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw that Nan Man Pei had spoken, he shrank back and ran upstairs to get the reference answers. In the living room, Li Donglai held the test paper in one hand and the answers in the other. His eyes wandered back and forth between the test papers and the reference answers. The multiple choice questions were all correct. Fill in the blanks. There was nothing wrong with it. Answer questions. What the F*ck? The answer process was even more detailed than the reference answer. Li Donglai's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He didn't say anything for a long time. Nan Man Pei looked at his expression and understood. He smiled faintly and lowered his head to look at the documents. The female student's vision and judgment were poor. She said impatiently, Silly girl, how was the paper? How many points did you get? Li Donglai gulped and said with difficulty, 150 points. Psycho. The female student rolled her eyes and looked at Li Donglai as if he was an idiot. She snatched the test paper and the answers and compared them herself. In the course of a few minutes, her eyes widened slightly, and then her mouth unconsciously opened slightly. The expression of I've seen a ghost froze on her face. Aunt, let him help me with my homework. The female student was shocked. She couldn't find a single flaw in the entire test paper. Even the most difficult and demanding questions were perfect. What kind of monster was this? How could he have such calculation ability? Nan Man Pei shook his head. You have to learn piano during the summer vacation. Don't be distracted. Didn't you want to learn taekwondo? Little Chin has practiced martial arts before. You can learn from him. Nan Man Pei said. Li Donglai's eyes widened and he said in surprise, Aunt, you really agree to let me learn taekwondo? Provided that your grades improve. Nan Man Pei looked at his watch and said, I'm going out to buy some groceries. Donglai, take little Chin to his room. Let's have lunch here. The last sentence was directed at Chin Zi. It was definitely not a question. The queen's strength didn't lie in her imposing manner. Her voice was cold and gentle, but she would do whatever she said. That was the real strength. Chin Zi noticed the watch on her wrist. It was a Cartier women's watch. It was made of rose gold and inlaid with 18 diamonds. It was a limited edition crocodile leather wristband. It was released in 2007. It was sold for $1 million. After so many years, it had increased in value. Logically speaking, with Chin Zi's identity as a commoner, he shouldn't know about such a luxurious watch. But there was a time when Chin Baobao longed for an expensive watch, so he bought a few magazines to read at home. He wanted to pick a watch for himself. His sister took a fancy to the watch that topped the list at first glance. Unfortunately, it was too expensive to afford. Qin Ziyi learned about the existence of the women's watch from his sister's nagging. In the end, Qin Baobao picked a watch that cost 5,000 yuan after much deliberation. He didn't expect the queen to be a woman of good taste. After she left, Qin Ziyi followed the teenager upstairs. Li Donglai's room was the last one on the west side. Unsurprisingly, it was much bigger than Qin Ziyi's small room in both size and decoration. After entering the room, he glanced around. There was a double bed against the wall, a wardrobe opposite, a desk in front of the window, a lamp, a desktop computer, a stack of textbooks, and a black ceramic teacup. The room was clean and there were no suspicious tissues on the bed. Qin Ziyi had a rough idea of Li Donglai's character. He wasn't an otaku. He didn't like to be clean, but he wasn't sloppy. The computer screen was lit up. The image froze at the end of the LOL game. The crystal exploded and two bright red words, failed. He liked to play games. There were dumbbells, grippers, and weighted sandbags in the corner. Was he a fitness guy? What are you looking at? Li Donglai glared at Qin Ziyi. He looked even more vicious. Close the door. After Qin Ziyi closed the door, he said, let me make it clear to you. In the future, you teach me and I'll play. You take the money, but don't put on the airs of a teacher. Don't peek at my aunt and don't hit on my sister. If you're obedient, I don't mind you being an eyesore in front of me. If you want to snitch to my aunt and make a good impression, I'll kill you. In the end, he sneered and said, I've seen more tutoring teachers than you have. In junior high and senior high school, his family hired several tutors for him. Li Donglai did not have the capital to refuse, but he had his own countermeasures. The male tutors did not give him a good face, but the female tutors were slightly better. Whatever they said went in one ear and out the other. After a long time, the tutors also gave up. They were too lazy to supervise a paralyzed mud like him. Everyone minded their own business. Qin Ziyi stepped forward, raised his right arm, and directly gave the arrogant teenager a slap. Pa. The slap was so powerful that Li Donglai staggered and was dumbfounded. You mother****. After regaining his senses, he flew into a rage and threw a flying kick at Qin Ziyi. Qin Ziyi kicked out as fast as lightning, hitting the guy's abdomen first. The guy was at least 120 pounds. He was sent flying and hit the door with a bang. He curled up and clutched his stomach, his eyes bloodshot. With your temper, you didn't get beaten to death. That means your family background is not small. Qin Ziyi sneered. I've been wanting to beat you for a long time. Speaking of fighting, Qin Ziyi was not a vegetarian. In middle school and high school, he was a thorn in the eyes of the teachers. However, he didn't fight because of himself. The reason was Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao was like a delicate rose that attracted crazy bees and butterflies. There were always local bullies and bad students who flirted with her. Qin Ziyi inevitably became his sister's shield. When he just entered middle school, he was forced to fight with the third-grade hooligans who didn't know how to control their strength. His nose and face were swollen. When he entered high school, his strength increased. However, he still won more than he lost. His father was a serious person, but he didn't say anything about this matter. His parents not only didn't blame him, but also praised him for being reliable. Protecting his sister and picking a fight were two different things. The situation improved when he entered university. Firstly, the good-for-nothing Qin Ziyi didn't get into Fudan University. Secondly, college students were rational and mature. They were no longer hot-headed middle school students. Harassing girls was punishable by expulsion. They might even be sued. Femme fatale. Qin Ziyi understood this when he was in middle school. Li Donglai was obviously a middle school student. Qin Ziyi didn't mind giving him a beating. At most, he would give up his education. He didn't have the intention to beat a drowning dog. That kick just now was enough to make this guy lie on the ground for a long time. If he continued, he would suffer internal injuries. At this moment, the door opened. A girl named Ziki stuck her head out. Apparently, she heard the noise and went upstairs to check the situation. When he saw Li Donglai lying by the door and complaining about his grievances, he was stunned. Just when Qin Ziyi thought she was going to denounce him, the young girl giggled and took pleasure in his misfortune. "Oh, you got hit?" Li Donglai panted. "Mind your own business." The girl clicked her tongue. "Aren't you known as the king of duels in school? You're invincible among your peers." Li Donglai said angrily, "I'm not as good as others. Why do you care?" The young girl rolled her eyes and despicably kicked him while he was down. She then turned to Qin Ziyi and said, "Handsome, continue. He's just asking for a beating. Just don't beat him to death or cripple him." She shrank her head and left. The next moment, she turned back and reminded, "Don't hit his face. If my aunt sees it, you're done for." Qin Ziyi blinked. "What's going on? She's your sister. It's none of your business." Li Donglai cursed. Qin Ziyi didn't say anything and kicked this guy's butt again. He was in so much pain that his face twitched. He begged for mercy. "Hero, don't hit me. Don't hit me. She's my sister. My biological sister." "There's such a biological sister?" Qin Ziyi was shocked. "We didn't see eye to eye since we were young. We hated each other." Li Donglai was crying. "Don't hit me. It really hurt." This guy was too ruthless. Chapter 70. There was a saying that among siblings, the relationship between siblings was the most difficult to deal with. Qin Ziyi didn't know if this was true. Anyway, he and Qin Bao had been together for more than 20 years. Overall, they were quite harmonious. As the younger brother, he had to protect the older sister. If there was a conflict, he had to give in to the older sister. If he couldn't bear it, he didn't have to bear it anymore. This was Qin Ziyi's experience. He didn't give one-sidedly. Qin Bao still cared for her younger brother very much. Although she always said, the younger brother's things are the older sister's, and the older sister's things are the younger brother's. However, after Qin Ziyi went to university, his clothes, computer, and mobile phone were all paid for by Qin Bao. Therefore, Qin Ziyi couldn't understand the way Li Donglai and his sister got along. He was too lazy to ask. Every family had its own difficulties. Qin Ziyi sat in front of the computer and checked Li Donglai's fighting record. The tragic record of 3-11-9. He picked up the high school exercise book at the corner of the table and flipped through it casually. After a moment, he sneered. 15 questions, 11 wrong. I have a rough idea of your results. He pointed at the computer again. 3 kills and 11 deaths. I also know your IQ. Your IQ is F** king up. Li Donglai's soft spot was touched. He was like an angry cat, full of the temper of a young master. Qin Ziyi swung his hand and smashed the exercise book on Li Donglai's head. He didn't use much strength, and there was a crisp sound. Li Donglai clutched his head and grimaced. His stomach was still aching. The previous kick had left a deep psychological shadow on him. He was known for being crazy and ruthless in school. At this time, he didn't have the courage to fight Qin Ziyi one-on-one. "You're asking for a beating." Qin Ziyi sneered. "Say something. Can't you study properly? If I say no, will you still beat me?" Li Donglai probed. "Beat him up," Qin Ziyi said concisely. Li Donglai thought for a moment. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, so he gave in. "I'm really not cut out for studying. If you want me to study hard, that's fine, but you have to promise me one thing." Qin Ziyi scoffed. "You still want to bargain with me? Tell me. Hero, your skills are so powerful. Have you practiced martial arts before?" "Sort of." Li Donglai's eyes immediately lit up. He asked curiously and urgently, "Wing Chun or Tai Chi? Xing Yi or Level 8? Southern or Northern? Fist or leg? Do you have inner strength? Do you know the inch punch technique?" Qin Ziyi was dumbfounded. Li Donglai's eyes were like a pair of big light bulbs, blinking as he looked at him. He was a little different from the other rich kids because he happened to have seen some things, so he was very interested in the mysterious knowledge of martial arts. "You've been reading too many novels." Qin Ziyi felt that this young man was seriously ill. Li Donglai was anxious. "Isn't that so? You kicked me away. Ordinary people don't have this kind of strength. Hero, I'm half an expert in fighting. Who has real skills and who is just for show, I'll know when we fight. I've learned a little martial arts, but I'm not a master. Of course, I can beat 10 of you. Li Donglai struggled to get up from the ground. He said loudly, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Qin Ziyi was shocked. He rolled his eyes. Let me say this first. I don't know the 18 dragon subduing palms or Buddha's palm. Li Donglai scratched his head and laughed. I can still distinguish between reality and fiction. Although his aunt paid for his tutoring, Li Donglai insisted on giving Qin Ziyi a gift. In the end, Qin Ziyi received 800 yuan from this kid and paid it on WeChat. According to Li Donglai, his monthly allowance was 1,000 yuan. Qin Ziyi was shocked. With the size of this villa and Nan Man Pei's Cartier watch, Qin Ziyi could speculate that this kid's family was not simple. For such a young master to have a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan, Qin Ziyi would believe it. Isn't 1,000 yuan a little too shabby? Master, I'm telling the truth. Li Donglai swore. Your sister's allowance, shouldn't you add a zero to it? Qin Ziyi said. Li Donglai was stunned. Master, you're really good at predicting things. Qin Ziyi said with a sorrowful face, raising a poor man and raising a rich daughter. My family is the same. The two guys who were in the same boat looked at each other and felt sad. They couldn't wait to hug each other and cry. It was the first day of tutoring. Qin Ziyi didn't plan to go all out immediately. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and smoked with Li Donglai one after another. They chatted and got to know each other. The computer was playing last night's I Am a Singer variety show. Through the exchange, Qin Ziyi learned that the beautiful student downstairs with a bad temper was called Pei Ziki. He also knew why the siblings had different surnames. Li Donglai said he followed his father's surname and his sister followed her mother's surname. Nan Man Pei was their aunt. As for their father's and aunt's work, Li Donglai didn't say much, and Qin Ziyi didn't ask. But from Li Donglai's disdain and anger when he talked about his father, as well as his sadness and sadness when he talked about his mother, Qin Ziyi was able to see the whole picture. Li Donglai's relationship with his father was definitely very bad, and his mother, who didn't live with him, had most likely passed away. It was also possible that she remarried. But it didn't make sense. Looking at the situation of the room, it was obvious that he lived here. Even if his parents divorced, he should live with his father or mother. How could he live with his aunt? The reasonable explanation was that his mother died and he didn't get along with his father, so he lived with his aunt. No wonder the brother and sister were so angry. The computer was playing the scene of Qin Bao Bao singing farewell song. Li Donglai even hummed along. The online update is too slow. Every time I want to listen to this song, I have to go online and watch the show. Li Donglai complained. Qin Ziyi nodded. The online resources should be updated in a few days. He had already authorized it to the music chart. He estimated that the copyright fee would be paid tomorrow or the day after. This was only limited to the online copyright. The other copyrights were still in his hands. Li Donglai looked at the screen, exclaiming and drooling. Damn, this woman is so beautiful. Her figure is so good. I really want to sleep with her. Slap. There was a crisp sound of his scalp being shaved. Li Donglai held his head, feeling wronged and confused. Master, why did you hit me? Does a master need a reason to hit his disciple? At noon, Pei Ziki's roar came. Li Donglai, tutor, come down for lunch. She didn't know Qin Ziyi's name, or rather, she didn't remember it at all. A villa was a villa. The kitchen was spacious and clean, with all kinds of kitchen utensils. It was too empty and lacked the feeling of a home. It wasn't as warm as Qin Ziyi's small house. Qin Ziyi didn't feel honored at all when the queen cooked the dishes herself. Because they didn't taste good. The dishes were cooked according to the rules, and the taste was barely satisfactory. They could only be said to be edible. Qin Ziyi wasn't surprised. It was good enough that she could cook. A beautiful woman wasn't necessarily virtuous. There was a femme fatale at home who had lived for 25 years. At most, she knew how to add oil before cooking. Sugar and salt had to be tasted to distinguish. In addition, Wang Zijin was also a woman who didn't know how to cook. Why did the old man say that a woman who is too beautiful is not suitable to be a wife? There was a living example at home. After the meal, Qin Ziyi spent half an hour writing a dense business plan. Of course, Li Donglai majored in science. Otherwise, why would he ask Qin Ziyi, a science student, to help him? Whether it's learning martial arts or improving your grades, you have to memorize the contents of this business plan and do it with your heart. I'm too lazy to supervise you. If you don't meet my expectations, I'll beat you up. I'll say it first, so that you won't blame me for not teaching you. Qin Ziyi slapped the business plan in front of Li Donglai. You have to walk your own path. You may have a good family background, but you can't change the fact that you're broken. If you want to stand out, it's useless to rely on others. You have to rely on yourself. Li Donglai held the business plan in the palm of his hand as if he had received a treasure. Not only was there a plan for his grades, there were also detailed training methods to improve his physical fitness. Master, I think that these are too basic. Are there any moves that can defeat the enemy in one hit? You haven't learned how to walk, and you only know how to run. Qin Ziyi sneered. Then, in front of the 8th grader, he punched the wall. With a dong sound, the paint on the wall peeled off and a few small cracks appeared. Li Donglai opened his mouth wide in shock. Without a strong body as a foundation, you're still a weakling no matter how many moves you learn. Qin Ziyi said indifferently. The elders have emphasized countless times that a strong foundation must be built. It's not a casual remark. This pretentiousness. Li Donglai was speechless. Qin Ziyi sat in Nan Man Pei's car and went home. Of course, the driver was not the queen, but the queen's chauffeur. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Nan Man Pei came downstairs in an office lady's suit. She wasn't wearing a skirt, but a pair of pants. In the living room, Li Donglai was holding a business plan and reading it, concentrating on memorizing it. Pei Ziki said angrily, "Go upstairs and memorize. You're so noisy." Li Donglai rolled his eyes. "You wretched girl, shut up." Nan Man Pei walked over. "What are you looking at?" Li Donglai handed it over obediently and restrained his arrogance. "Auntie, I'll study hard in the future." Nan Man Pei took the business plan and laughed without looking at it. "Did the sun rise from the west?" Pei Ziki sneered. "He's scared of being beaten up." Li Donglai turned his head and said angrily, "You talk too much." Nan Man Pei said gently, "What happened?" Li Donglai stammered. "I scolded Sha Qin Ji in the room and got beaten up. I'm the worst." Nan Man Pei nodded and looked down to read the business plan. The siblings were stunned by his nonchalant attitude. Li Donglai was famous in school for being a troublemaker, but he was not expelled. Whether it was the school or his parents, Auntie could handle it. If Auntie couldn't handle it, there was still their father. The business plan was very detailed. It evaluated Li Donglai's level and set a goal for the next 10 to 20 days. It was not exaggerated. It was a complete and reasonable plan. Nan Man Pei said, "Not bad." She patted his head and left. Chapter 71. Sunday, 10:00 in the morning. Qin Bao Bao returned home with her bag and shopping bags in her hands. She was stunned by the scene in the living room. Qin Ziyi and Wang Zijin sat side by side on the sofa. 2 laptops were placed on the coffee table. The clicking sounds of the mouse. "Sister Ziwei, don't run down the tower. You'll get beaten up." Qin Ziyi had just finished speaking when he helplessly added, "You're dead." Wang Zijin pursed her lips. Hey, don't fight with me for a soldier. Hey, did you just flash in to fill in the gaps? You said you couldn't miss a soldier. You can't touch that soldier, so I'll fill in the gaps for you. You're so extravagant. Let's go back to the city." "Hey! Why are you standing in their base without moving?" "I'm standing to recover my health." "As long as you're happy." Qin Bao Bao poked her head out to take a look. The two of them were playing a game. "Sister is back," Qin Bao Bao announced loudly. However, her brother and her best friend ignored her. "Hey!" Qin Bao Bao emphasized her tone. "You're back." Wang Zijin looked up and smiled. She continued to focus on her game. Qin Ziyi simply ignored her. Zijin, you know how to play games? The sun is rising from the west. It's quite fun. They were silent for a long time. Qin Bao sat at the side and watched her best friend and brother maneuver in the game. For some reason, she felt a sense of melancholy. This seat originally belonged to her. Half an hour later, the game ended. Of course, she lost. Wang Zijin collapsed on the sofa in exhaustion. She didn't forget to gossip. How was your blind date? Don't mention it. He asked me all sorts of questions the moment we met. He asked me what I did for a living and how many boyfriends I had. I said I didn't have any boyfriends. His eyes immediately lit up like a wolf's. Qin Bao sighed tiredly. Qin Ziyi sneered. Is this what my mother meant when she said that he was young, promising, and had a strong character? Qin Bao said tenderly, that's right. No man in the world has a better character than our A's. Qin Ziyi chuckled. Wang Zijin felt incredulous. There's such a person. Qin Bao pursed her lips. A man in his 30s who has money, a car, savings, and a successful career will most likely be proud. Seeing that I'm young, you must think that I'm inexperienced and deliberately want to show off. Let's not talk about these annoying things. My mother is good at everything, but her taste in men is terrible. Qin Ziyi said expressionlessly, I want to record this and send it to the old man. Annoying. Qin Bao grumbled as she moved her butt closer to her brother and coquettishly said, A's, big sister bought new clothes for you. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. How can that be? Qin Bao diligently massaged Qin Ziyi's shoulders and reflected on herself. Big sister said something wrong. I apologize. You're a great person and don't hold a grudge against a little girl like me. Qin Ziyi did not know whether to laugh or cry. The dissatisfaction and resentment that touched his self-esteem were eliminated by this little vixen. Qin Bao had always been a woman who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed. Except for the heavy warehouse of infrastructure stocks that remained lukewarm, the two military stocks and the internet stocks that he bought offset each other's gains and losses. He still made a profit of more than 10,000 yuan. In the past, Qin Ziyi did not even dare to think about making a profit of more than 10,000 yuan on the stock market in a week. Qin Ziyi did not intend to tell his sister immediately. He had his own plans. If Qin Bao found out, with her habitual thinking of brothers' things are sisters' things, she would most likely throw a tantrum and cheat him of his money. A few days ago, he heard from her that she had recently taken a fancy to a LV bag that cost 20,000 yuan. Qin Ziyi wanted to save more capital to make a fortune in the future bull market, so he could not give the money to Qin Bao to spend. Monday, Xingyi Entertainment. Qin Bao had just arrived at the company when her agent, Li Yanhong, walked into her office and said, Bao, Manager Liu from the marketing department is looking for you. What's the matter? Qin Bao asked. It seems to be about the copyright of your songs. Manager Liu wants to talk to you. Li Yanhong said in a low voice. Song copyright? Qin Bao was a bit confused. She was a newcomer and did not understand many of the tricks of the entertainment company. Li Yanhong took her to Manager Liu's office, knocked on the door, and pushed it in. Manager Liu was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a big belly that could not escape from middle-aged people. Little Qin, you're here. Manager Liu smiled and greeted Qin Bao and Li Yanhong to take a seat. Qin Bao smiled sweetly and said, Manager Liu. Manager Liu could not help but take a few more glances. Little Qin, you've been singing on Singer recently, right? I have attention and my results are very good. Especially those songs, each of them is a masterpiece. The company needs talents like you, fresh blood, so that it can continue to develop and grow. It's only right to spend a lot of effort to nurture you. Qin Bao smiled but did not say anything. Manager Liu talked for a long time and finally got to the point, I called you here because of the copyright of the songs you sang on the show. Little Qin, I know you're a newcomer, but here, I'll criticize you. The company spent a lot of resources to nurture you. As an artist of the company, you must know how to repay the company. You sold the online copyright of those songs to the top Chinese music chart without permission. Do you know that you broke the rules? What do you want the company to think of you? What do you want the company to think of you? It's a very bad example for future newcomers. Qin Bao Bao was stunned by his reprimand. Li Yanhong smiled bitterly and said, Bao Bao, why didn't you tell me about this? If I knew, I would definitely have advised you. Qin Bao Bao was even more confused. What online copyright? I don't know. Li Yanhong took out his phone, opened the top Chinese music chart app, and handed it to Qin Bao Bao. Here, your songs are all here. Invisible Wings and Legend are 6th and 9th on the monthly chart, respectively. Fairy Tale is 2nd on the daily chart, 1st on the weekly chart, and 4th on the monthly chart. Qin Bao Bao's first reaction was that her copyright had been infringed, but on second thought, the other party was a big online music platform. How could they put up songs without copyright? The only explanation was that her brother had sold the copyright and kept it from her. What a scheming boy. Manager Liu, I'm sorry. The copyright of these songs is not mine. So this matter has nothing to do with me. Manager Liu waved his hand. Forget about the songs that have already been sold. Next time, don't do anything on your own. Artists, focus on your work. The company will help you with other things. Fortunately, the copyright of Li Song is still there. I don't see it on the top Chinese music chart. As he spoke, he took out a contract. Take a look. If there's no problem, sign it. Qin Bao Bao didn't take it. She hesitated and said, This is. Manager Liu didn't seem to be satisfied with Qin Bao Bao's reaction. Of course it's an authorization letter. The company will help you with this song in the future. It just so happens that an online music platform we're working with is interested. They're willing to pay 50,000 yuan for the online copyright. Qin Bao Bao flipped it open and took a few glances. Good Lord, this contract wasn't as simple as the online copyright. It was all the copyright authorization. In other words, if Qin Bao Bao signed this contract, Li Song would belong to Star Art Company. Li Yanhong wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, Manager Liu, the copyright of the song really isn't mine. All the copyright belongs to my brother. I don't have the right to make the decision. Manager Liu said in a deep voice, What's so difficult about this? Do you think your brother won't agree to it? Besides, this is also for him to generate income. Since we're talking about this, the company has another task for you. In the future, you'll be responsible for communicating with your brother about the copyright of his songs and authorizing it to the company. You're the company's artist. The company's interest is your interest. Qin Bao Bao laughed in her heart, but on the surface, she smiled humbly. Manager Liu, this contract is useless even if I sign it. Legally, I can't represent my brother. Why don't I ask first? Manager Liu nodded impatiently. Qin Bao Bao lowered her head and typed a message. Come out here. I promise I won't beat you to death. Qin Ziyi replied with a horrified emoji. Qin Bao Bao, did you sell the copyright of the song? Qin Ziyi, Qin Bao Bao sent a knock on the head emoji. How much did you sell? Qin Ziyi stammered, not much. Qin Bao Bao was angry. Don't play dumb with me. Let's get down to business. The company wants me to sign all the authorizations for the song Li Song. In the future, all your songs have to be licensed to the company. They're only giving you 50,000 yuan. Qin Ziyi was silent for 10 seconds before he said concisely, Tell him to go *T himself. Qin Bao Bao, understood. She turned off the phone screen and put on a professional smile. Manager Liu, I'm sorry. My brother sold the online copyright of Li Song as well. As for the copyright of the songs in the future, he said he'll give priority to the company. She didn't say anything definite and left a way out for both parties. Manager Liu looked extremely unhappy and showed signs of anger. His tone became heavier. We'll talk about the songs in the future. Don't appear on the next episode. Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. Why? To be honest, the company arranged for you to appear on Singer to save a spot for Shu Lu. Now that her album is almost ready, She needs to use Singer to promote her album and build her reputation, Manager Liu said lightly. But I didn't get eliminated. If I suddenly don't appear on the show, what will the audience think? The production team won't agree. Qin Bao Bao suppressed her anger. Manager Liu said impatiently, just find a random reason. You're not feeling well or something happened at home. Do you still need me to teach you? You're the one who's F***king in trouble at home. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful vixen face darkened. She narrowed her eyes. She was really angry. The company's interests are my interests. What a nice way to put it. Where were you when I needed the company? You said you'd arrange a composer for me, but in the end, Shulu just casually took the job away. If it weren't for my brother's painstaking efforts, Qin Bao Bao imagined it herself, writing songs for me, I don't know how long I'd have to wait. Now you want to steal my songs? Dream on. Qin Bao Bao even thought that even if she signed the copyright agreement just now, Manager Liu would still ask her to withdraw from the show. If that happened, she would really have to suffer in silence. Manager Liu, I'm very healthy and there's nothing wrong at home. So I won't withdraw from the show. Qin Bao Bao didn't even bother to show an expression. Also, the marketing department is in charge of the company's business, but I'm a contracted artist. My work arrangements are not under the management of the marketing department. Manager Liu slammed the table and said angrily, what do you mean by that? Qin Bao Bao, you haven't become a big star yet, and you're already so arrogant. Literally. Qin Bao Bao stood up and left the office without looking back. Li Yanhong chased after her and complained, Bao Bao, your temper, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're too sharp. Can't you be more tactful? Don't make the relationship so stiff. Qin Bao Bao strode forward. This is my temper, I can't change it. She suddenly stopped and turned to look at Li Yanhong. What's going on? Who is this Manager Liu? Does he need to tell me what to do with my work arrangements? The matter of the song copyright was pardonable, but she was not a member of the marketing department. Whether she withdrew from the show or not, it was not his turn to overstep his authority. Strictly speaking, Li Yanhong was actually Qin Bao Bao's boss. Her work arrangements had to be listened to. But Li Yanhong saw Qin Bao Bao as an opportunity for her to change her luck, so she poured out her heart and lungs. Li Yanhong was secretive. She looked around and whispered, let's go back to the office and talk about it. When the two returned to the office, Li Yanhong closed the door. Without any scruples, she spoke loudly. Shulu's album is about to be released. The company has invested a lot of resources to help her promote it. Singer is one of them. This show is too popular now. Originally, the company wanted you to temporarily fill in the position, and at the same time, gain some face, and find an opportunity to promote you in the future. We didn't expect you to get to this point. Who knew? Li Yanhong looked at Qin Bao Bao like a hungry wolf looking at a cute little white rabbit. In this way, you're blocking Shulu's path. Qin Bao Bao suddenly understood. She said sneakily, Shulu and this Manager Liu have an affair. My great aunt, you have bad taste. Li Yanhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shulu is an A-list celebrity, one of the company's signboards. Even Manager Liu has to look at her face. Speaking of this, she unconsciously lowered her voice. It's the vice president, Kang Xian. Shulu is his person. Originally, firing you was just a matter of a sentence, but the president appreciates you very much. Yesterday, he praised you at the meeting. Qin Bao Bao has A-list potential. You're a rare talent. If the company's artists can be as good as you, star art will break out of the country soon. What the, Qin Bao Bao said in her heart. Thank you for the president's praise. Chapter 72. The bigger the company, the more intense the factional struggles were. It was the same everywhere. Qin Bao Bao used to work for a foreign company. That was where the infighting was in full swing. In the same office, there were at least 3 different factions. Therefore, she didn't feel too bad about it and wasn't surprised by it. Could it be that if she changed companies, she would be able to be an outsider? That was impossible. Star Art Entertainment. Vice President's office. Manager Liu knocked on the office door and a man's voice came from inside. Come in. This was a luxurious office, filled with the fragrance of cologne and cigars. Behind the wide Nanmu desk, there was a 4-meter-tall shelf that took up the entire wall. It was filled with books, porcelain, and bronze works of art. Opposite the door was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, very suitable for overlooking the scenery. Sunlight shone through the glass onto the Italian stressless leather sofa. Star Art Entertainment's vice president, Kang Xian, was sitting in the office chair, reading a document. He looked up at Manager Liu and didn't say anything. Manager Liu said respectfully, "President Kang." Qin Bao Bao didn't agree. Kang Xian was 35 years old this year. He had regular facial features. Of course, for a man of his age, his temperament was more attractive to women than his appearance. When a man was over 30, as long as he didn't abandon himself to mediocrity, he would more or less have something called temperament. Reaching the peak at 40, there was a saying, "A man at 41 is a flower." Kang Xian was young and sat on the vice president's throne. In addition to his ability and skills, he also had a good father who was one of the shareholders of Star Art Entertainment. Kang Xian looked at the document and said lightly, "Got it." Manager Liu knew he should leave. He just came to report the situation. This was what Kang Xian asked him to do. The office door closed again. Kang Xian reached his hand under the desk and patted the woman's head. "Come out." The woman with exquisite makeup came out from under the desk and complained, "My legs are sore from squatting." If the scene just now was exposed online, it would cause a huge uproar. Because this woman was Xu Lu. Xu Lu was 30 years old this year. After graduating from high school, she didn't go to university. When she was 20, she was discovered by a talent scout and started her acting career. As an artist, she was undoubtedly successful. After 10 years of struggle, she gained both fame and fortune. Correspondingly, she had also paid a huge price. Because of work, she had not had a boyfriend until now. She was Kang Xian's lover. In the entertainment industry, this was all too common. The number of female celebrities who had never slept with him could be counted on one hand. She, Xu Lu, had no background or capital. If she didn't rely on her body, what could she rely on? Xu Lu felt that her 10 years of hard work could be enough to write an epic novel. Therefore, she looked down on newcomers like Qin Bao Bao from the bottom of her heart. "Xian, I want to be on the show. Kick Qin Bao Bao out." Xu Lu sat on Kang Xian's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Kang Xian said, "You think I haven't tried? That Huang guy rejected my suggestion at the meeting yesterday." Xu Lu said coquettishly, "I don't care." Kang Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, he can't suppress me. The chief planner of the program is my classmate, so I personally called him to ask for his help. I'll update you in the afternoon." Xu Lu revealed a charming, feminine smile. "Shall I come to your house tonight?" "No, my wife is back from a business trip. Don't contact me for the next few days." Xu Lu wriggled her body in protest. Kang Xian smiled and said, "Don't make a fuss. You'll have to pay for it tonight." The sun was blazing outside the window, and the central air conditioner was blowing cold air. Kang Xian hugged Xu Lu with one hand and caressed her thigh with the other. His thoughts drifted away. He deliberately suppressed Qin Bao Bao, not just to help Xu Lu. A certain big shot in the industry once said that the entertainment industry was his backyard. These words were domineering, and Kang Xian deeply believed them. Qin Bao Bao was a woman he liked at first sight. Kang Xian knew that haste made waste. To conquer a woman, he had to conquer her heart first. First, he had to polish off the edges. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. Forcing it would have the opposite effect. For example, when Xu Lu entered the company, she was also a pure little flower. She refused to sell her body. Kang Xian was very patient. He quietly supported her, lifted her up to the clouds, and then threw her down from high. This fall shattered all her reservations and fantasies. When Kang Xian made another request, Xu Lu did not say anything and gave her body and mind for the sake of her future. It had been 5 years. Today was different from the past. Kang Xian was no longer a vigorous young man. Qin Bao Bao was also more outstanding than Xu Lu. He did not want to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He wanted to control Qin Bao Bao as soon as possible. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Bao Bao took out the key to open the door. She kicked off her high heels and threw her bag on the sofa. Like an aggressive tigress, she pounced on Qin Ziyi, who was browsing the financial statements of a listed company. "Where's the money? Hand over the money and I won't kill you." Qin Bao Bao grabbed Qin Ziyi's neck and said fiercely, "Otherwise, I'll pull you out and hit your D*CK 100 times. Qin Ziyi straightened his waist, and his sister, who was riding on him, almost fell down. Her delicate body was thrown high, and she hurriedly let go of her hand to support herself on the sofa. He took the opportunity to flip over, and turned from passive to active. He pressed his sister down on the sofa and twisted her hands behind her back. He sneered disdainfully, "Qin Bao Bao, where did your confidence come from?" Qin Bao Bao could not struggle. Her face was red with anger, and she condemned, "You black-hearted thing. I poured my heart out for you, but you secretly made a fortune behind my back. You're not a good thing." Qin Ziyi sneered, "I'm selling my own songs. It's none of your business." "I don't care." Qin Bao Bao acted shamelessly, "You're heartless and ungrateful. I'll criticize you in the name of the party." Qin Ziyi complained, "I've been a member of the Communist Youth League all my life. You can't criticize me in the name of the party." Qin Bao Bao probed, "How much?" 3 songs for 300,000. Because of your rising fame, the copyright of Farewell Song also rose, and it was sold for 150,000. A total of 450,000. 450,000. Qin Bao Bao's eyes seemed to be flashing with red banknotes. She swallowed her saliva and said happily, I want to buy a bag. I want to change my computer. I also need to change my phone. Let's go buy some clothes this weekend. Aya, my little BMW seems to need maintenance too. Let me think, what should we eat tomorrow? A 5-star buffet? Japanese food? Seafood? Qin Ziyi squinted and shattered his sister's dream with one sentence, "Sorry, I've invested all my money in the stock market." Qin Bao Bao's excited expression froze. Qin Ziyi added without changing his expression, "And it's trapped." Qin Bao Bao's heart was hit 10,000 times. A moment later, Wang Zijin came out of the room, pointed behind her, and lowered her voice, "What's wrong with her?" She covered her head and cried as soon as she entered the room. Qin Ziyi said lightly, "Ignore her, she'll be fine after crying." Qin Bao Bao was forgetful. To put it nicely, she was free and easy, but to put it bluntly, she was heartless. More than half an hour later, his sister's voice came from the room, muttering, My number one enemy is online." Qin Ziyi was stunned. "Speak human language." Qin Bao Bao held her phone and ran out in a panic. "Shu Lu is the guest for the next episode of I Am a Singer. She posted on Weibo." Qin Ziyi looked at her and was stunned, and then, blockhead. His sister put her finger on his forehead and pushed hard. "My position was originally hers, you know." His sister said angrily, "Last time, the teacher who wrote the song for me was intercepted by her. Don't you think I know what she's up to? She wants to see me get eliminated and take over my position. Now, the company's higher-ups have 2 opinions. One is to remove me and promote Shu Lu. The other is to support me to continue." Qin Ziyi touched his chin. "Anyway, your excellent songs are not resources of Star Art Entertainment. Star Art Entertainment is happy to see you become a popular singer without spending any money and then use you to make a lot of money. That's why there are more people supporting you. But even so, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with this." Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth. "Am I the kind of person to endure humiliation? I'm going to take my revenge. I'm going to PK her." Qin Ziyi was shocked. "I don't know if you're enduring humiliation, but I know your brain must be damaged. Shu Lu is an A-list celebrity. Where do you get the confidence to eliminate her?" Qin Bao Bao, "Did your confidence increase after winning a few rounds?" "I'm a little fairy." Qin Bao Bao twisted her waist. She was full of confidence. Qin Ziyi took out his phone and opened Weibo. Shu Lu posted on Weibo, "I received an invitation from I Am a Singer. I'm looking forward to singing on this platform. I want to exchange, learn, and compete with the teachers. By the way, I'm here with teacher Gongming's new song. Yes, everyone is familiar with it. It's an ancient style song. I hope you can support it. Attached picture. I am a singer's invitation letter. There were hundreds of thousands of comments under the Weibo post. An astonishing number of replies. This was an A-list celebrity with more than 10 million followers. Of course, not all of them were her fans. Zombie fans definitely made up a large portion. The difference between an A-list celebrity and a small-time celebrity. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo followers, 480,000. Xu Lu's Weibo followers, 9 million. Wow, Xu Gongming's new song? Flourishing Clouds is an unsurpassable classic of ancient style songs. It's also Xu Gongming's best work. Teacher Gongming has been quiet for a while. Is he okay? Yeah, he hasn't released a good song for many years. I'm worried. 10 years of polishing a sword. I believe Xu Gongming can reach new heights. What a big gamble. Please invite Xu Lu to participate. Xu Lu is one of the stars of star art. She's popular, but her singing, lip-syncing scum. Trash. What are you saying? Get lost if you don't like it. A woman who's looking for trouble. Who cares if she sings well or not? I'm a diehard fan of Xu Lu. I support her unconditionally. Even an A-list celebrity is here. Will the king be far away? The program team is going against the heavens. I'm in Shanghai. I'm going to buy tickets. Qin Ziyi realized something very awkward. It was Xu Lu's awkwardness. Her popularity was high, but she was a controversial celebrity. Many people liked her, and many people hated her. This was not contradictory. There were too many controversial big shots in the entertainment industry. Xu Lu's reputation was not good. She used to debut as a singer. Later, she was exposed to lip-syncing. Her popularity plummeted, and she switched to film and television. In other words, although she had the popularity of an A-list celebrity, she did not have the support of an A-list celebrity. In fact, many A-list celebrities did not have the support of an A-list celebrity. Why? Because popularity could be hyped up. Some female celebrities relied on negative news to become a B-list celebrity. Could you say that her support was at the level of a B-list celebrity? Xu Lu's Weibo fans were more than 20 times that of Qin Bao Bao. However, some people followed her to criticize her. Some people followed her purely because they liked celebrities. For a celebrity, it was good enough if 10 out of 100 fans were diehard. The rest were rational fans, anti-fans, zombie fans, and soy sauce fans. Qin Bao Bao had her advantages. She did not have any negative news. Her fans were very pure. They liked her voice, her songs, and her big breasts and long legs. To be honest, Qin Bao Bao was not without hope. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Ziyi made dinner for his two sisters. He went out, hailed a taxi, and went straight to Queen Pei's villa. He called Nan Man Pei in advance. The queen said that she was not at home and asked him to do as he pleased. He did not need to call in advance. The tutoring time could be decided by Qin Ziyi. He just needed to communicate with Li Donglai. This meant that he was going to be a hands-off boss. As Nan Man Pei said, I don't care about the process. I only care about the results. At 7:40, the taxi arrived at the villa area. Li Donglai stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, looking forward to it. Master, I got you an access card. You can come directly in the future. You don't have to pick me up every time you go out. He handed Qin Ziyi a white card. The property management was very strict. Cars and people needed access cards to pass through. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter this residential area. Li Donglai's grades were a mess. He was at the bottom of the class for a long time. Qin Ziyi's plan was to cut him down and start from scratch. With Qin Ziyi's level, it was more than enough to teach a high school trash. After getting Qin Ziyi's promise to teach him peerless martial arts when he finished his homework, Li Donglai changed his uninhibited nature and devoted himself to studying. He stopped playing games and listening to songs. Occasionally, he saw Qin Ziyi watching the program singer on the computer. He drooled at Qin Bao Bao's figure. At 9:30 in the evening, Qin Ziyi finished today's tutoring. Li Donglai sent his master downstairs. In the living room, Li Donglai's sister was talking on the phone. Don't talk nonsense with me. Doesn't your dad have connections in the TV station? Get me a live ticket. If you can't do it, then don't be my sister. Of course. I'm Shulu's fan. How can I not support my idol singing on stage? What, you like Qin Bao Bao? That vixen is so annoying. Her breasts are so big that it's unscientific. They're obviously filled with silicone. So what if she sings well? It doesn't change her nature as a vixen. Look at her face. Isn't she just a seductive vixen? Li Donglai, that idiot, every time he looks at her, he drools. Pei Ziki was lying on the sofa. Her hands were resting on the glass coffee table. Her two slender legs were crossed. If he had to give this student a score, Qin Ziyi would give her 8 points. In a few years, she would have the qualifications to become a goddess with 9 points. She was still too young and inexperienced. However, a young girl had the advantages of a young girl. Her waist was slender like a newly sprouted willow branch. She had a delicate oval face, short hair, and rippling almond eyes. Li Donglai heard her words and sneered. Anyway, he was used to being scolded. He led Qin Ziyi straight out. When they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, a Maserati was slowly driving into the neighborhood. Qin Ziyi couldn't help but take a few more glances. This thing was expensive and belonged to the high-end series of cars. The slender cabin cover curved sharply like a shark leaping out of the water. The anti-spying glass blocked the view inside. In the past, when Qin Ziyi saw this kind of luxury car, he would always curse in his heart. There must be some pot-bellied uncle driving a beautiful girl inside. At this time, the car window rolled down. In the driver's seat was not a pot-bellied uncle, but a tranquil and beautiful queen. Her Majesty the Queen was dressed in a professional suit today. She lacked the gentleness of someone who was suitable for home and family, and instead, she gave off a capable and sharp aura. You're going back? Nan Man Pei smiled. Yes, Qin Ziyi said. I'll send you back, Nan Man Pei said softly. Qin Ziyi hesitated for a moment before opening the door and going in. He actually didn't want to hitch a ride with the Queen. He always felt oppressed when he was with this woman with such a strong aura. This came from the difference in life experience and social experience. However, she had a charm that made people want to explore and get close to her. Chapter 73. On the way back, both parties were silent. Nan Man Pei didn't speak, and Qin Ziyi didn't take the initiative to speak either. Soothing music was playing in the car. It was Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale. The music chart had a download function, and each song cost 1 yuan. When they were about to reach their neighborhood, the Maserati slowed down. Nan Man Pei smiled beautifully. Qin Ziyi, where did you learn all these skills? I learned them blindly, Qin Ziyi said. Do you believe that I'll turn around and throw you into the Huangpu River? Nan Man Pei threatened softly. A queen was a queen. She was so charming even when she said harsh words. I learned martial arts for a few years. There used to be a boxer in our neighborhood. Qin Ziyi said half-truthfully. Can you teach Sister Pei later? Nan Man Pei's voice was soft, with a strong Shanghai accent. Qin Ziyi felt that Queen Bae was particularly seductive today. Sister Pei, don't joke with me. Qin Ziyi smiled bitterly. Nan Man Pei nodded. The Maserati stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. When Qin Ziyi opened the door, she suddenly said, I checked your background. It's ordinary, but interesting. Your sister Qin Bao is a new singer. I heard that all the songs she sings are written by you. Qin Ziyi closed the door and narrowed his eyes. Sister Pei, it's just a tutor. There's no need for that. Nan Man Pei seemed to find his bitter and resentful look very interesting. She giggled. That was called flirtatious and radiant. Nan Man Pei turned around and tilted her head. You're Donglai's teacher. As your aunt, shouldn't I check on you? This action of hers added a sense of delicateness to the air of a young girl. Qin Ziyi gritted his teeth. You were the one who wanted to investigate me, weren't you? Did you secretly search through my 18 generations of ancestors? Nan Man Pei sighed sadly, but I can't find out which school you are from. Qin Ziyi said angrily, what sect? I only know a few moves. Even if the queen occasionally displayed the playfulness and charm of a young girl, Qin Ziyi would still be on guard. The atmosphere in the car became silent. Nan Man Pei said indifferently, why aren't you scramming? Do you want me to invite you out of the car? Without another word, Qin Ziyi pushed open the door and rushed out. In a flash, he ran more than 10 meters away, turned around and waved his hand, disappearing into the darkness. For several days in a row, the news of Xu Lu joining Singer with a new song was all over the place. All the major web portals and online media platforms pushed at least 3 news articles a day, trying to write articles in different ways. Xu Gongming's new song is coming soon. Xu Lu battles the music world again. Singing star show might be her way to heaven. The #1 ancient style singer battles again after flourishing age. Can Xu Gongming create glory again? Explosion. Xu Lu practiced singing for years, just to return to the music world. Xu Lu joins I Am a Singer. The show will welcome its first A-list star. You see, this song, Huang Yuting, Chen Xiaotong, and Qin Baobao can't sing it, but she sings it like it's the sound of nature. The online comments were hot, with both praise and criticism, but it couldn't resist the media's flattery. Although the haters scolded, they were looking forward to it. An A-list star joined the show with a new song, and it was the work of the former ancient style master, Xu Gongming. For a moment, Xu Lu's limelight instantly overshadowed Huang Yuting, Li Rongxing, Liu Xuegang, Chen Xiaotong, and Qin Baobao. The program team of Singer launched a poll on the official website for the most likely guest to be eliminated this week. Xu Lu, 300 votes. Liu Xuegang, 4,250 votes. Huang Yuting, 4,330 votes. Li Rongxing, 6,806 votes. Chen Xiaotong, 8,003 votes. Qin Baobao, 12,470 votes. In the comments section below the poll, here's the marinated powder. Marinated powder +1 +2 +3 +4. Keep the formation below. +10086. My Lulu is mighty, she's at the top of the list. That's right, Xu Lu is an A-list star after all, and her popularity is higher than Huang Yuting, Li Rongxing, and Liu Xuegang. Begging for a child with a lot of money. Bah, begging for tickets, who can get a live ticket? I'm going to support my idol. I saw the news and followed her here. I don't watch variety shows, but Xu Lu is my goddess. This episode of I Am a Singer can't be missed. No, I have to watch it in the future. With Xu Lu joining the show, who can compete with her? Being popular doesn't mean that she can sing well. In terms of status in the music industry, not to mention Huang Yuting, Liu Xuegang, and Li Rongxing, Xu Lu is way ahead of her. Let's start the poll. Let's bet that Xu Lu lip-syncs, 1 point deducted. Phut, Qin Baobao is at the bottom again. This girl is so pitiful. My goddess has always been looked down upon by others, but she still stands strong. Why is my goddess at the bottom? Liu Xuegang was okay by her last time. That was an accident. Farewell song was too amazing. Who would have thought that rock could be sung like that? But this kind of hit song can't be repeated. Oh, another original hit song at the level of Farewell song? Do you think it's possible? What the poster above said makes sense. Although I'm drooling over the long legs of the big-breasted girl, once Qin Baobao loses her advantage of being an original, or if her original songs are not as good as the previous ones, her popularity will definitely plummet. This is the disadvantage of a newcomer, she has too few fans. The audience's eyes are sharp. The guest for the next episode has been confirmed to be Xu Lu, so let's analyze the situation. Contestants, Xu Lu, Huang Yuting, Liu Xuegang, Chen Xiaotong, Li Rongxing, and Qin Baobao. At this point in the program, the guests are either popular singers or former queens. Xu Lu is even an A-list celebrity. It's not a singer like Li Zongde who is not famous in the mainland, nor is it a half-baked singer like Xue Mai. Does Qin Baobao have any hope of beating these guests? It's almost impossible. Most netizens agreed with this analysis post. Someone reposted this post on Weibo and Qin Baobao. Ha ha ha, Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao cries, fairy tales are all lies, already at. You guys are too much, already at. She's too strong, too much, already at. Adding fuel to the fire, I like it, already at. That hurts, buddy, already at. The netizens burst into laughter. They were afraid that the world would be in chaos, so they all joined in and reposted the comments, then at Qin Bao Bao. His sister yelled in the room. "Aze, everyone looks down on me." Qin Ziyi shouted in the living room, "It can't be helped. How long have you been in the industry? How long have they been in the industry?" The audience's teasing of Qin Bao Bao seemed to have become a daily occurrence. Qin Bao Bao ran out of the room with a sad face and pretended to wipe her tears. "Aze, if you can buy me a Louis Vuitton bag, I believe that I can be revived immediately. Get out of here." Qin Ziyi sighed, lamenting her misfortune and angry at her failure to fight. Qin Bao Bao said pitifully, "That's too much, I really feel that my future is dark." Sob sob sob. "Get out of here, don't disturb me watching the stock market." Qin Ziyi was mentally and physically exhausted these days. He had to take care of his sister's acting career and work hard in the stock market at the same time. He dared not be careless at all, because he never knew that the stock that would fall the next day would be his. Qin Bao Bao wanted to come over and peek at the profit and loss, but Qin Ziyi pressed her forehead and threw her onto the sofa. The angry sister grabbed Qin Ziyi and gave him a round of punches. She was afraid that he would retaliate, so she ran away after hitting him. Back in the room, Qin Bao Bao was still indignant. She secretly took a picture of Qin Ziyi and posted it on Weibo. "We agreed to be each other's angel, but I'm in deep trouble on the internet. You have the nerve to invest in stocks." Looking at childhood from afar, she attached a picture of Qin Ziyi sitting in the living room and looking at the computer, but his face was pixelated. There were more than 300,000 followers of Qin Bao Bao. When they saw their goddess's post, they were shocked. When they took another look, they realized that the legendary younger brother had appeared. They seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were particularly excited. "Ah! The legendary younger brother? Why are you pixelating? If it's art, please don't pixelate. If it's not suitable for children, please don't post it on the internet. Bao Bao is so beautiful. Her younger brother must be a handsome guy. I don't have a boyfriend yet. Please date me. I hate pixelation. Phut. Sister is not as important as stocks. My heart is attacked 10,000 times. Let's ask for a song. Talented gold medal composer. I'm very curious. Which god removed the pixelation? Qin Bao Bao can do it. Push your younger brother out to block the arrow. Let's help Qin Bao Bao at him. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your Qin Bao Bao shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your long-legged sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Qin Ziyi was stunned. His phone kept ringing. He picked it up and saw hundreds of Weibo notifications. They were all at him. He didn't want to get involved in the entertainment industry. It didn't feel good to be the center of attention. It was too stressful. No one liked to be surrounded by people like a panda. Many celebrities were annoyed. Paparazzi would take photos of them wherever they went. If they fell, they would be accused of domestic violence. If they didn't hold arms with their husband or wife, they would be questioned about their marriage. Even if they farted, they would be exposed. However, since he was a celebrity and a public figure, this was the price he had to pay. He looked up at his sister's room. The door wasn't closed. Qin Bao Bao was sneakily observing the living room. When she met his gaze, she retracted her head guiltily. Qin Ziyi picked up his phone and posted on Weibo, "Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it. I have an ancient song." Qin Bao Bao, damn, what a big tone. Are you trying to challenge Shulu? An ancient song? Are you serious? You can write all kinds of songs. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Even if he can write an ancient song, he's not as good as Xu Gongming. He's a senior composer. Senior composer my ass. You're calling him senior in front of the composer who wrote Farewell Song, Fairy Tale, Legend, and Invisible Wings? Last time he posted on Weibo, life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it. Then Farewell Song was born. 666 UA. He's bringing more hate to Qin Bao Bao. He doesn't know the rules of the entertainment industry. This brother of his is a scammer. Let's wait for Shu Lu's fans to flood Weibo. Go to Qin Bao Bao's Weibo and watch. Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it. Lulu loyal player, identification complete. In the room, Qin Bao Bao was lying on the bed, looking at Weibo with a bright smile. Star Art Entertainment, practice room. After Shu Lu finished practicing, her assistant immediately handed her a bottle of water. She opened it and gulped down a mouthful. She was a little tired. A new song was troublesome because the singer was completely unfamiliar with it. Anyone could sing a few lines, but it would be difficult to sing it well. She had to constantly practice and familiarize herself with it. Not forgetting the lyrics and not going out of tune were the basics. When she heard the melody, she could sing the corresponding lines. That was the real accomplishment. How's the response online? Shu Lu asked. The company has been buying news for you. The assistant was all smiles. The response is naturally very good. Many people are looking forward to your singing on the show. The popularity is enough. Next, it's up to your performance. What do you think of my song? Shu Lu asked again. It had been a long time since she felt so worried. This song is the result of teacher Gongming's 3 years of hard work. It's also the title song of your album. Of course, the quality is good. The assistant quickly flattered. Shu Lu nodded in satisfaction. The company had spent a lot of resources to prepare her album. The title song was Shu Gongming's ancient song, Ink Painting. It was a high-quality song. Although it wasn't as good as a gold song, how could a gold song be released so easily? It was already very rare. Therefore, Shu Lu was very proud of her decision to join Popstar. She had hit a bottleneck in her film career. Only by making a breakthrough in her singing career could she hope to go further. She was already 30 years old. In the future, her situation would only get worse. The entertainment industry would always be the world of young people. How many celebrities of the previous generation could play the lead role? The assistant was playing with her phone when she suddenly laughed. Sister Shu, look at the online poll. Qin Bao Bao is at the bottom again. This group of netizens is so funny. They even tagged her. Shu Lu laughed. Ignore her. Let's see how long she can laugh. Chapter 74. Thursday, at the TV station. At the recording studio of I Am a Singer. Qin Ziyi sat in the middle of the crowd. Above his head, the neon lights were dazzling. It felt like when he was in junior high school, the school organized the whole school to move small benches to the field to watch anti-Japanese war movies. Qin Ziyi participated in the recording of a variety show for the first time. The ticket was given to him by Qin Bao Bao. It seemed that the program team gave the singer a free live ticket. Qin Bao Bao thought of her best friend first. Wang Zijin said that she still had a script to finish and couldn't find the time. His sister reluctantly gave it to Qin Ziyi. Out of novelty, Qin Ziyi gladly accepted it. There were still 10 minutes before the recording. The hundreds of audience members were chattering. No one was using their phones because their phones were taken away by the security. Those who had 2 phones couldn't use them either. There was a signal jammer in the studio. Beside him, a few young men were whispering excitedly. When will Shu Lu come on stage? I specially came to see Shu Lu. Hey, it's still early. Look at the big screen later. The results of the singer's lot drawing will be shown. I didn't expect that they could even invite a big shot like Shu Lu. This is much more interesting than a concert. Shu Lu's status in the music industry isn't high. We've all heard her singing before. I like Qin Bao Bao more. Her voice is nice and she's beautiful. Most importantly, her body. TSK. No matter how beautiful Qin Bao Bao is, I'll always be the man she can't get. T won't be noble just because no one cares. Definitely. How could the big shots let go of such a beautiful woman? She has so many good songs. Why would the entertainment company promote her for no reason? Bah, don't insult my goddess. Didn't she say that it was all written by her brother? To hell with your brother. Please don't say it. Who would believe you? The songs she sang were of different styles. How could one person write all of them? That's just a fig leaf. I can't possibly say that I slept with my boss in exchange for resources to rise up the ranks. Young man, you're too young. Qin Zi sighed to himself. People were too prejudiced against the entertainment industry. Perhaps it was not prejudiced, but the truth. But even if they knew that a female celebrity's jade-like arms were pillowed by thousands of people, and her lips were tasted by tens of thousands of people, there were still people who chased after her like crazy. The human heart was so complicated that it was difficult to describe it with words. A staff member went up on stage and held the microphone. The recording of the program is about to begin. We are entering the countdown. Everyone, please remain silent. The countdown ended and the recording began. Yin Jia's beautiful figure appeared on the big screen behind the stage. The background was backstage. As usual, he chatted and joked with the guests. The program was very effective, and the audience laughed loudly. Then, it was time to knock on the door. Xu Lu was wearing a light blue off-the-shoulder dress and white high heels. She was a young woman in her 30s. She had a graceful bearing and exquisite makeup on her face, making her look even more beautiful and flawless. The moment Xu Lu appeared on the big screen, the audience cheered. Sister Xu, I'm your fan. Can you give me a hug? Yin Jia was as surprised as a little girl. Of course. Xu Lu smiled warmly as the two hugged. Sister Xu, the internet said that you brought a new song this time. Is it true? Yin Jia pretended to be curious. Yes, it's teacher Xu Gongming's new song. He spent 2 years composing this song. By the way, let me tell you a secret. This song is the title song of my new album. Xu Lu winked at the camera and acted cute. Yin Jia exclaimed and exaggerated, slow work produces fine work. 10 years of polishing a sword. Sister Xu, I'm really curious and looking forward to it. Her acting was exaggerated. Xu Lu nodded and used this opportunity to promote her new album. Everyone, you must support my new album. The audience bought it. Don't worry, we'll definitely support you. I'm looking forward to it. Is Xu Lu good at singing? Of course. The news said that Xu Lu has been practicing her singing skills for years. There are pictures to prove it. Moreover, the title song of the album is the work of teacher Xu Gongming for 3 years. It'll definitely be good. Then I'll support you too. Yin Jia praised Xu Lu as usual and led her to the hall to meet the other singers. The show entered the lot drawing segment. The audience was looking forward to this segment. Since the start of Singer, the lot drawing segment had been very interesting. Li Rongxing had been acting cute to get a good draw. Next, Qin Bao Bao's lot drawing result was the most interesting. This episode's lot drawing results: Huang Yutong vs Chen Xiaotonglu Shuegang vs Li Rongxing, Xu Lu vs Qin Bao Bao, Xu Lu vs Qin Bao Bao. I bought a watch last year. Qin Bao Bao's luck is simply unbelievable. Qin Bao Bao is going to fly to the sky and stand side by side with the sun. It's a matter of character. In the first episode, she fought with Huang Yutong. In the second episode, Xue Mai. In the third episode, Liu Shuegang. In the fourth episode, damn, it's the A-list star, Xu Lu. I'm also drunk. How can she win? Why did she get Xu Lu? I'm silently sweating for the big-breasted girl. It's Xu Lu. I'm also drunk. Bao Bao, it's a tragedy again. The audience was slightly in an uproar. With different expressions, they all expressed sympathy for Qin Bao Bao. This segment was interesting. Some people on the internet had already ridiculed Qin Bao Bao's luck. She had drawn big names one after another. The interesting thing was that she survived every time. In the first episode, she lost to Huang Yutong, but successfully returned to the stage in the revival round. In the second episode, she defeated Xue Mai with a crushing number of votes. In the third episode, she shocked the music industry with a song, and the king of rock and roll was defeated by her. In the last 3 episodes, Qin Bao Bao quickly rose from an unknown newcomer to the status of a new female singer. Her popularity now was not inferior to Shui Mai's. In this episode, she would face the A-list star, Xu Lu. The audience whispered. The director threw the camera backstage and asked the staff to go on stage and shout, "Everyone, please be quiet. Be quiet." The audience's discussion stopped for a while. Qin Ziyi listened attentively. Everything could happen once, but not twice, but twice, but not thrice. Was Qin Bao Bao's luck really that bad? The first time was a coincidence, the second time was not justifiable, and the third time was still the same luck. It could only mean one thing: human factors. The program team was messing with her. Qin Ziyi guessed. But the program team would not do anything to Qin Bao Bao for no reason. The answer was obvious. Star Art or Xu Lu was using their connections to secretly mess with Qin Bao Bao. Although I Am a Singer was known for its fair and just reputation, fairness was relative and not absolute. Qin Ziyi had reason to suspect that the program team did something behind the scenes during the drawing of lots. As for how they did it, he could not figure it out for the time being. The task of 500 points was indeed not simple. Not long after, Yin Jiao came out. She was dressed up and walked out of the backstage in high heels. The camera was aimed at her. Yin Jiao gestured to the director and the camera opened. Yin Jiao smiled sweetly. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to I Am a Singer broadcast by Shengji Cosmetics. I am the host, Yin Jiao." The audience applauded very cooperatively. Camera 2 pointed the camera at the audience. Yin Jiao said, "Everyone has seen the result of the drawing of lots. Huang Yuting is a popular singer in the music industry. Today, what kind of beautiful music will he bring to us? Let's welcome Huang Yuting." Loud applause. Huang Yuting walked along the long trapezoidal stage to the center. The lights above his head scattered into countless light beams. They danced in the air and then gathered again to hit him. His outfit today was a bit strange. He wore bell-bottoms from the 70s, an old-fashioned floral shirt, and his hairstyle was also split. This outfit was a bit interesting. The music started. The audience consciously shut up and kept quiet. My hometown is getting younger and younger. Only my father's face is old. I look at this unfamiliar hometown seriously. It's not how I remember it. The passing years have been washed away, and everything has changed. I'm like a guest from afar, passing by here. It was a folk song from the 70s. It told the story of a prodigal son and his hometown. The prodigal son, who was working hard outside when he was young, returned to his hometown after many years. His father was old, and his hometown changed with each passing day. The shadow of the past could no longer be found. The song was filled with deep sadness and melancholy. Huang Yuting added pop elements and corrected a few mistakes in the original song. The brand new buildings stand proudly under the sun. The old walls that have collapsed under my feet. The colorful ones are easy to get tired of chewing. The black and white memories stay in my youth. Like those outdated but classic old feature films. I see the clock again. I know I'm almost home. The wind blows away the leaves and throws the soul to spring. This is the hometown I'll eventually return to. Not many young people had heard this song. They only felt that the song was sad and melancholy. It made them feel inexplicably sad. They couldn't help but immerse themselves in the anxiety and longing of a prodigal son returning to his hometown. However, some older people's eyes turned red. This was a song from their era. It was the feelings of their era. How many people left their hometown and struggled for decades? Some were submerged in the tide of the times, while others stood at the head of the tide. Whether they failed or succeeded, when they returned to their hometown with sadness or the joy of success, things had changed. Their hometown was no longer the same as before. Children didn't know each other when they met. Huang Yuting's adaptation was undoubtedly successful. He had touched the hearts of many people. The music stopped, and applause rang out. Huang Yuting bowed slightly and left the stage. According to the rules of the program, singers couldn't canvass for votes before or after the performance. They were all well-known singers. It was very likely that their words would affect the audience's choice. Many audience members had never heard this song before. At this time, they were discussing excitedly. What song is this? I've never heard it before. It's a very old song. I heard it when I was young, but the original song wasn't so good. That's right. Who is cult leader Huang? He's a big shot in the music industry. When the online resources are released, I must download it. It's good. After the adaptation, the quality is close to that of a masterpiece. No, it's a masterpiece. Damn, I feel like I'm stuck. I miss home. I didn't go home for the Spring Festival last year. I suddenly want to go home. My hometown has changed a lot over the years. It's a little unfamiliar. On the stage, Yin Jiao said loudly, "Let's welcome the next singer, Chen Xiaotong." The surrounding lights suddenly turned dark. A round lamp shone on the center of the stage. There stood the middle-aged Chen Xiaotong, the former queen. When Chen Xiaotong was young, she was also a well-known beauty. As time passed, fine crow's feet appeared at the corners of her eyes, and her figure was plump. However, her charm was still very strong. It was a fatal temptation to mature women. Reality proved that there were many mature women who were mature women. Chen Xiaotong sang a Cantonese song. Her voice was beautiful, and her breath was deep. However, Huang Yuteng was in front of her. Her song couldn't surpass her competitors. Soon, the votes were out. Huang Yuteng defeated Chen Xiaotong with a score of 60 votes. Chen Xiaotong entered the revival round. The second group of singers, in terms of song selection and performance, were not as amazing as the first group. Li Rongxing couldn't counterattack Liu Shuigang, who was good at singing rock, and entered the revival round. The third group, Xu Lu vs Qin Bao Bao. The highlight of this week's episode came on stage with a new song. Xu Lu's fans were excited. On the other hand, Qin Bao Bao's fans were worried. Qin Bao Bao had almost no chance of winning. Chapter 75. More than half of the lights went out, but the stage was lit up. Beams of light shone on the beauty who slowly walked onto the stage, illuminating the ink-stained cheongsam she was wearing. The mountains and ancient pines were tall and sturdy, and the scene was distant. The beauty was like a flower, adding a classical and elegant beauty. The audience burst into cheers. They were really stunned by her outfit. So beautiful. My goddess. The outfit is stunning. Her figure is still a lot worse than Qin Bao Bao's. Xu Lu is so beautiful. This outfit, TSK, completely beats any uniform. China's cheongsam is still the best. Haha, after this episode, Mo Bao will come out with something similar to Xu Lu's. A moment later, the gentle sound of a guzheng rang out, followed by an erhu, a piano, a flute, the shower's first break, ripples on the lake's surface, half a lifetime of tiredness, all in vain. On the blue stone, an oil paper umbrella. Thin smoke on a painted screen, it's hard to paint your face. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your face. Xu Lu's voice was ethereal and ancient. The tune was good, the lyrics were good, and the person was good. The classical music was filled with a unique sad and melancholy atmosphere. China's traditional music was different from Western music in terms of melody, scale, timbre, rhythm, and so on. It was about purity. The guzheng was the guzheng, and the erhu was the erhu. A single instrument performance gave the audience a pure sense of hearing, light, slow, sad, and many other characteristics. There was no noise of rock and roll, no chaos of accompaniment. It was simple and pure. It was another kind of auditory enjoyment. The audience closed their eyes in intoxication, quietly listening to the beautiful notes of the classical instruments and Xu Lu's magnetic and sad voice. Backstage. Huang Yuteng closed his eyes and listened to the music attentively. Li Rongxing nodded to himself. Not bad. It's very flavorful. Chen Xiaotong echoed, "You've outlined the classical taste in an instant." Liu Shuigang was a rock musician. He wasn't good at classical music, but he could appreciate it. He commented, "The tune is nice. It's gentle and melodious, but it also gives people a touch of sadness. The lyrics are also well written. Listening to the song, it's as if I'm in the ancient times of Jiangnan, holding an umbrella, walking on a bluestone road, a small bridge over flowing water. A scroll of ink painting is spread out before my eyes. A few dancing snow in a broken bottle. The more I think about it, the harder it is for me to write a river. I'm afraid that if I use too much force, I'll provoke Jujianmo. In the end, I couldn't draw out that sadness. I'll draw a strand for you. A window can't hide me. I can't cut a ray of light. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your beauty. I'll make a painting for you. His voice gradually deepened until it disappeared. The song ended. Shu Lu flirtatiously flipped her hair and bowed slightly. Thank you, everyone. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was like a storm, but it was also like the waves of the sea, surging endlessly. The camera deliberately swept past the audience's faces, recording their excited and enthusiastic facial expressions. When the camera swept past Qin Ziyi, he symbolically revealed a touched smile. Shu Lu left the stage. The audience's applause and cheers stopped, but the residual heat was still there. They were talking to each other. This song is so artistic. Shu Lu also sang well. I like ancient songs. They're so artistic. The feeling is so wonderful. Just for this song, I'll definitely buy Shu Lu's new album. I'm turning into a fan. I'm turning into a fan. Shu Lu's singing is good. How could she have lip-synced before? Hey, which singer hasn't lip-synced before? She's just unlucky to be exposed. But why do I feel that the lyrics are a bit forced? They're flashy but not practical. Bah, what do you know? F***ck off. I'm from the Chinese department. Do you think I don't know? The lyrics are forced, and the words are gorgeous. The song is good, but not as good as I imagined. It can't give me the artistic conception of Jiangnan's water town. I'm a bit disappointed. This is already very good. I don't think it's worse than Prosperous Times. I don't dare to say that it's a hit song, but it's definitely a masterpiece. If you're not satisfied with this, why don't you write a song? You canio upna canab. Qin Ziyi's eyes and ears were sharp. He suddenly heard a few young people talking in the back row. Hey, Qin Bao Bao seems to be singing an ancient song this week. Who told you that? Didn't you follow Qin Bao Bao's Weibo? Yes, but I didn't see her post anything related to it. Oh, it's not Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. It's her brother. A girl said in surprise, she really has a brother. I think so. She said so herself. She also interacted with her brother on Weibo. It's unknown if it's true or not. I think it's fake. Is her brother that good? He can write rock songs and love songs. People on the internet have long said that there can't be such a good person. It's rare even among the songwriters in the industry. Who knows? Anyway, she's next. In the end, 10 minutes later, Qin Bao Bao did not go on stage. Something seemed to have happened backstage. Yin Jiao also left. What happened? What's wrong? It hasn't started yet. It's a recording. It's normal for something to happen. Let's wait. Many audience members stood up, looked around, and discussed. After another 5 minutes or so, Yin Jiao returned to the stage and said with a smile, "Audience, our band's pianist was accidentally injured and has been sent to the hospital. A new pianist is about to fill in. Everyone, please calm down." With an explanation, the audience was no longer panicking. But Qin Ziyi's heart skipped a beat. He felt that he was doomed. He then left his seat in the name of going to the toilet and went backstage. The entrance was guarded by staff members. The audience was not allowed to enter. Non-staff members are not allowed to enter. The staff member guarding the entrance pointed to the warning sign and blocked Qin Ziyi's way. The lighting engineer, cameraman, and other staff members all looked over. Go back to the audience. You can't enter here. A middle-aged man with a staff member waved his hand unhappily, indicating that he was chasing him away. I'm a staff member of Star Art Entertainment. I have something to discuss with Qin Bao Bao. Go and inform her. Or you can return my phone and I'll contact her myself. Qin Ziyi lied without batting an eyelid. Star Art Entertainment had 2 singers backstage. Other than their respective managers, there would definitely be other staff members accompanying them. Qin Ziyi's words were very trustworthy. The staff member looked at him suspiciously. He was too young and unfamiliar. Qin Ziyi pointed to the staff members on the left and smiled. I'll stand with them. Don't worry. Oh right, my name is Qin Ziyi. Wait a moment. The staff member greeted his colleagues and signaled them to look after Qin Ziyi. He opened the door and disappeared into the long corridor. At this time, in the waiting room, the cameraman turned off the equipment. This was an accident during the recording of the program. They couldn't film. In the spacious and bright room, Li Yanhong and the director were in an argument. Why did the equipment hit his head all of a sudden? Li Yanhong said loudly. This won't do. The replacement player has never played the music score before. What if he makes a mistake when playing live? Will the audience still vote for Bao Bao? The director said helplessly, no one can do anything about this. His head was hit and he was sent to the hospital. How about this? Remove the zither part. Qin Bao Bao said anxiously, that won't do. The zither takes up a large part of the score. Without the zither accompaniment, the effect of the music will be greatly reduced. When the band's pianist was resting backstage, his head was accidentally hit by the sound system above his head. He fainted on the spot and bled all over the floor. He was sent to the hospital. The pianist was also a zither player. The director became impatient. This won't do, that won't do. Why don't you find me a zither player? Li Yanhong criticized, shouldn't your program team be on guard against such accidents? Why hasn't the replacement player played the score before? The director rolled his eyes. You don't say. I've been doing programs for so many years, but I've never encountered such a situation. Besides, that's a new song. If you change it to another song, the replacement player will immediately play it. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of worry. The program team had a replacement player, but she was singing a new song and the tune was also new. If it was any other song, a professional band teacher would have played it before. There was no need to practice. Now, there were two solutions. First, the replacement zither player could take over. This plan was very risky. No matter how good a zither player was, it was impossible to play a new song directly. It was easy to make mistakes. Second, remove the zither from the accompaniment. But this way, the level of the music would be poor and the mood would not be enough. On the big sofa, Shu Lu was leisurely drinking the yogurt from the advertiser. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. If there were not so many people, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold back her laughter. This was retribution. Let's see what you can do, Qin Bao Bao. Shu Lu had no reason not to gloat. Qin Bao Bao was her opponent, whether it was on stage or in private. She was very confident. But if Qin Bao Bao failed because of the lack of a zither player, she would be happier. The other singers could only watch from the sidelines. They could not do anything about this. Besides, their song was not a new one. It was okay to change the pianist. There was no pressure. Li Yanhong sighed and looked at Qin Bao Bao. Bao Bao, why don't we remove the zither player? Qin Bao Bao's face darkened. She said firmly, no. She turned to the director. Can you give the zither player more time to practice? The director rejected her directly. The program has stopped recording for 20 minutes. The audience outside is very upset. They've been waiting for a long time. Besides, playing once or twice won't have much effect. Qin Bao Bao insisted. Even if the effect isn't great, it's better than nothing. Shu Lu said, Qin Bao Bao, the director said that the audience outside is very upset. We can't delay everyone's time because of you. I have an event tonight. I can't delay it. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were sharp. Shu Lu sneered. You're a newcomer. There are many rules that you don't know. You need to understand that you're always the one who has to adapt to the rules, not the other way around. Newcomers must be humble. Do you understand? Everyone tacitly looked down. It was Star Art's family business. It was not convenient for them to interfere. They could only watch the show. Qin Bao Bao looked around. No one spoke up for her. No one supported her. They were not even willing to give her 5 or 10 minutes. She was alone and helpless. It was hard for her to do anything alone. She felt wronged and sad. At home, she was a little princess. Her parents doted on her. She even had a younger brother who laughed and played with her. In school, she was a famous person. There were countless boys who fell for her. She also had many close friends. In the workplace, she had a boss who favored her and took care of her in all aspects. Life could be said to be smooth sailing. But when she entered the entertainment industry and entered a higher circle, all kinds of conspiracies and schemes came flooding in. She then realized how difficult it was for her to go higher and further without a foundation. Qin Baobao's current feelings were, Bao Bao, Bao Bao, feeling wronged. At this moment, a staff member walked in. He looked around and said, "Miss Qin, there's someone outside who wants to see you. He says he's an employee of Star Art." Qin Baobao was stunned. She did not remember that other than the driver and Li Yanhong, there were other employees of Star Art accompanying her. With her current status, she did not have the qualifications to have a bodyguard. She also did not have her own personal assistant. Xu Lu frowned. "Did you get it wrong? He's looking for me, right?" The staff member scratched his head. "I didn't get it wrong. He's looking for Miss Qin. Could it be that he's not an employee of Star Art?" It was also possible that she had been fooled. He was actually a fan of Qin Baobao. "His name is Qin Ziyi," the staff member added. "Ah!" Qin Baobao suddenly screamed. She left her manager, Li Yanhong, and ran out in her high heels. Li Yanhong was stunned and followed her out. The others looked at each other. Chapter 76. Qin Ziyi waited outside the door for a few minutes. When the door opened, his sister looked around and waved at him. He immediately entered the door. Behind the door was a long corridor that extended in all directions. Qin Baobao stood behind the door with a gloomy face. She bit her lip and looked at him without blinking. She looked like a little girl who had been wronged. This attitude, Qin Ziyi understood in his heart. It was how his sister looked when she was in a bad mood. The pianist was injured and sent to the hospital. His sister nodded. Then there should be other pianists to fill in. His sister said, "That's my new song. The replacement pianist hasn't played it before. The production team didn't give me time to practice." "I'll do it," Qin Ziyi said seriously. Qin Baobao blinked. "I'll play it," Qin Ziyi said. "The replacement pianist is not reliable. I'll do it myself." Qin Baobao was still at a loss. She tilted her head and looked at him. Qin Ziyi sighed silently. They were siblings and knew each other too well. How could his sister not know how good her brother was? "I can play the guzheng. In school, I joined a music club and practiced the guzheng. It's just that you don't know." Qin Ziyi lied. When Qin Baobao heard this, a smile bloomed on her face. She hugged Qin Ziyi's waist and said, "Ace, I knew it. You're the only one I can rely on in the world." Li Yanhong, who had followed them out, saw this scene. She was so shocked that her face changed drastically. She ran over in a panic. "Bao Bao." She pulled Qin Baobao away on her own initiative and looked at Qin Ziyi vigilantly. If nothing unexpected happened, Qin Baobao was destined to have a bright future. With her looks, it was impossible for her to have a boyfriend. At the very least, she couldn't reveal it to the public. As her manager, he had to strictly control any man that had an intimate relationship with her. When necessary, he had to destroy these dangerous factors. Qin Baobao made a face at her brother and did not explain to her. She pulled Qin Ziyi up and said, "Let's go and tell the director." In the lounge, the front desk staff ran in. "Director, the audience outside is very dissatisfied. We can't delay any longer." The director also became frustrated. "Where's Qin Baobao? Why isn't she back yet? Tell her to quickly make a choice. Either we replace the Guqin player or we remove the score." Newbies were troublesome, especially newbies who became famous overnight. They had the characteristic of newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They did not care about the rules and did not know how to respect their seniors. It was difficult to communicate. Just then, Qin Bao walked in with Qin Ziyi. She raised her voice and said, "There's no need to replace the zither player, and there's no need to remove them. I have a better candidate." Everyone looked at Qin Ziyi. The director frowned. You're from Xingyi Entertainment. Qin Baobao was just about to nod when she heard Xu Lu say, "He's not. I've never seen him before." Xingyi Entertainment was a management company. There weren't many professional bands. Xu Lu had interacted with them before. She immediately exposed Qin Zhi's identity. The director said angrily, "How can someone who's not a professional go on stage? His psychological quality is not good enough, his level is not good enough, and the effect of the program is not up to expectations. Who's responsible? Nonsense. He can do it. I guarantee there won't be a problem." Qin Baobao was very confident in her brother. "I've learned the guqin for a few years." Qin Zi lied. The substitute player looked at Qin Zi and questioned, "The guqin is not like other instruments. It's not easy to learn. It's even harder to master it. I've seen the score. It's hard for someone who's not a professional to play it well." The guqin had an elegant name, 7-string guqin. It was one of the oldest instruments in China. It was the first stringed instrument in China. It was known as the father of Chinese music. The guqin and the guzheng were similar in shape. In terms of familiarity, the guzheng beat the guqin. Many people only knew about the guzheng and not the guqin. The main thing was that it was difficult to play. It only had 7 strings. As everyone knew, the fewer the strings, the more monotonous the music. If one wasn't a hardcore player, it would be difficult to play the guqin well. Everyone present chuckled. This Qin Baobao was a bit funny. The things he did made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It should be the newcomer's lack of stability. After encountering an unexpected situation, he didn't actively cooperate with the program team. Instead, he was dissatisfied with both plans. Then, he found a half-baked amateur to be the substitute player. How could an amateur compare to a professional? This was a recorded program, not a private talent show. In everyone's eyes, Qin Baobao's style was incompatible with them. Qin Zi glanced at everyone and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. I composed the music. Why can't I play it?" The music I composed, the music he composed. The director was stunned. Li Rongxing suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Xu Lu straightened her back and looked stunned. Huang Yuting and Liu Xuegong looked at each other. Chen Xiaotong said a sentence in Cantonese. This sentence contained too much information. Since Qin Baobao debuted, he had made a name for himself with many original works. His popularity skyrocketed and he was now a C-list celebrity. How long had it been? It had been a full month. As for the source of Qin Baobao's songs, there were many theories online. For example, Qin Baobao was the lover of a big shot in the industry, so Star Art poured resources to support him. This theory was widely accepted by the public. Qin Baobao's male fans loved and hated it. Qin Baobao said himself, "My brother wrote all my songs." Everyone present naturally leaned towards the first theory. But Xu Lu was a smart person. She knew that the company did not give Qin Baobao any resources. Then the person in front of him, Qin Zi, nodded and threw out another bomb. "All of Qin Baobao's songs were written by me." The lounge fell into silence for a moment. After a short silence, the experienced director was the first to react. He rushed over and shook Qin Zi's hand enthusiastically. "Hello, hello. How do I address you?" "Qin Zi." Qin Zi smiled and shook his hand. "I've heard a lot about you." The director was excited and his face was full of smiles. "Our program team once had a meeting to discuss you. We all want to know which big shot wrote the songs. Many people in the industry are guessing that Qin Baobao's composer is very popular online. My work is not worth mentioning." Qin Zi was not used to his enthusiasm. He was nervous and almost blurted out classical Chinese. Qin Baobao chuckled. Li Rongxing was lively and squeezed in to join in the fun. "Handsome, no, master. Let's play a song. You can name the price." Huang Yuting reacted and shouted, "Count me in." Chen Xiaotong was not to be outdone. "Count me in." Her accent was thick with Cantonese. She walked over from the sofa and looked at Qin Zi eagerly. After joining I Am a Singer, Her career ushered in a second spring and her popularity skyrocketed. After this season, if she could come up with a few good songs and release a single, she would have a firm foothold. On the other hand, even if she was popular now, it would not take long for her to return to her original state if she did not have good works for a long time. There were many examples of people who became popular overnight in the entertainment industry. After becoming popular, there were even more examples of people who became invisible. Why? Because there were no good works. The audience was very forgetful. They needed to keep familiarizing themselves. Popularity was the life of a star. Creating rumors and buying news could also familiarize themselves. But after a long time, it would be counterproductive. Some female stars were jokingly called carpet stars. This was the after effect of not having any works and forcing themselves to be familiar. Shulu's face was ugly. With such a master, playing the guqin was not a problem. The key was that she smelled a trace of danger. The source of Qin Bao Bao's songs was also discussed by the company. The marketing manager even had the idea of buying these songs. She suddenly turned her head and asked the assistant, "What song did Qin Bao Bao sing?" The assistant was confused. "I don't know. We were not present when she rehearsed." Qin Ziyi felt that he was still too inexperienced. He was a little unaccustomed to the enthusiasm of several stars and the pressure brought about by being the focus of attention. "I have no opinion, but she has to agree." The quick-witted Qin Ziyi threw the responsibility to his sister. Qin Bao Bao laughed and said, "How would I dare to make the decision for you? You are the boss at home." Several people suddenly laughed. Qin Bao Bao said again, "You can ask for a song, but you have to talk to my agent." After all, she had worked in the workplace before. Even if she did not want to, she would not say anything. At the same time, she gave them hope that if there was a suitable song in the future, the price would not be a problem. Everything could be negotiated. If it was successful, others would owe her a favor. At the front of the stage, somewhere in the front seats. What the hell is the program crew doing? Pei Ziki was lying on the soft seat, waiting impatiently. It's been almost half an hour. What's going on? Anyway, we heard Shulu sing. Why don't we leave first? The girl next to her also muttered discontentedly. Not only them, but the other audience members also had a lot of opinions. The longer they waited, the more anxious the audience became. At first, the staff could still appease them, but later, the crowd was excited and could not be appeased. Less than 100 people left. No one was willing to wait foolishly. "No, Qin Bao Bao hasn't sung yet. I want to vote for Shulu and watch her defeat Qin Bao Bao." Pei Ziki rejected. Her best friend's father was the deputy director of the Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau. Today, she was able to sit in the front seats because of her relationship with her best friend. Pei Ziki was a fan of Shulu, but she was not a diehard fan. As for Qin Bao Bao, she naturally disliked her. The reason was probably because she was too similar to the woman at home. She had a vixen-like face and a vixen-like temperament. What made her even angrier was that Li Donglai, that idiot, was actually so obsessed with Qin Bao Bao. He was obsessed with a woman who looked so similar to that woman. As the audience's impatience grew, Yin Jiao finally went on stage and apologized. "I'm very sorry to have kept everyone waiting." The program continues. Below the stage, the assistant director was counting down. 3, 2, 1. "Yin Jiao, thank you, Shulu, for bringing us the new song. Everyone, what do you think?" The camera turned to the audience. "It's good." The audience was also very supportive and applauded. It was as if the situation just now had not happened. Let's welcome the next singer, Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 77. Qin Bao Bao is here. She's still so beautiful. Her figure is so good. Look at her long legs. How can they be so long? Shulu is not as beautiful as her. I have to admit that. She's so unlucky. She has no chance of winning against Shulu. It can't be helped. How many fans does Shulu have? Half of them are here because of her. She's got the upper hand. I'm also here because of Shulu, but I'm her anti-fan. I'm here to slander her. But to be honest, the song just now was really good. What if Qin Bao Bao sang another farewell song? If she sang another farewell song, it's hard to say who would win. But she chose to sing an ancient style song. Isn't she putting her face up for Shu Lu to slap? Haha, Li Shuigang is not convinced. This was Qin Bao Bao's fan. It's really hard for her to win this time. Li Shuigang was a miracle. A miracle can't happen again. However, it's not like she has no hope in the revival round. Li Rongxing can't beat her, but Chen Xiaotong can at least try. Chen Xiaotong can't do it. The Queen of Music is back in popularity and her singing is good. Qin Bao Bao has no advantage. Qin Ziyi followed the band teacher to their seats. The camera was not focused on them, but on Qin Bao Bao, who was slowly walking up the stage. But the audience present could see them. Pei Ziki sat in the front row. She glanced at the band teacher and looked away. Suddenly, she was stunned and turned her gaze back. That was Qin. What was it again? Pei Ziki didn't remember Qin Ziyi's name, but she recognized Qin Ziyi's appearance. After all, Qin Ziyi was a handsome guy on campus. He was no longer a passerby who would be forgotten at a glance. Why was he here? Was he the band teacher of the TV station? Pei Ziki was very curious. She remembered that Qin Ziyi was a student at the University of Finance and Economics. How could a college student appear in that position? This was completely illogical. She suddenly remembered that her brother's tutor was hired by her aunt. At that time, she thought that her aunt had hired a tutor through some recruitment website, but now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. However, how could a university student catch her aunt's eye? Pei Ziki was lost in her thoughts when she suddenly heard soothing and melodious music. She was immediately attracted by it. Not only her, but everyone in the audience was stunned. This prelude was unexpectedly pleasant to listen to. Drums, flutes, triangles, and guqin intertwined to form clear and melodious notes, like flowing spring water. Especially the guqin, which had a clear sound quality, gave people a strong classical flavor. The soundtrack covers Chinese and Western instruments. Guqin is the main instrument. Only with it can it perfectly integrate Chinese and Western instruments. Without it, the soundtrack will lose its classical flavor. The blue and white brush strokes drawn by the embryo turn from thick to light. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your initial makeup. Through the window, I understand your thoughts. Let the brush rest halfway on the rice paper. Pei Ziqi's face froze for a moment before he straightened his back from the soft chair and stared unblinkingly at the radiant baby Qin, as if he was listening attentively. The audience behind her were mostly like her. They looked casual at first, but when the music started, they felt that the accompaniment was very pleasant and charming. Then Qin Bao Bao sang, and the lyrics rolled on the teleprompter. The beautiful lyrics, the classical melody, and the magnetic voice mixed with a hint of softness. She instantly attracted the audience. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises in spirals, thousands of miles away. At the bottom of the bottle, Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for me to meet you. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, and the ending is fainted. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation. There's a smile in your eyes. At the band's position, Qin Ziyi closed his eyes, and his hands followed the rhythm of the zither strings. Hook, pick, wipe, pick, hold, push, hit, and pluck, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile, and he gradually entered a good mood. The band teachers beside him looked over in surprise. This young man's level was not bad. Before going on stage, Qin Ziyi exchanged with the system for advanced zither playing skills, and he could completely master this song. This song was indeed written by him, but he was only a transit station. The real composer came from a parallel space. The first time he heard this song, he was shocked. But now, as a member of the accompaniment, the feeling was completely different. The charm of music was indeed endless. Can Shu Lu's song really be compared with my blue and white porcelain? Does my sister really have no chance of winning? Don't you think ink and painting is too crafty? Don't you think the lyrics are a bit forced and blindly pursue rhetoric? Well, let us speak with facts. Please continue to listen. Chin Z's zither suddenly, like a storm, climbed to the peak little by little, and then turned sharply down. The white and blue koi fish jumped at the bottom of the bowl. When I copied the song style, I thought of you. The secret you hid in the kill for 1,000 years. Extremely delicate, like an embroidery needle falling to the ground. The banana outside the curtain provokes the sudden rain, the door ring provokes the copper green. And I passed by that Jiangnan town and provoked you. In the splash ink landscape painting. You were hidden from the depths of the ink. The audience was intoxicated. Their emotions were unconsciously immersed in a touch of sadness. Seeing such a picture, the scenery in front of them spread out, the dark sky, the misty rain, the Jiangnan town looming in the rain and fog. The light rain hit the banana leaves, the closed door, the door ring dyed with a layer of copper green. The misty rain in Jiangnan, the small bridge, the flowing water, the bluestone road, and there should be a girl holding an oil paper umbrella. She should have the hazy and agile like the misty rain in Jiangnan. She was wearing a court lady's dress. She walked through the bluestone paved, long path. The girl holding the oil paper umbrella, the umbrella painted with painting ink. She should be a passerby, but she seemed to be looking for something. Maybe she was looking for the way home, or maybe she was looking for the love of 1,000 years. In this small town, in the kill, looking for the secret of 1,000 years ago. There was a need for a male lead here, but there was no need for a male lead here. It was sorrowful, resentful, and elegant. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke rises in spirals, thousands of miles away. At the bottom of the vase, the Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for meeting you. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, fainting to start the ending. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it is beautiful. Your eyes are smiling. The gentle and euphemistic sound of the zither became lower and lower, gradually disappearing. After the song, Qin Bao Bao suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes wet. Pei Ziki suddenly came back to her senses, from the sad and sorrowful atmosphere filled with the misty rain of Jiangnan. She slowly shivered, goosebumps all over her body. The hundreds of audience members at the scene were all silent. No one seemed to be able to come out of the melancholy and sorrow of the song. Many emotional girls covered their mouths and cried. Backstage. Huang Yuteng was excited. The melody is gentle and euphemistic, elegant and refined. The lyrics are even better. The person who wrote this song is definitely a genius. No, a genius. Li Rongxing was even more exaggerated. How can there be such a beautiful song? How can the lyrics be so well written? It's sad, sad, and moving. Oh my God, I want to cover it, I must cover it. Chen Xiaotong pointed at Qin Bao Bao on the screen and said empathetically, I'm stuck in the song and can't get out. Liu Shuigang couldn't help but think of the song Farewell Song that caused him to fail miserably. Thinking of the young man he met just now, he couldn't help but admire him. A genius, a genius. Shu Lu's expression was very good. If it weren't for the camera, she would have flipped the table. This song. She had no hope at all. Qin Bao Bao adjusted her mood and said in a nasal voice, Thank you, everyone. A moment later, applause broke out. Everyone stood up at the same time and gave a warm applause. They didn't say much, just kept applauding to show their admiration. Their expressions were enough to show their surprise, admiration, appreciation, and support at the moment. Qin Bao Bao stood in the center of the stage and accepted the applause with a smile. Yin Jiao went on stage, wiped her red eyes, and said with a smile, Yin Jiao really cried just now. The audience unanimously agreed. No one knew if this girl was acting or if she was sincere. Then, Shu Lu went on stage. She and Qin Bao Bao stood in the center of the stage. It was time to vote. The votes of the two rose one by one. Soon, Shu Lu surpassed Qin Bao Bao and she was firmly in the upper hand. Shu Lu turned to look at the big screen and breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but smile. I'm voting for Shu Lu. I'm her fan, of course I'll support her. I support Qin Bao Bao. Her songs are 2F** King amazing. From Invisible Wings to Blue and White Porcelain, every song is amazing. Hey, Shu Lu is in the lead. What's going on? Shu Lu is an A-lister. She sings well. Bullsh *T, how can her song be compared to Blue and White Porcelain? Do you have ears? Shu Lu, Shu Lu. Qin Bao Bao, Qin Bao Bao. The audience wanted to fight. Pei Ziqi furrowed her brows as she held onto the voting device, hesitating. Her best friend nagged, "Hey, I'm voting for Qin Bao Bao. She sings so well that I cried." Ziki, who are you voting for? Aren't you Shu Lu's fan? Why are you hesitating? Looks like Qin Bao Bao has no chance. Shu Lu has more votes than her. Pei Ziki said angrily, "Shut up." The melody and lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain appeared in her mind. She recalled the urge to cry just now. She gritted her teeth and voted for Qin Bao Bao. I'm only interested in the song, not the person. Although I'm voting for you, I still hate you. In the middle and end of the voting, Shu Lu's support rate showed signs of weakening. On the other hand, Qin Bao Bao's momentum was strong and soaring. Qin Bao Bao caught up. Qin Bao Bao overtook her. Shu Lu's face darkened. She was very anxious. She came here with a new song to promote her new album. Whether it was her self-development or her self-esteem, she could not lose. The new song that she had painstakingly worked on was overshadowed by a song of the same genre on the show. Was she still going to release her new album? The company had given her so many resources. Hurry up and vote for me. What are you doing? I'm an A-lister. Do you have the nerve to call yourselves my fans? Suddenly, Yin Jiao said loudly, "Okay, the voting is over." On the big screen, the voting results were out. Many people's expressions changed. Many people were so excited that they wanted to dance. Qin Bao Bao,